Hello everyone, in this video we're going to be creating a web application in reactjs using the GitHub users API, where we're going to be sending a GET request to the GitHub users API, and then we're going to be getting the 6 last repositories that were committed on GitHub from the user's profile, and then of course we're going to be displaying them on the screen. So all the information that you're seeing here on these cards is generated dynamically from the API. The repository we're going to be using is called GitHub users in my profile. You can go ahead into my profile and search for this repository, or you can click the link in the description below. So to begin, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into this button and I'm going to copy this link. And then inside Visual Studio Code, I'm going to open up my terminal using Ctrl and J. And then inside here, I'm going to cd into my desktop. And inside here, inside my desktop, I'm going to just say git clone. And then I'm going to paste in this link, which is going to clone this repository into my desktop. And then once it does that, then I'm going to cd into GitHub-users, and I'm going to open another instance of Visual Studio Code into this repository, or into this folder really. Okay, so this is the folder structure that we're going to have. And remember that when you clone this, you're going to be cloning the finished application. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my app.js, and I'm going to remove everything inside this component. And inside here, I'm going to return a fragment with an h1 that says hello world. And then I'm going to comment this out because we're going to create these components. And okay, so once that finishes running, you can see that our local server is opened on localhost 3000. And I forgot to mention, but if you try to run this command and it doesn't work, it's probably because this is not recognized. So you'd have to run npm install first, and then you run npm start manually. Okay, if you're on Windows and this doesn't work, then probably you should check whether you're using cmd command prompt or you're using PowerShell, because PowerShell doesn't support this. So let's begin building this out. Let me go into my app.js, and inside here I'm going to set up my state values. Let's have const, let's say users, and set users. This is going to be equal to use state, and by default I want to fetch from my repositories. And then we need to also have a state value to hold the data once we fetch. This is actually working, and we should see 10. There we go. So we have 10 items. Fantastic. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to check our loading state. So I want to add in our loading state, right? And remember that we created our loading. Okay, we didn't really create our loading component, but this is our loading component. Very simple, right? And we need to import it on top. So I'm going to enable this. So import loading from loading. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to check whether items exist, right? So when items exist, then we want to render our text, right? And then when items does not exist, then we want to render our loading component, right? And can do that. So let's try and reload it. Of course, it's too fast that you can't see anything, but if I change this into no items, then we should see infinite loading. There we go. And I forgot to mention something. Since we're on the free tier of this, then we are only limited to 50 requests per hour. So if we exceed that, then this is not going to work. So always monitor that. Now, I don't want our loading state to be at the end. I like having it on top, but this also works, as you can see, but I like having it on top. So I'm going to change this up. I'm going to cut this out and bring it here, and then place my full colon, and then remove this one at the end. And then this is going to work. We should see 10. There we go. Okay, and then now let's structure our return. So inside here, instead of returning items.length, I want to return, let's return a section. And then inside this section, we're going to get an h1 that says viewing users repositories. So inside here, we are accessing the user's state value, which is this right here. By default, it is this. So we're going to be saying viewing someone's repositories. Okay, so if you were to change the state value here, then this would also update. Okay, so we have, there we go. And just to show you, and let me style this out. Let me make this bigger. I'm going to give this a class name of text-2xl and font-bold. and we should see this. There we go. And then now if I change this into something like fluorine pop 17, then this is also going to update. There we go. Okay, fantastic. Now what I want to do is inside this section, right, inside this section I want to have a class name of padding on the y of 20, so that this pushes downwards, and then it's also going to have a padding on the bottom of 20 so that it doesn't go all the way to the bottom. And you know what, this is a bit big, so let me change this into padding on the top of 10 and padding on the bottom of 20. Okay, and then once we do that, now we can create another div inside here, and inside this div we want to render our profile component, which we need to enable right here. So enable the profile component, and we should see profile. There we go, we should see profile. And then now what I want to do is, instead of just rendering this, I want to map over the users, I want to map over the items that we get back and then display the profile. Okay, so inside here I'm going to say items.map, and then I want to get, for every item I want to return the profile component. Okay, and remember that when you're mapping over items in React, then each item that you get back needs to have a unique key. So in this case I'm going to say item.id, which is coming from the repository, from the API. And then inside here I want to pass in the rest of the items that we get back using the spread operator. So I can just say ... item. So what this means once again is that just grab every other property that is available and pass it into this component. Okay, and then now we can access these properties from our profile component using props, which is the short form of properties. So let's save this, and we should see, there we go, because there are 10 items, right? There are 10 items that we're getting back, and there are 10 items, by the way, because we are setting per page here to 10. So if I change this into 20, then we're going to have 20 items, as you can see. But for now, actually, and you know what, I want to change this into 6 because I only want to get 6 of them, because because we're going to be displaying them as a grid. So 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 5, 6. And you know what, let's do that. Inside here, let's have a class name of grid and grid columns -1 with a gap of 5. And then for medium screens, let's change the grid columns to 2, so grid cols 2. And then for large screens, let's change the grid columns to 3. Okay, so let's save this, and we should see profile, and there we go. So now what I want to do is I want to add in the profile data, and in order to do that, I'm going to place this to the right, and then I'm going to place my code to the left so that I can go into the profile component, so profile inside here, and then we can begin getting the items that we need. So inside the profile.js, you can see that I'm getting the props inside here, and what this props is basically what we have passed in inside here. So let's go ahead, and I'm going to create an article with padding all round of 5, with a BG of white, with a rounded border of large, with a box shadow, and with the shadow color, so shadow -emerald let's say 300, like so. And I'm using emmet to do this, and these are Tailwind classes, by the way. We install Tailwind when we run npm install. And then inside here, let me have an image which is going to be blank for now, and this image is, let me place this back to the side. Then what I want to do is give this image a class name of width-20 and hash height-20, and give it a rounded of full so that it is completely round, and then add a slight box shadow on it. And then I want to grab this h2 and place it inside a div, like so, so that I can add some text here. So this is going to be a paragraph that says the name of the repository, right? So this is going to say props.name. And then below this, we're going to be checking whether the repository is private or public. So what I want to do is I want to say that if props.private is true, then I want to render a paragraph that says private. And then if it is not private, meaning it's public, then I want to render a paragraph, and let me show you. So we can have the topics right here, which is an array, right? So if it has topics such as like JavaScript, reactjs, and so on and so forth, then we're going to be mapping over them and then displaying them. So inside here, I want to say map over props.topics. So props.topics.map. And then for every single topic that we get back, then I want to return a list item with the key of index, which we need to get inside here. So index, okay, and then we just want to display the topic like so. And then below this, we're going to have another paragraph that says props.issues underscore count, and then we're going to say issues like so. So doesn't exist. Or props.language, not languages. There we go. Okay, JavaScript and so on and so forth. Okay, and then what I want to do now is we want to style these same ones, and we're going to be styling them the same as this paragraph. So let me just copy these class names into this list item right here. Okay, and then save this so that we're going to have that. And then what I want to do now is go inside this paragraph, give this a class name of text-extra small. And then now we can go inside this div, give this a class name of flex and flex-wrap and items-center and justify-between, so that now they're going to go end to end like so. And then now what I want to do is, okay, so for example, what if you wanted to check for another repository? You can go into the profile, into the app.js, and then you can change your default state value here into, like, let's say Brad Traversy, and then it's going to reload, and then it's going to show you the repository, the 6 repositories. You can play around with this number here if you want. And then yeah, so one thing that you've realized I've done is that I've not added the functionality to change the repositories you're viewing depending on the input of a user. So that is very purposeful, and if you're feeling up to the challenge, then you can go ahead and try to do that. And if you're going to do that, then you're also going to need the state value of set users here, so that you can play around with the manipulation of the input. But for now, that is going to be the video. And yeah, if you enjoyed it and if you learned something new, please like the video and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And I will see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hello everyone, in this video we're going to be building a cryptocurrency application using the CoinTap API and reactjs, where we're going to be getting the rank, the name, and the price in US dollars of the cryptocurrency and then displaying them in this table. When you scroll to the bottom, you're going to have the next and the refresh buttons. So what the next button does is, if you look to the top right, currently it says showing 20 coins, right? If you click on the next button, it's going to fetch another 20 coins and it's going to append them to this table, and then it's going to update this counter. So let's try it out. You can see now it says showing 40 coins, and you can tell that the table now shows 40 items, and you can go ahead and click on next again and it's going to show you 60 items and so on and so forth. The current cap for this is about 2,200 items, so you can click away to your heart's content. The repository we're going to be using is called CoinCap Crypto App, and you can click the link in the description if you want to head over into this repository. Okay, so let's get started. So once you canvas a new React application, then you should have a file structure similar to what you're seeing on the left. And what I've done is, inside my source folder and inside my app.js, I've deleted all the boilerplate and I'm returning an H1 that says crypto app inside a React fragment. And then this commented part is the link to the API that we're going to be using. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my terminal using Ctrl and J, and then I'm going to run my dev server using npm run start. Okay, and you can see that this opens up on localhost 3000, and we have crypto app as our H1 right there. So let's begin building out our table first of all. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to remove this, and I'm going to create our table here with the T head here and table rows, and this table row is going to say TH, so 3 of them. So this first one is going to say rank, the second one is going to say the name, and then this third one is going to say the price. Oops. can't I, in USD. There we go. And then below this T head, we're going to have a T body with a table row here. Oops, table row. And then this table row is going to have table details. So let's just have some dummy data here. So rank 1, name is going to be Bitcoin, and then the price is going to be let's just say 20. And then you can save this, and this is what we're going to have on the screen once this reloads. Okay, and you can see that now we have a rank of 1, the name is Bitcoin, and the price is USD. So I just want to move this to the center and style it out a bit. So I'm going to go inside my CSS and access this table. So inside my index.css, I can remove this now. And then I'm going to say table, and I'm just going to say set this width to 100%, and look what this does. There we go. So it sets it to 100% of the device. And then I'm just going to say text align center so that this text moves to the center as well. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is, let me show you something. Let's go inside the table and let's say the T head. And then let's give this a background color of hashtag 10B581, which is a tailwind emerald green. There we go. Now look at these spaces. Do you see these spaces? This is because the table has a collapsible value. Okay, so we're going to remove that because I don't want these spaces, right? So inside the table, I'm going to say border collapse and set this to collapse, and that is going to remove that. Okay, and then I want this text to be white, right? So right below this, I'm going to say set this color to white. There we go. And then probably I can do something like text dash, oh sorry, font size. I'm so used to tailing CSS. Font size, set this to 2 rem. Increase this a bit, that's too big. 1.25 rem, 20 pixels. There we go. And then let's add some padding. So padding of 1.25 rem all round. Oh sorry, that doesn't work because we need to go inside the table row. So let's go inside the table and then the T head and the TR here, and then grab this and push it downwards. Really? Should it be inside the TH? Okay, there we go. And then what I want to do is I want to limit the entirety of this table so that it doesn't span all the way to the end. And how I'm going to do that is inside my app.js, inside this fragment, I'm going to turn a section here with a class name, and I'm going to give this a class name of coins, like so. And then what I'm going to do is right above this table, I'm going to access the coins class. And then I'm just going to set this max width here to, let's say, 900 pixels. Then let's see how this looks. It's going to push it to the left. And then now we want to push this to the center by setting the margin here to auto. And there we go. And then probably what I should do is set a margin on the top, right? I should probably set a margin on the top so that this pushes downwards. So let me say margin of 5 rem on the top and bottom, and auto on the left and right. There we go. And then this text is a bit too big, so let me just reduce it a bit. Let me take it back to 1 rem, and then reduce this padding as well to 1 rem. There we go. And then now I'm going to add a bit more rows here because we want to add a bit of like zebra style of styling to it. So let's go inside here and then let's copy this table row. So copy this about 2 more times. So we're going to have this, okay? And then now what we're going to do is we're going to say for the table, we want the T body. And then inside the T body, we want the table row and we want the table details, okay? And then what I'm going to do here is give this padding of 1 rem, push it out just a bit. And then here we're going to give a background color of red. I'm just testing this to see whether it's working. Okay, it's working. Now what I want to do is for every second item, let me save this. For every second item, so starting here, I want this to be a slightly gray background color. So how we can do that is using pseudo classes. So I'm just going to copy this and say that for the nth child, and then for the even number, on the even number, and I'm going to set this background color to hashtag E5, E5, E5. And then let's see. And this is not what I want to happen. I want the table row. So let's say the table row, right? There we go. So we access the table row and not the table details, okay? So that is working correctly, as you can see. So the more items that you add, if I were to add a fourth item here, then you see that the fourth item is also going to have the grayed out background color. Okay, and then let's add our buttons on the bottom. So right around below this table, I'm going to add a div here with a class of buttons, and then I'm going to have a first button that says next, and then I'm going to have a second button that says refresh. Okay, there we go. And then these buttons are just going to be styled the same way, so there's not much to do here. So let's access the buttons class. So below this, I'm going to say the dot buttons class, and I want the buttons. Okay, where I'm going to set this background color to hashtag 10b581. I'm going to give this a padding of 0.625 rem on the top and bottom, which is 10 pixels, and 1.25 rem on the left and right, which is 20 pixels. And then I'm going to remove the border, so border none. And then I also want to remove the outline, so outline none. And then I want to add a border radius of 0.3 rem, just to have it slightly rounded just a bit. And then we want to change the font family, set this to inherit so that it takes the font family of the body, push this upwards, and then we can change the color of the text to white. So color, change this to white. There we go. And then we can do something like font size, set this to 1 rem, because by default I think it's about 12 pixels for the buttons. I think so, I'm not so sure. And then let's go inside the actual buttons, the dot buttons div, and then I can say display flex, align item center, and justify content to space between, which should take them to the end, like so. Okay, so once these two items are to the end, I want this button to span and take up this remaining white space, right? So you can do that using two ways, and I'm going to show you both ways. The first that you can do is by adding a width of 100%, which does this. Okay, so if I comment this out, it goes back to the end. And the second way you can do this is by setting a flex grow of 1 here, and you can see that it's exactly the same thing. Okay, now probably what you're going to do when you have the flex of 1 is that you're going to have to add a bit of margin here to separate these buttons. And you can do that by just going into the dot buttons, and for the button, and just say that for the first child, you can set the margin on the right to 1 rem, which is 16 pixels, and then this happens. Okay, and if you don't want to do this, I can comment this out, and I can comment the flex of 1 out so that they go all the way to the end again. You can replace the width here. So instead of having the width to 100% here, you can play around with this and set it to about, let's say 40%. There we go. So let's say about 45. Let's see how this looks. You can see you can just play around with it, and you can set it to the actual amount of space that you want. Okay, so I don't want to use the width, so I'm going to comment this out. I'm going to use the flexbox instead, and there we go. Okay, and then let's set the cursor to pointer for these buttons. So right around here, let me copy this and set the hover state for it. So on hover, I want the cursor to be pointer, and then on hover, I want to reduce the opacity by a bit. So opacity, I'm going to set this to 0.75, and then I'm going to add a transition here, transition, and I'm going to say transition the opacity by 0.3 seconds, and then ease in out for the cubic Bezier curve. And there we go. Look at this. Okay, so slight interactions, not so bad. Let's set this to 0.1 maybe. Yeah, 0.1 is much better for me. And then of course, let's add a bit of margin on top of this buttons class. So right here, let's say margin top, set this to 1 rem, or let's say 2 rem. Okay, so the reason I've chosen to do it like this is because we deal with all our styling first, and then now all we have to do is just populate our table. So let's go ahead and begin to fetch our data. And what I'm going to do is, on top of this, I'm going to import use state, and use effect from React. And then I'm going to set up my state value. So I'm going to say const coins and set coins. This is equal to use state, and by default is going to be an empty array because we're going to populate it once we fetch our data. And then we're going to have another state value here, which is going to be changing the limit, which is currently set to 20, so that when we click on the button of next on the bottom here, then it's going to increase this limit by 20, which will change it to 40 and 60 and 80 and 100 and so on and so forth. Okay, so we're going to do that later once we have fetched our data. So let's go ahead and say for the use e effect, and I'm going to say const fetch coins. We're going to be using the async await. So fetch coins equal to health, and we have 0. What do we have? 0. Oh, this returns wait a minute, what was the return here? This returns an object. Okay, so we need to set it into data.data, which is the array. So console log data.data. There we go. So now we get an array. So now what we therefore need to do is we need to set coins into data.data, which is going to populate this empty array here. So I'm going to say set coins into data.data. Okay, and then now this should now say 20 because we are fetching 20 items by default, as you can see. So let's see that, and now you can see we have 20 items, so that is working correctly. Okay, now I've just realized something. I want to add a bit of padding on the left and right so that this table doesn't go all the way to the end of the screen. So what I'm going to do is inside the coins class, which I have here, I'm going to add a padding of 0 on the top and bottom and 1.25 rem on the left and right, which just pushes this inwards, looking much better. And realize something. Notice how the console log is always continuing, right? We want to stop that by adding an empty dependency array here so that it only runs on the initial render of the app component. Otherwise, we're going to run out of requests. Okay, request to the API, I mean. Okay, so inside here, we're going to be getting a few items. We're going to get the ID. We're going to get the name, we're going to get the price in US dollars, and then we're going to get the rank. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So right around here now, instead of returning table row like this, right, we're going to remove this. And what I'm going to do is inside here, we're going to map over our data, and we can remove this H1. So inside here, I'm going to say coins.map, and then I'm going to destructure all the items that we need. We need the ID, the name, the rank, and we need the price in USD. And then we're going to be returning table rows, and this is going to have a key of ID like so. And then what do we need to do? We need to have table details, so 3 of them, so 1 2 3. This first one is going to say the name, the first one is going to be the rank, right, the rank. And then this second one is going to say the name, and then this third one is going to say the price in USD. So we can save that and look at the table that we're going to have populated all the way to the bottom, as you can see. So what we do need to realize is that the numbers, the price in USD that we're seeing on the screen, are actually strings in the GET request that we sent to the API. As you can see right here, this is a string. So we need to convert this string into a number, and then we can convert it into 2 decimal points, which is what we want, right? So that's easy enough to do. What we're going to do is right inside the price USD, we're going to say pass float like so, and pass in price USD, and then outside of this yellow bracket, we're going to say to fixed, and we want it to be 2 decimal points. There we go, and we should see that. Look at that, looking much better, right? And then we want to have the $sign ahead of this, so we can just return $sign there. And there we go. Would you look at that? Very easy to do, very easy. Now all we need to do is just work on the functionality of the next refresh, and then we need to add our counter on the top right. So actually not, let's begin with our counter because that is much more interesting to me. So what I'm going to do is inside here, I'm going to return an article, and this article is just going to say a paragraph here that says showing coins.length coins, like so, and we should see it right here. So let's go ahead and style it out. Let me give this article, actually not, we only have one article, right? Yeah, we can just style it as an article. So inside the coins, let me check this out, the coins article. Okay, so inside the dot coins, I want to access the article, give this a background color, of hashtag e5 e5 e5. Okay, give this a padding of 0.3 rem all around. Let me see how this looks. That's too big. Let's say 0.1. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I want to set this as absolute, so set the position to absolute, and I want to take it right here, so I'm going to say set it to the top by 1.25 rem, and then set it to the right by 1.25 rem, which should bring it here. There we go. And then what is this excess padding? What is it? Oh, you know what? It's because we haven't reset our styles. So let's reset everything inside here and set the margin to 0, set the padding to 0. Let's set the box size into border box, and that gets rid of that. As you can see, much better, right? That's why it's important to add this. So let's go back into our paragraph and let's go inside the article right here. We can increase the padding. Where is it? Here, padding to 1 rem. Let me see how this looks. No, 0.5 rem. Okay, so showing 20 coins, let's add a border radius. So border radius of 0.3 rem all around. Okay, we can add a box shadow, or you can add a box shadow if you want. Really, I'm not going to do that. Now what we need to do is we want this to scroll with us as we scroll. So instead of setting it to position absolute, we can set it to position fixed. And then now look at this. Now it's always going to be fixed to the top right, as you can see. Fantastic. Now let's work on our next and refresh buttons. And remember that this is dynamic, so every time that the coins changes here, the number of items inside the coins array changes, then this is also going to be updated. That's why it's able to be updated just by adding this line here. So let's go ahead and say we're going to add click events on the next button and then on the refresh button. So I'm going to say on click, I want to pass in an inline function here, and we're going to create a state value for this, but we have not created it yet. And the state value is going to be called page and set page. So I'm going to say set page inside here, or rather not set page really, but set limit into limit plus 20. Okay, so let's go ahead and create these state values so that I can explain this better. So right here, I'm going to say const limit and set limit. This is equal to use state, and by default use state, not use page. By default is going to be 20. Okay, and 20 because we are fetching 20 of them by default. So let's go ahead and change this and set it into a, okay, so you can see that we fetch our data, and then we can click on next. Click on next. Oh, nothing happens because now we need to set limit as a dependency array in our get request in our use effect, because now the get request here is dependent on the limit. So every time that the limit changes, then we want this request to be run. So that's why we're going to pass it here as a dependency array. Okay, and then we can save this and we can try it out again. So click on next, and there we go. Now we have 40, and you notice how we clicked so many times. We clicked it so many times. Now we have all of this, right? Okay. So we can click on it. Now you can see that it says showing 168 coins, right? You can click on next, and it's going to say 180, and so on and so forth. And when you click on refresh, it should say 20. But you do notice something. We have clicked on refresh, but we're still on the bottom. So I want that when you click on refresh, we should go back to the top. So what you can do is inside our function here, you can extract this into a different function, or what you can do is right inside here, you can cut this out and pass in another set of brackets here and set the limit to 20 here, and then also add a line here called window.scroll to, and set it to scroll to 00, which is the top left of the browser. And then you can save that, and then now we can click on next here, and then when you click on refresh, it pops us back to the top. Now technically this isn't really recommended to do in React. Like when you begin to add multiple lines inside here, it is much more recommended to extract this into a different function. Okay, and you know what, let's just go ahead and do that. So I'm going to cut this out, and then inside here I'm going to pass in a function called handle refresh, which we're going to create on top of this. So const handle refresh equals to an arrow function, and then we're just going to pass this in. Okay, and you can test out whether it is working. So click on next, okay, and then click on refresh, and you can see that it is working the very same way. The final thing that I want to do is I just want to add a flag on the top that says this uses the CoinCap API. So right above this, I'm going to add an H1 that says this app uses the, and then I'm going to add an href, https to coincap.io and say CoinCap API. And we're going to have this text. And I'm going to add some inline styling to this. So style equals to an object here that says text align, set this to center, and then margin, you can see really margin bottom, set this to about 1 rem. Okay, that is much better. So yeah, that is going to be the end of the video. We have added some few bits of functionality here and there, such as this absolute positioning, and we were able to get data from the API and display it in a table. And I should mention that I really hate working with tables, but I hope that you learned something new. And yeah, if you've reached this far, please subscribe to the channel and like the video, and I will see you in the next video. Bye. Hello everyone, in this video we're going to be building the intro section with the drop-down navigation. So you can head over into frontendmentor.io/challenges and you can click on this card. And if you have not started the challenge, then it's going to give you a button to download the starter files, but as you can see I've already started it. So once you download the files, you should have a zip file called intro section with drop-down navigation, and I've just extracted this into this right here, and that's what I have open in Visual Studio Code, as you can see. So we have the design files, we have the images, we have the git ignore, and all these other files. Now the first thing that I want to do is, because we're going to be building this in React, I want to create a new React application. So right inside here, I'm going to open up my terminal using Ctrl and J, as you can see, and I'm going to say npx create React app, and I'm going to call this solution, and then I'm going to let this run, and then once it finishes running, then we're going to continue. Okay, so once that finishes running, then I'm going to cd into the solution folder, and I want to install Tailwind CSS right away. So let's go ahead into the Tailwind CSS website, so which is this right here. So Tailwind CSS docs installation, and then we can go into framework guides and select create React app, and then let's run this. So copy and paste, and then copy this and paste it in, and then copy this, and then inside the Tailwind config file we can paste it here, and then we can copy these 3 into the index.css right here, right on the top, and then we can start our dev server. Okay, so let's save this, and then let's save this as well, and then inside our terminal we can say npm run start, which is going to spin up our dev server on localhost 3000. As that spins up, I want to grab the fonts, and the fonts are going to be inside the style guide, and the font is called Epilogue. We want the 500 and 700. Okay, so 500 and 700. Let's just open this link. Okay, so I want to remove this, and then I want to go into 500. Where's 500? Here, and bold 700, and then I'm going to select the import, just copy this, and then inside my index.css right on top of this I'm going to paste this in, and then I'm going to set the font family into Epilogue with a fallback of sans serif. Okay, that's looking nice. We can remove this from here because we're using Tailwind CSS, so we don't need to add it in. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the images to have a max width of 100% so that they don't overflow outside of the device width or outside of their container. And then I'm going to set the ULs to have a list style type of none, so that we don't have bulleted lists. And I think that is going to be it for here right now, but I can set the paragraphs to have a let's just say @apply, which is a Tailwind utility, and I'm going to say add apply an opacity of, and we should see this. Look at that. Okay, fantastic. Now what I want to do is, just to style this out, is I want to go inside this section and give this section a class name of grid, and grid columns, grid dash calls dash 1 with a gap of, let's say, gap of 10. And then I want to say that for medium screens, then I want the grid columns to be 2. We should paste them side by side if this is going to reload at all. Okay, so there we go. And then I want to say that for medium screens, then I just want to say place items center. We should bring this text to the center like so. And then I want to say that for, you know what, let me just say that let this have a max width of 4XL. This is quite small. Let me see how this looks on mobile first of all. So right around here, see that? So we don't have any kind of scrolling here. But if I set this into responsive and then try to increase it from mobile right around here, you can see that it's looking quite nice, right? There we go. Okay. And then what I want to do is I want to say that for large screens, then the max width should be, let me see how 6XL looks. That's almost, let me say 5XL. Okay. And then I'm going to say that for MD, for medium screens, so when they display as 2 columns here, then I want the MX to be auto, so that this is going to be centered. Okay. And then let's tell the H1 here. So for the H1, I'm going to give this a class name of font dash bold and text dash 4XL, and then for large screens, I'm going to say text dash 6XL. Let's say margin bottom of 5, and then go inside this paragraph, give this a class name of margin bottom of 5 as well. And then we're going to go inside this button, give this a class name of BG black and rounded dash large, and add a box shadow and add a text of white, and then set the font to bold. And then let's set that when we hover over it, I want the opacity to be dash 75 with a slight transition, so transition dash all with a duration of dash 150. And then let's add a padding on the Y of 2 and a padding on the X of 6. Okay, so let's see that. And then of course let's add the cursor pointer, by the way, cursor pointer right here. Okay, so we have this. Look at this. Okay, there we go. That's looking nice. And not the padding on the bottom is a bit more than the one on the top. So let's say padding top of 3 and padding bottom of 2. That should even it out right there. Now this is still a bit too small for me, so let's go inside the H1. Let's make this let's say that for XL screens, then the text should be 7XL. Yeah, that's better. Much better. Okay, and we have a few images that should be here, so let me just check the design, how this design looks. Let's check the desktop preview. And by the way, I should mention that I do realize that on mobile screens that the image comes first. On mobile screens, the image comes first and then the text. Okay, so let's first align this text to the center for mobile. Let's go inside app.js and inside article, give this a class name of text dash center like so. And then for MD screens, I'm going to say text dash left. And then inside this section, I want to have a padding of, and you know what, it's only on this article first of all, because the image on small screens goes all the way to the end. So let me go inside this article and I'm going to say that I want the padding on the X to be 5 so that this text doesn't go all the way to the end. And then let's see, I can say that for MD screens, then I want the padding on the X to be 0. And not, instead of MD, let me say for XL screens. So let's see this. Okay, yeah, that works. Okay, so let's bring this image to be fast, and we can do that by playing around with flex. So instead of this being grid, first of all, I just want this to be on medium screens only. So I'm going to say that for medium screens here, and then I'm going to remove this because we no longer need this. And then I'm going to say for MD screens, then the gap should be 10. And you can see that this is going to break a bit probably, or it doesn't rather, because none of these styles apply, or it hadn't saved, as you can see right here. So what I want to do now here is, first of all, on mobile screens, I want this to be a flex box, which is going to place them side by side, as you can see, which is not a good UI on mobile, right? So let's place it at around 360. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say flex call reverse, which is going to place the image first and then the text after. And then I'm going to say that on the section, I want the padding on the Y to be 10. So padding Y of 10. And you know what? Let's say padding Y of 20. That's a bit too small. Okay. And then let's go inside this article. So inside this first article here, I'm going to say margin on the top of 10 to push it away from this text. And then for medium screens, I want the margin on the top to be 0 so that the margin resets on medium screens. So look at this. Right around here, you can see that the grid now begins to apply. Okay, the grid now begins to apply and it's looking much better. Now something that I do want to fix is that right around here, notice it's very slight, but I want this image to always take up 100% of the device width. So I can go inside this image here and give this a class name of width-full, and there we go. So just a bit of some slight optimization, but it looks very nice. And then let me check what I wanted to add. So I want to add these images. So let's go ahead and grab those images right at the top, right here. Let me check the names of these images. So I'm going to say import audio file from /images / client audio file.svg, and then copy this 3 more times. This is going to say database, this is going to say maker, and then this is going to say meet. Okay, so let me see how these are structured. So database first. So we're going to go right inside this article, but at the bottom we're going to have a UL with 4 list items, and these list items are going to be images, as you can see. Okay, so the mobile design is 4 of them. So let's go ahead. Let me try and use grid here. Okay, so let's say grid and the grid columns -4 with a gap of 1. So we're going to have that, and then we can go inside each of these images. So here, and here, give this a class name of width-10. Okay, width-10 is a bit too small. Let's say width-20. That's a bit too big. So width 16. Okay, and then we can go inside this UL, say margin top of 10, pushed away from this button. Okay, and we can say place, is it place item center or place content center? Okay, there we go. So place item center so that it places this perfectly to the center. If I were to remove this, then you'll notice that it's a bit to the left. Okay, so let's just do that. Fantastic. And then now we can scale it up. Let me see how this looks. And you know what, it actually looks nice even on big screens. All you can do is just probably increase the size of these images. Okay, and then what I want to do is that for empty screens, I want to say place items start, so that now this goes to the left. Okay, and then what I can do here is just grab this, and then I can say that for empty screens, I want the width to be, let's say 24. Let me see how 24 looks. Yeah, 24 looks fine. And then now let's go to the actual challenge for this and build out our header. Okay, so right on top of this, I'm going to have a header tag. Okay, and then inside this header tag, we're going to have a div inside here. This div is going to be the logo, which we're going to get, and then we're going to have a navbar inside here. So let's go ahead and grab this logo, and I'm going to say import logo from /images / logo.svg. I think that's what it's called. If it's not, we're going to find out. And then we're going to place the image here, and we're going to pass in the logo. So let's see, and we should see there we go. Now what I want to do is inside here, the way this is designed is the logo is here, and then we have the navbar, and then we have these 2 buttons. Okay, so what I'm going to do is inside the app.js, I'm going to move this nav above here. Okay, and then I'm going to create a div. And then this div is going to have a button, and this button is going to be the actual like the top part of the links. So this says features first of all. So features, company, careers, about. So features, and then we're going to create another div that has a button that says company, and then just copy this down, and then this says careers, and then about. Okay, and then these two have images, so we're never really going to see it. Okay, on mobile screens, I mean, we're not going to see it on mobile screens. So let's place this to the right, and then I can place my code to the left, and then we can begin to style this out. So let's go inside the header. This header is going to have a class name of padding all round of 5, like so. And then you know what, I've just forgotten that we need our menu button on the bottom. So I think it's called icon menu, right? .svg. So I'm going to say import menu open from /images /icon-menu.svg. And then right below this, I'm going to have a div inside here that is going to be a button that is going to have an image, and I'm going to say menu open, like so, and we should see it right here. There we go. Now what we're going to do is we're going to display happens. Let's see the error, and it says nabado class. Oh, sorry, this is not includes, this is contains. It happens. This is contains, not includes. So let's try it out. There we go. So you can see our toggle is working correctly. Okay, and then now what we need to do is we need to style this out, and we actually need to populate this first of all. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside this div, and then right below this button I'm going to have a UL with the list items. So I think there are 4 of them. Oops. List item times 4. Okay, and then actually these list items are going to have images as well. So image, this first one is going to say to-do list. Okay, this second one says something else that I can't remember. So let's check the menu expanded. So to-do list, calendar, reminders, and planning. So to-do list, calendar, reminder, and planning. Is it reminder or reminders? Reminders. To replace this full screen. Inside each of these list items, we can go ahead and say class name of flex. Let's see. Okay, and then items dash center and justify dash start. And then inside these images, I want to give these images a class name of margin right of 2, pushed away from this text just a bit. Okay, fantastic. And you know what, inside these list items, once again, what I want to do is just say text dash small. Make the text just a bit small, and then I can say margin bottom of 2, pushed away from one another, so that you can have a bit of spacing. And then inside this UL, I can say give this a class name of margin top of 2 as well, pushed away from this text. There we go. And then what you can do is we can just copy this UL and paste it below this other button here. And then we can remove these images because this second one doesn't have images. In action, you can change this background color to red. And you'll notice that it is always going to be 50% of the screen, no matter the device width that you're going to be looking at it at. Okay, so that's okay, that's okay. And you know what, let's change this to white. There we go. Okay, and then now what you need to do is that on large screens, so large screens right around here, come on, right around here, we want this to disappear, and then we want to restyle our navbar so that it comes here. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. First of all, we need to go inside our app.js, and we need to go inside this div, and we're going to say that for this div, I want that on large screens, I want it to be hidden. So this is going to disappear first of all. And then let's go ahead inside our index.css, and then we need to reset a bit of these stylings. We need to go inside the div that has our logo and navbar. So this div, so it has our logo here, and then it has our navbar, and we need to style this div and say that for large screens Then I want this div to be a flexbox, that this goes here. There we go. And then for large screens, I want this to be item center. And then for large screens, I want to say justify start. Okay, so that is going to go there. And not item center. What am I doing? This should be item start. Okay. And probably it's going to be item center, but we're going to find out in a moment. Okay, now what we need to do is for large screens, once again, I want to add a bit of margin between this logo and this text. And then I want this number now to go in, what's it called? In row form. So let's go right inside this image, give this a class name and say that for large screens, I want the margin right to be 5. We start from this, okay. And then we can go inside the .navbar class. So right here, let's go inside the .navbar. And I want to say, is that correct actually? Do I really need this to be here? Let me just say this. The navbar, this is the div, then the second div, then the third and fourth. So we can remove this from here and then right around here. Let's not, let me go here. I can say display flex. Okay. And then I can say align item center and justify content to start or flex start. And this is not align item center, it's align item start, so that it's going to be on the top. Okay, fantastic. And then now remember that we added a margin on the left of these links, right? So I just want to reset that margin to push it backwards. Okay, so let's go right where we added the margin on the left, and the margin on the left is on the ULs, where the ULs here. So I'm going to say that for large screens, then the margin on the left should be 0. So reset this and then just copy this, push it upwards, not upwards, just find where this second UL is right here. There we go. And it resets just a bit. And you know what? What we're going to do is inside this UL, we're going to add a padding. Okay, so let me add a padding of 3 all round. And then this is for large screens. So for large screens, padding of 3. And then for large screens, I want a box shadow. Okay, so that's going to apply to this. And then we're going to do the same on this UL on top. So this UL right here. And it should apply to this. Okay, fantastic. And then now what I want to do is, okay, so the padding of 3 messes with this a bit, right? Because as you can see, the padding of 3 pushes this outwards. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a margin here on this div and on this div and on this div as well. So let's go inside the divs, and you know what, instead of styling them individually, I know they're all divs inside here, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that for the .navbar, I want to access all the divs, and I'm going to say at apply margin right of, let me say 5, let me see how 5 looks. There we go. There we go. And you know what is this massive thing inside here? What is this massive margin that is being added? Margin right of 10. I can't tell what this massive margin is, because this second one doesn't seem to be affected by it, right? The second one is not affected by it. Let me see. Okay, so this first div seems to have, this is a margin on the right, but this second, okay, so that is going to happen. Now this happens. Now I don't want this to happen. So let me try and fix this by going inside this UL and positioning this as absolute. Position absolute. And the reason why I'm positioning it as absolute, by the way, is because I don't want that when I click on this, it also affects this other side. Okay, so when I position them as absolute, they're going to be positioned absolute within this div, And then when you click on them, they're just going to drop down and they're not going to affect this. Or rather, I hope that's what's going to happen. Let's try it out. And you can see it's already fixed quite nicely, right? Like almost nicely. Let me say almost nicely. Okay. Now what I want to do is, let's see. Let me remove this width for a moment. Let me see how this looks. Okay. So without the div, this is how it looks. Without the width, sorry, not without the div. This is how it looks. Okay. Let me style these buttons because I can feel I'm forgetting them. So let's go inside the app.js. Let's go inside our two buttons here. So this first one is going to have a class name of border-2 and border-black. Let's save this. Let's see that. Oops, that's the wrong button. Cut this out from here. Go inside the login button. There we go. And then let's say how rounded is this desktop design? And I'm doing it on the wrong button. Of course I am. So it should be on the register button. So on the register, let's grab this. Oh, this is register, not even sign up. What was I thinking? There we go. And then we can add an opacity here of opacity 75. And then we can add a padding on the X of 6, padding on the Y of 2, and then let's say rounded dash 2XL. Okay. And then let's go inside this button, give this a class name of margin on the right of 10. I think I added 10 here, right? Yeah, that's about right, 10. And then we can say opacity 75. Make it just a bit lighter. There we go. So our login and register buttons. So the last thing that you can do here is that when either of these loses focus, then it sets the state value back to false, so that this closes or this closes automatically. Okay. And yeah, I think that's just about it. I just want to change this title. Let's change this title. Let me grab the title from the index.html right here. Copy this. Let's go inside the so many files are open here. Update this title. Okay. And then let me go ahead and also let me grab the attribution right here. So deal with the class of attribution, go inside the app.js and then go outside of this section, which ends here. And by the way, I should mention that it would probably be a good idea if you destructured all of this, or refactored the code rather, and made this into different components. Okay. It is probably, in fact, I think it is a much better idea. Change this to class name. And then change this to my name. Change the favicon. I've just realized that the favicon should be inside the images. So let's grab this one from here. So let's just cut it out and paste it inside the public folder. And then inside the index.html, let's change the, this should also be white. Let me change it to white. And then let's change where's the favicon? Right here. -32 by 32.png. And it should update. There we go. Okay. Now I'm going to commit this to GitHub, and then I'm going to leave the link for it in the description. So please check the description for the link to the GitHub repository. And then I'm also going to submit it to Frontendmentor, but at a later time. So this is the end of the video, and if you've reached this far, please like the video and subscribe to the channel, and I will see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hello everyone, and welcome back to another video. And today we're going to be building a project with a lot of functionality, starting with pagination on the top. So you can go to the previous page and you can go to the next page, and then when you click on this image, it's going to take you to the article that is related to this image, and when you click on this title as well, it's going to take you to the article. When you scroll to the bottom, then you're going to have pagination on for the previous and the next page as well. Okay, so for example, if I click on the next page, then it's going to rerun a get request, and it's going to show me articles on the next page, which is currently page 2. And then we have tags on the bottom. So when you click on each one of these tags, it's going to show you articles related to that particular tag. So for example, if I click on web dev right here, it's going to rerun another get request, and then it's going to show me articles related to web development. Okay, and if I click on static web apps, it's going to do the same thing. And then if I click on previous, if I'm on the first page, then it's going to show me a toast here. If I can actually find it, it's going to show me a toast that says you're already on the front page. And then I have set a maximum page of 1000. So if you click on next until you reach the 1000th page. So what I've done is I've opened up a new instance of Visual Studio Code, and you can see that nothing is open currently. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my terminal using Control and J, and then inside my terminal I'm going to cd into my desktop and into a folder called FM Challenges. And then inside this folder I'm going to create a new React application. So I'm going to say npx create React app, can type, and then I'm going to call this app dev.to-clone-yt. And then, by the way, I should mention that once we're done with this project, that's when I'm going to commit it to GitHub. Okay, so you're going to have access to the code, and you can check the link in the description for the GitHub repository. And then I'm going to deploy to Netlify as well, so that you can have access to the demo website. Okay, so I'm going to let this run, and then once it finishes running, then I'm going to be back. Okay, so this has finished with this, and I'm going to open up my terminal using Control and J, and then I'm going to paste this in and let it run. And then I'm going to copy this next one. Okay, so that has run. So I'm going to paste this next one, which is going to create a tailwind config and post.css config file. And then I'm going to copy these 3 lines, copy this, and then I'm going to go into this newly created file, tailwind config.js, and then I'm going to paste it on top right here. And then we need to import this into our index.css. So into index.css, right on top of this, let's paste it in, and then we can run our server. Okay, so right inside here, I'm going to say npm run start. Now I should mention that we're going to be using a number of packages in this application, but I don't want to install all of them right now. So instead, what I'm going to do is we're going to be building up the application, and then when it reaches the section or the part where we need that package installed, then we are going to install it. I feel like that would be a better way for people to learn why we are installing certain packages instead of installing all of them at once, and then by the middle of the video you've already forgotten the reason why you installed it. Okay, so I'm going to let this run, and then once it opens up, then we're going to continue. Okay, so if you did everything correctly, then your server opens up on localhost 3000 and you have hello world on the screen. Okay, fantastic. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to add a bit of global styles in my CSS. So right on top of this, I'm just going to say set the image to have a max width of 100%. And then I'm going to go into the body, give this body a background color of hashtag F5, 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 which is a very light gray. And then I'm going to give this a font size of 16 pixels. And then I'm going to create a custom class called max width. And this is going to be using some tailwind classes that I just want to add here. So I'm going to add the padding on the x-axis of 5 and a padding on the y-axis of 10. And then I'm going to say that for large screens, I want the max width to be 3XL. And then for large screens, I want the MX to be auto so that it centers everything. And then for 2XL screens, then I want to remove the padding on the x-axis. Okay. And just to show you how this is going to look, let me save this, and then you can go into app.js. And we should see this on the screen. So this is working correctly. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so we can begin creating our function to fetch our data, and then we can begin to populate this component. So the first thing that I want to do is on top of this, I want to import use state and use effect from React. Okay. And then I'm going to set up my state value. So I'm going to say const articles and set articles. This is equal to use state. And by default, it's going to be an empty array because we're going to populate it when we fetch our data. And then I want to set up a use effect with a callback function here, and then an empty dependency array. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say const fetch articles. This is going to be equal to an asynchronous function, like so. I'm going to say const res equals to await fetch, and we're going to be fetching from the API, which I actually haven't showcased. So let's see. So the API is the dev.to API, where we're going to be fetching 10 articles. So the articles API, we're going to be fetching 10 of them per page. Okay, so I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to go back inside here, place it inside backticks, and then we're going to paste that in. Now, the reason why I've placed it inside backticks is because we're going to be appending a bit more information on the end of this once we get into filtering with tags and pagination. Okay, but for now, this is going to work as expected. And then below this, we're going to say const data equals to await res.json. And then I'm just going to say set articles into the data that we get back. And then remember to call your function, so fetch articles like so. And we should see nothing yet on the screen, but we can see something by going below this and just saying articles dot length articles. And we should see the number 10. We should see 10 articles right there. Fantastic. Now, before we continue, what I want to do is I want to create a loading state. So if we don't have any data, then I want to show a loading state. And then once we fetch our data, then I want the loading state to disappear. So we can do that by going below this and just creating an isLoading state value. So isLoading and set isLoading. Set isLoading, this is equal to useState, and by default it's going to be true. Okay. So I want to go above this function and I want to say set isLoading to true. Now it is true by default, it is true by default, but I'm just setting it to true here to make sure that it is actually true. Okay. And then once we fetch our data from the articles, once this function runs, then I just want to say set isLoading to false. Okay. But I'm going to comment this out because I still want to style our loading animation. And then what I'm going to do is now, instead of returning this, I'm going to cut it out and I'm going to place backticks, and I'm going to say when isLoading is true, then I want to return a div here. Come on, div with a class name of spinner. And then inside this div, we're going to have a, let's see, what do we need to do? Oh, remember we added a custom class of max width. That's why it's already responsive even on larger screens. So the next that I want to do is we're going to introduce our pagination, right? And just to show that this is working, if you click on this, it's going to take you to the article. And I've just remembered that I need to add the click event on the image as well, on the cover image. So let me do that. So let's go into the cover image, which is right here. We're going to grab this and we're going to place it inside an href. So a href equals to, this is going to be going to the URL. I want the target, I want it to open a new page, so I'm going to set the target equals to underscore blank with a rel of no referrer. Okay, and then close this out and then paste in our image. Fantastic. And this should now be clickable. There we go. Look at that. Fantastic. So let's go ahead and let's build our pagination. So for our pagination to work, we need to add another state value here. So I'm going to call this state value page. So const page and set page. This is going to be equal to useState. By default, I want it to be on page 1. I mean, obviously, right? And then what we need to do is we need to append something on the end of this request, right? So I'm going to say ampersand page equals to, and then $page. So what this means is the page number is going to be equal to the page state value that we have on top. So this request is going to fetch articles, 10 articles in number on page 1. Okay. And just to show you that this is working, look at this. We are on page 1, so obviously this is going to be fetched, right? If I go into page 50, then the articles on the 50th page are going to be shown, as you can see right here. Okay, so that's looking fantastic. So let's go back to page 1. And then now what we need to do is we need to have some kind of buttons that are going to be changing this pagination when we click on them. Okay, so that what I'm going to do is right above, where is it? I want to go above this section, which means that now I have to grab the entirety of this section and place it inside a fragment. Otherwise, I'm going to get an error. So from here all the way to here, cut it out and place it inside a fragment like so. And then now, and the reason why you're going to get an error is because you can only return one element from a return statement in React. And the return statement in this section is, in this case, is this bracket right here. It's called an implicit return. So here I want to get an article. This article is going to be a UL with two list items, so li times 2, and these two list items are going to be, and we should have that on the screen. And then I want to say margin bottom of, let's say 10 to push away from this article right there. Okay, and you know what, yeah, that is correct. And you know what, let me not say margin bottom 10, let's say margin y of 10. Okay, that we're going to have this, and then we can go inside the ul, give this a class name of of flex and items dash center and justify dash between to take them to the end. And then I can say padding x of 1 or of 2, just so that they're not completely to the edge right there. And then inside this ul, I want to say padding y of 3 to increase this padding on the top and bottom of these borders. And then I want to add a left arrow here and a right arrow here, so I can go into the previous button and I can say ampersand LARR, so left arrow, and then here I can say ampersand right arrow, so RARR, like so. Okay, so fantastic. So let's try out these buttons for the hover state. So for the buttons, I'm going to give this a class name of, for when I hover over them, I want them to be text indigo-700, just like the text for the heading, and we should see that. Okay, fantastic. So now when you click on them, nothing really happens because we have not added the functionality, right? So what I want to happen is right on this button, when I click on this, so on click, I can place in my inline function and I can say set page into page -1, and this works because what the previous button is, if you're on page 2, when you click on it, you go back to page 1, and what the next button does is, I'm just going to copy this. Oops. Let's copy this. What the next button does right here is, when I click on it, then I want to go into page +1. What is happening? I'm missing a bracket. There we go. Can scroll. So let's save that. There we go. So when you click on the next page, I want the page to increase by 1. When I click on the previous page, I want the page to decrease by 1. Okay, so we can click on next and we should see nothing happens. And the reason why nothing happens is because we need to add a page to be a dependency array. And what the dependency array will do is that it's going to run the entirety of this function inside the use effect every single time that the page changes, and that's what we want to happen. So let's add the dependency array like so. Let's save this, and then when you click on next, now you can see that we go into the next page. When you click on next again, we go into the next page, and so on and so forth. And then we can click on previous to go back to the previous page, and so on and so forth. And yeah, now when we are on the first page, I want a notification to pop up that, hey, look, you're already on the first page and you can't go back to the previous page. So in order to do that, we're going to use a package called reactjs, which we are going to install. So let me say npm install reactjs. Okay, and right at the top of this, what I'm going to do is we're going to be importing two items. The first one is toast, which is a method from reactjs, and then toast container, which is the component that we're going to render when we are showing that alert. This is coming from reactjs. Okay, and then we also need to import the css file, which is going to style our alert for us. So this is going to be coming from import, let's say import reactjs /dist /reactjs reactjs.css. I think that's the correct one. If it's not the correct one, we're going to show the previous, and let's see. And nothing's going to work, but I've just realized because we need to render our toast container. Okay, so our toast container. So for our toast container, what I'm going to do is right above this, I'm just going to render toast container like so, and I'm going to set the position prop for this to top right like so, if you can spell it, and then you can close it out. So let's save this, and then let's try to click on previous. Okay, we need to reload it. Okay, so let's click on previous, and look at that, we are already on the first page, and you can click it as many times as you want, and this is still going to work as you expect it to work. Okay, Now what I want to do is I also want to add a check for the next page, because the limit for this, if you're only going to be fetching 10 articles per page, then the limit for the pages is going to be around 2827, because I actually checked. So what I want to do is right here, I want to create a function called handle next. Oops, handle next. And handle next is going to be almost similar to handle previous. So I'm going to say const handle next equals to my arrow function, and I'm going to say if page is equal to I'm going to say if page is greater than 999. Let me say 1000. If page is greater than 1000, then set page into 1000, and then we're going to create a toast here that says you have reached the last page. And then if we are not on the last page, we're going to say set page into page +1. Simple as that, and the functionality works. Okay, so now the question is going to become, then how are you going to test whether this is working? Very simple. We are going to change our default state value here to 999. Okay, and then we're going to go into the next page, which is now page 1000, right? So ideally, when we click on next again, then we should see a toast here. So let's try it. And oops, what did I? Oh, it's greater than 1000, so I set it to 1000. Okay, so now when you click on this, we should see a toast. There we go. So you have reached the last page. So that's looking fantastic. And the reason why you can still fetch the data here, notice that it's because of how we have written this. So we have written this one, right? So we have said that if page is greater than 1000, then set page into 1000. And here we're saying we have set the page to 999. So it's technically fetching the articles of the 2 pages, only of the 2 pages. That's what's happening. Okay, so this is working correctly as it should. What we need to do next is we want to add this very same pagination on the bottom. And once we add it on the bottom, then we're going to encounter something else. So let me just paste it in. So let's just copy this, copy, and let's go to the bottom of this and paste it here. Okay, so we have our previous and our next button. The functionality is still working. Okay, so we can click on the next page. And notice that we do actually get articles for the next page, but you do notice a problem, right? We're clicking on the next page, but we are still on the bottom. We don't want that to happen. So what we're going to do is, and I'm going to show you 2 ways to do this. What we're going to do is right here, and here as well, because it happens on the previous page as well. We're just going to say window.scroll to 00. Okay, which just means window.scroll to the top. So we can click on previous and it takes us to the top now. And if we go to the bottom and we click on next, it's going to take us back to the top. Okay. And then something that I've just remembered is I want to add lazy loading to these images, because I don't want all these images to load at every single time that you're looking at this, right? So what I'm going to do is we are going to go inside our fetch articles, right? And then we're going to find where there is an image. Where's our first image? Right here. And we're going to say loading equals to lazy. Okay, and what lazy loading does is that it only loads the images once you are about to scroll into the viewport. Okay, if you never scroll to the bottom, then the bottom images are never going to be loaded, and it just saves on the performance of your website or your web application, really. And we're going to do the same here. So loading equals to lazy. And is there another image? I don't think there's another image. Okay, so let's save this. And yeah, that already introduces lazy loading into your application. And let me see if I can demonstrate it. So if we go into the network tab right here, right? And if I want to fetch my images, so here, right? And I reload this, then we should see some default images being fetched by default, right? Now, let me make this bigger. If I scroll to the bottom, ideally what should happen is more images should appear here. So let's try it out. Look at that. Look at that. Do you see that? This page doesn't have a lot of images, but it really demonstrated that quite well, where the more you scroll to the bottom, the more you are getting more and more images than what happens is they're going to be loaded into the viewport just before you get there. So it improves on the performance and probably, and we should see person. Okay, so we should see this. Now what we want to happen is this person component, where is it? So this person component needs to have access to this user that we destructured right here. Okay, so how do we do that? Very simple. We pass it in as props. So you can think of props as properties. So I'm saying let the user property be equal to the user object that we destructured on the top right here. Okay, so that's basically what this means. And then once we do this, then we can go into the person component, and right here we can destructure the user. Okay, and then now instead of rendering person, we can render a div inside here, and this div is going to be and you know what, just to keep it consistent with how I've built this, let me render the div first and then the article second. Okay, and then this article is going to be an image, and this image, see how this is accessed in the API. So it should be username. Yeah, it should be username. So this first one is going to say user.username. The second one is going to say user.twitter_username. This third one is going to say user.website_URL. And then this fourth one is going to say user.github_username. Okay, and then we need to add icons before all of this. So this first one is going to be an icon called FA_dev, which is coming from Font Awesome, from the React icons actually that we installed. The second one is going to say FA_Twitter, like so. The third one is going to say FA_Globe, like so. And then the fourth one is going to say FA_GitHub. And then we need to import them on top. So let's say import FA_dev. And now what I want to do is I want to go inside my CSS and give these cards a custom class name. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside my fetch articles, and I'm going to place this person component inside an article. So I'm going to say article, like so. Probably I should place it outside of the UL. I hope that still works. Okay, so nothing breaks. So what I'm going to do is this article, I'm going to give this article a custom class name of person, like so that I can access this person component from the article that is inside here, from the div, sorry, that is inside here, because there's only one div inside this article component. So let's go inside our index.css. Let's go to the bottom and say that for the person article, what I want to happen is I want this to have a width of 90%. How does that look? Is that good? That is not good, because I'm accessing the wrong thing. I should say the person.div. There we go. So the person.div has a width of 90%, and I've set it like that so that it is also responsive on small screens. Look at that. So on small screens, it's always going to have a width of 90%. And I've just realized a bug where, notice how, because this is a grid, then if the text is too much, then it's going to overlap into the next one. So what I want to do, the first thing really, is I want to go back where we have the website at website URL, and instead of rendering this, then I'm going to say website. Okay, and then I'm going to grab let's see, now let's move this first of all, and then I'm going to grab all of this, and I'm going to place an href that is going to go into user.website_URL, and then paste this in, and then we can say website. Okay, and then I want this to open on a new tab, so target e=_blank with a rel of no referrer. Okay, I want this to open in the elements, so we're going to have that. Okay, that's looking nice, but it has messed with the styling, as you can see. So in order to fix that, then I'm just going to grab all of this, really all of this, or rather all of this. Let me grab from here to here, and then oops, and then I'm going to go inside here, give this right here a class name of this, and that should fix it. There we go. Would you look at that? Looking fantastic. And then now let me see if anyone has a long, yeah, there we go. So the ones with the long names, I wanted to check this. So the reason why this is happening is because this is the first grid and then this is the second grid. So let me refrain from using grid gap here. Sorry, from using grid, and then let it just be from the top to the bottom, going downwards. Yeah, just like that. I think that would be better in terms of UI, right? And actually, you know what? What we can do is we can say that for large screens, then we can display it as a grid with grid dash calls dash 2 with a gap of 3. And then now we can go inside our index.css and then we can add a media query. We can say add media min width of, let's say, 1024 pixels, which is large screens. Then I want the person div to be 90%, obviously, which it is on the top. And actually, you know what? That means that I didn't even have to add this. What am I doing? So look at this right around here, right? So this is probably as small a screen as it's going to go, probably to around 280 pixels. And we can see that something messes up here. Okay, so something messes up here. So that's around 375 pixels. So we can fix that by going to fetch articles where we have our reading time right here. So we can say flex wrap. We can set this to flex wrap. Okay, so that this is going to go to the next line. Go to the next line. There we go. Look at that. Fantastic, fantastic. And we have that. Okay, so now it's fully responsive. Now what I want to do is on large screens, I want to reduce the width of this. Okay, so yeah, then we need to re-add this really. So this is going to go back to width about, let's say width, set this to 400 pixels. Okay, yeah, that's looking much better. I don't know what 400 pixels is in rem, but you can check it out. And let's say 400 pixels, so 25 rem. So 25 rem. And 25 rem is looking pretty neat for this. So yeah, this is looking pretty nice. Now all we need to do is we have to have the hover state. So when we hover over the name of the person, then this pops up. So what I'm going to do is inside the dot person. Is it inside the dot person? The dot person is what? What is it? The dot person is this article. So what I'm going to do is for the dot person, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say display none. Okay, and it should disappear. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is when you hover over the person, so dot person dot hover, not dot hover but full colon hover, then I'm going to say display block. Come on, display block. So what is going to happen? Where is it? Where's the dot person actually? Yeah, I was expecting that to happen because I just realized that we don't have, if this is displayed none, then it's obviously not on the screen, right? I realized that a bit too late. So instead what we should do is we should get this display none to be here. So the person div display none, and then we should say that below this, we should remove this and say below this that for the person, when you hover over the article, right, then you want to target the div and set the div to display block. Let me see. No, what is wrong? What did I do wrong? Okay, so after a long time of debugging, I finally realized that I was trying to add a hover state to this article, which is outside of the UL and this list item, which I had given a custom class name of name. So I've removed it from here, and instead I'm going to add it on this article. So add a custom class name of name, and then inside my index.css, I'm going to say for the dot name and the dot person div, then this is going to happen. And then for the dot name, and for the dot name, when we hover over it, then we want to access the person div and display block, and this should happen. There we go. Okay, fantastic. And then when you're not hovering over it, then this happens. Okay, now I had initially wanted to place the hover state on the title of the person, right, on the title instead of the entire article, right, as you can see, because it can be quite annoying, as you can see, right? But then I've just realized that the reason why that is not possible is because I have restructured this in such a way that it doesn't allow for me to do that unless I do a bit of hacking here and there, which is probably to grab this and move it upwards. but I don't want to do that right now. Now what I want to do is I want to reduce the width of this on large screens because this is quite huge. Oh, and I actually did, but I've accessed this differently. So I just need to add the dot name here and the dot person div. And there we go. That's much better. Okay. Fantastic. Now what do need to happen is that we need to finally add our functionality to fetch the articles depending on the tag that we click on. And in order to do that, we're going to add another article, another state body, sorry. So below this, we're going to say const tag and set tag. This is equal to useState, and by default, I want to fetch for the discuss tag. So what I'm going to do is, once again, we're going to append to the end of this get request. I'm going to say ampersand tag equals to $ brackets tag. Okay, so what this means is append the tag, and we're going to append the tag state value that we have inside here, which by default is discuss. And then in order for this to work, we need to add this tag as a dependency array to our use effect, which means that basically every time that the tag changes, then this is going to rerun and it's going to make another get request so that we can get the correct articles depending on the one that we click on. So therefore, how do we implement this search by tag? We go into where we have our tag list. How many functions that we're going to add inside here, it is always going to throw you back to the top. Okay, so let's look for another tag, career. Okay, and look at that, it already throws me back to the top, which is what we expect. You can look for show dev and it throws me back to the top, which is what we expect. Okay, so let me try and make this a bit smoother, where I don't want this to show up just because I'm hovering over the article, right? So that means that I'm going to go inside my fetch articles, and we're going to break things a bit most likely, where I'm going to grab this and push it inside the UL, inside this UL, which is this one right here. Yeah, that should be fine. Actually, let me save this. Let's see what happens. It should break, but nothing breaks. Okay, there we go. So it still breaks just a bit, which I do not want. So instead of having the dot name here, I want the dot name to be inside the UL. So class name like so. So let's see this. Now look at this. Now the hover isn't here, it's going to be on the UL. Okay, so the hover is going to be on the UL, which is a bit better than having it here always, because it interferes with quite a lot of things. So in the beginning of the video, I mentioned that we might run into a bug while building this, but we have not run into it. So let me explain it nevertheless. What usually happens is you might find that sometimes when you are making get requests to the API, or to an API rather, you'll find that your application breaks because of images failing to load. And usually if you try to console log them, you'll find that they come back as undefined, even though they are in the application, right? So what you can do is, for example, if you were to assume that this was undefined, then what you would do is something like this, where you put a conditional and say that only when user.profile underscore image underscore 90 exists, that's when you want this to show up. So just something simple like this, and it introduces just a bit of error bounding so that your application doesn't break unnecessarily. And you can see just by the introduction of this code that my application doesn't break. Okay, so what I want to do next is I want to change the title for this. So let's go into my index.html right here, and let's change the title into dev community, and then find the correct emojis. And the emojis are this one and this one. There we go. So save this, and we should see this. There we go. So dev community and da. Okay, so something else that we can do is we can extract this article that contains the buttons into another component, so that instead of rendering this on the top and then rendering it again on the bottom, we can just render the component. So let me show you two ways where you can do that. So I'm going to cut this out. Okay, cut it out, and then I'm going to go to the bottom, and I'm going to create a component here called buttons. Once buttons equals to an arrow function like so, and then I'm going to return, and I'm just going to paste this in. Okay, and then on the top where I cut it out from right here, I'm going to render my buttons component. Now this should work correctly, but it's going to break because if you check our buttons component, then we have our functions here that are referenced, but this component does not know where they're coming from because they are inside our app component right here. So what we're going to do is inside the buttons component, we're going to create a prop called, okay, so that is working correctly. And if you go to the bottom, then you can click on next and you can click on previous. Now, the second method that you can use to extract components is you can grab all of this from here, okay, and you can create another file. So I'm going to go into my components, create a new file called buttons.js. So inside buttons.js, I can just paste this in and then remember to export it on the bottom. So export default buttons, like so. So save this, and then we just need to import this buttons component on top. So just copy this down and we can say import buttons from buttons, like so. And we can reload this just to be sure. And if I click on previous, it should show me the toast. There we go. And if I click on next, then we go into the next page and so on and so forth. And the bottom ones should work the same way. So next, okay, fantastic. And previous should also work as expected. There we go. So that is working correctly. So that's just a simple way that you can extract components. And a good way to know when to extract components is when you begin to add multiple functionalities into one singular component. So that is usually a good time to extract them. So that would mean that right here, the tags where we're searching for the tag list once again, for the particular tag, you can also extract this if you would want, but I'm just going to leave it right here. We can commit this to GitHub and deploy to Netlify. So let me open GitHub and Netlify. So let me log into Netlify, let me log into GitHub and create a new repository. So create a new repository called dev-to-clone-yt, like so. Then copy this link. And then, oh, I have not yet committed it, so we need to commit it first of all. Close all of this down. We can open up our terminal. We can shut this down, and then we can say git commit. So we can say git remote add origin. And by the way, in order for this to work, then you need to create a git repository for yourself, or you can clone it, or you can fork it so that you have it in your own account. If you try to commit into my repository, then it's not going to work. And then I can say git push -u origin main, and by default it should push the React application that we canvassed in the beginning. So let me just wait for this to run. Okay, and if you check in the GitHub, then we should see the default React application right here, okay, created 4 hours ago. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to commit all of this. So I'm just going to show you how to commit one of them, and then I'm going to do the rest of them off video so that doesn't take too much time. So I'm going to say git add tailwind.config.js, and I'm going to say git commit -m, and I'm going to say tailwind config file, and then I'm going to say git push, and then once it pushes the file to GitHub, then you will reload this and it should appear right here. So tailwind config 10 seconds ago. Okay, so I'm going to do the rest of video, and then once I'm done, then we're going to be back. Okay, so I've finished pushing this to GitHub. So let's go ahead and reload our website, or our repository rather, and we should see this. Okay, 27 seconds ago. So let's go ahead into Netlify to deploy our application. So I'm going to go into import an existing project from GitHub, and it's called dev.to-clone. So dev, no, come on, search. So dev.to-clone right there, and then we're going to say deploy site. Okay, and I'm going to change this site into change site name. Let's say tsb dev-to-clone, like so. And we can wait for this to finish deploying, and then we can view our website. Okay, so once it deploys, then you can reload your web page and you should find this. Would you look at that? So we have our application up and running on the internet. Okay, yeah, that's looking fantastic. So you can click on the next page, you can click on the previous page, and you can click once again to get this toast, and you can click on this ones to get the particular articles. And yeah, this is a pretty nice application. We have added tons of functionality to it, and we have learned how to use React on another level. So if you've reached this far, please like the video and subscribe to the channel if you're not already, and I will see you in the next video. Bye bye. Okay, so once you download and extract the files, this is what you should have in your file structure depending on the code editor that you're using. I'm using Visual Studio Code, so I have the design files right here. I have the images, and I have the gitignore, the index.html, the readmes, and the style guide. So what I want to do is I want to open up my terminal in VS Code using Control and J or Control and tilde, which is the backtick. And then inside here, because we're going to be building this in React, I just want to create a new React application. So I'm going to say npx create -react-app, and I'm going to call this solution. Okay, so as this canvases, then I'm just going to wait for it to finish, and then we can begin. Okay, now that this is done, then I'm just going to cd into the solution folder, and then I'm going to say npm run start, which will start our development server on localhost 3000. And then as this opens up, what I want to do is confirm, yeah, our app breaks. So let me just remove this, let's say a nation that says interactive pricing component. And also I reduced my font size a bit. I hope it's still going to be readable and viewable. In index.js, we need to remove this because we no longer have this file. There we go. Save this. What's happening? Okay, there we go. And then we should have this. Okay, fantastic. Now, let me go into cdnjs.com, and let's just go ahead and grab the tailwind CDN. So tailwind.css, or tailwind CSS, sorry. And then inside my public folder, inside index.html, let me just paste it inside here. And this should reset a lot of the styles. There we go. And then the next thing that I do want to do is I want to go inside my style guide, and then we can begin grabbing our fonts and our colors. So I'm just going to copy all of this here. So just copy this. And then I'm going to open up this link. We are grabbing the 400 and 700 font weight. Okay, so as that opens up, let me go inside my index.css. Let's clean this up. And then let's change this into overpass with a fallback of sans serif. And then at the top, let's add our variables, so root. So let's paste this in, and then we can remove this. And then let's remember to add our semicolons. Let's change this into --orange. This is --white. This is light gray. This is medium gray. This is dark blue. This is very dark blue. So very dark blue. Okay, so once we have that, then we can begin checking out how this looks in this. And then let's have this on top. Okay, so there we go. Now that we have that, then a lot of the styles should be reset inside here. As you can see, the styles are reset. So let's go ahead and let's add this background color to our body. And we can do that very easily by just saying background, and let's say linear gradient. And the reason why I'm adding a linear gradient here is because this looks like a linear. You see how this is a bit lighter than this other side, right? It seems like a linear gradient. Looks very interesting. I didn't catch this the first time I was building this actually. So linear gradient, let's say this is about what degree is that? 120 degrees. Let's say from dark blue. Come on, dark blue. Okay, let's do this. I don't know whether this will work actually. From dark blue to very dark blue. Very dark blue. This need to have like percentages, right? I think they do. Or not, you know. And you know what? I'm actually doing this wrongly. The body, the body is not the one with the gradient. It's the container. It's this container with the gradient. So let me just cut this out. Actually, no. Let me just comment it out, and then right here, let me go and add the background to very dark blue, like so. And there we go. And then now let's begin building this out. So what I'm going to do is for this project, probably I'm just going to have all the components inside this app, inside the main app component. So I'm just going to remove this, and then I'm going to return let me return a div with the class of wrapper. And I'm choosing wrapper because Tailwind has a class of container, which I don't want to add because it's going to reset some of the styles. So this div with the class of wrapper is going to have an image here, which is the star image. This image right here, the star image. And then below this, we're going to have an h1. Let me call this an h2 that is called how did we do? How did we do? And then you know what, for the paragraph, let me just open the index.html and just copy this. It's going to be faster. So let me just copy this, paste it inside here. And then below this, we have a rating. So for this rating, we're going to have a save this, and we should have this on the screen. Look at this right there. Looking nice, right? And then once we do that, then once we have our button, we need to add, sorry, once we have our numbers, then we need to add our button on the bottom. So inside my app.js, right below the UL, I'm going to add a button with a class of btn-rating. Okay, and then this is going to say submit. And actually not, I want to grab this and place it inside the div, like so. And then let's begin to style this out. So the first thing that I'm going to do is inside my index.css, I'm going to access the btn rating, and then I'm going to add a background color of orange on it. So orange, there we go. So this is our button, and then I want to access the class of wrapper, and then the class of wrapper is going to have a background color of should be dark gray or dark blue. Is it dark blue? Dark blue, this one. And actually, you know what, now the wrapper, now this should come here. This should come here. There we go. So just remove the comment, and we're going to have this linear gradient. I don't know whether you can see it. It's a bit lighter on this side and then darker on this side. And then inside the wrapper, let's have a padding of 1.25 rem all around. That's about 20 pixels. That's 20 pixels actually. And you know what, let me add a font size here. Let me add a font size of 16 pixels. I do realize that in the style guide, the font size is 15 pixels, okay? I do realize this, but I'm just having this as 16 pixels. So once we have this, then let's have a border radius of 0.625 rem, which is 10 pixels all around. Actually, it's 10 pixels if you have this as 16 pixels. Okay? And then, what else do you need to do? We just need to limit it. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to have this container push inwards. Okay, so I can do that by having a margin on the body. So let's have a margin of 1.25 rem and 0 on the top and bottom. So 1.25 rem on the left and right, 0 on the top and bottom. And then we're going to have this, and then I want to push this to the center. Okay, so that's easy enough to do. I can just go to the body. Is it to the body? Actually, I can just say display flex, align item center, justify content to the center, and then I can say set a fixed height to this of calculate 100 viewport heights minus 0.1 pixels. And there we go. So we have this to the center. And then just to add a media query, I don't want this to span all the way to the end. I just want to limit it to about 400 pixels. So I'm going to add a media query here, and I'm going to say at media for a min width of 500 pixels and above. Then I want to access the wrapper class, and I want this to have a width of 400 pixels. And there we go. So we're going to have this. Would you look at this? Looking fantastic. And then once we have that, then we can place this to the right, and then we can have this to the left, and then we can just do it as we see the changes on the screen. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's go into our app.js. Let's style this h2. Let's give this h2 a class name of text-gray-100. Let's say text-3xl. Let's say margin y of 7. Let's say 6. Okay, and then let's go inside this paragraph. Let's give this a class name of text-gray-300. Let's say, let me see how font it looks. Let's say margin bottom of 5 or margin bottom of 10, pushed away from these numbers. And then let's go inside this UL, give this a class name, or place this as full screen. And then I want to just copy the div with a class of wrapper. So for this, we're going to create a new component, and I'm going to create this component at the bottom. So I'm going to call this const thank you is equal to this, like so. And then we're going to return a div with a class of wrapper. This div is going to have an h2 that says thank you for something. What does it say? Let me go inside here. So it says you selected this out of this. Okay. Then it says thank you, and then we have a paragraph that says this. So let me just copy this, and then below this we're going to have a paragraph that says this, and then at the top of this there's an image. Okay, so let me just check the design. So mobile thank you state, we have this image. So let me get this image. So at the top I'm going to import, I'm going to say import thank, or let me just say thanks from, delete it as well. So let's go ahead and we can close this down. We can close all of this down. Okay. And I can stop my development server. Let me just confirm that I don't have any errors. Okay, fantastic. So close that down. Okay, so let's go to GitHub. Let's create a new repository. Let's call this interactive rating component. Okay, this is going to be public, create repository. Okay, let me copy this link, and then let's say git init. Oops, I should probably go out of this. So cd out of this, and then say git init, so that it grabs all of this as well. There we go. And then I'm going to say git add design and git commit design files. Let's say git add dot git ignore. Let's say git commit, and let's say git ignore. Let's say git add solution. Say git, oh, there's already a git repository inside this solution. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside this folder. Where is it? This one. And then I need to delete this the empty git repository. So I'm going to delete this empty git repository. There we go. And then we can add git add. So look at this in our repository. Notice this. So this is going to be a problem. So let me say git rm dash dash cached solution, which is going to remove that. And then now we can go ahead and add all of this back in. So git add solution. Okay, there we go. Git commit dash m, let's say solution, and then git push. We should now push the correct one into the repository. So let me wait and see, and then we can reload this, and this should disappear. There we go. So now our solution is there with all the files that are needed. Correct. Okay, so let's go ahead into Netlify, and then let's deploy our application, and then let's open up Frontendmentor. Let me close this, close this, close this, and then I can go to visit Challenge Hub, and we should say submit solution. Okay, so login. So this is the repository. The repository is this one. Just copy the correct link, paste it inside here. Let's say interactive rating component built in reactjs. There we go. Live site URL is going to be got in a moment. So add new site, import existing project, and the project is called interactive. Okay, so interactive rating component right there. And then the build command is going to be npm run build. The published directory is going to be the I said the build directory. What am I going to deploy? I need to deploy the solutions. So the build, what does this mean? Base directory is going to be the solutions, should be solutions, and this is going to be solutions / build. There we go. So deploy site, and this should deploy. So let me change this to this site name to interactive pricing component. You can get this link in the description. So And there we go. Would you look at that? So we can submit this, and it's selected 5 out of 5. Rate again, you can say 3 out of 5. Okay, fantastic. So now let's go ahead and copy this link, and we can submit our live site URL inside here, and then we can just say submit solution. And then once that is done, then we are going to be done with the project as well. So there we go, we have our solution. Okay, fantastic. So yeah, that is going to be it. I hope you enjoyed that project. It was a bit quite interesting to me. And by the way, I should mention that if you don't want to do this, I just created multiple components inside the app component. Okay, if you don't want to do this, then you can just go ahead and destructure this from inside here. Not destructure, but refactor. You can take this out into a different folder or a different file, and then you can also take this out into a different file and then just pass in the props inside here, and everything should work correctly. Okay, so I just thought this was a fun way to show you that you can have components inside components. Okay, so that is going to be it for this video, and if you enjoyed it, please leave a like and subscribe to the channel as well, and you can leave a comment down below if you have any questions, and I'm going to try to respond as soon as I can. So see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hello everyone, in this video we're going to build a vanilla JavaScript version of the interactive rating component. So if you head over into frontendmentor.io/challenges, it is currently on the 3rd row from the top, and this is the challenge that we're going to be doing. So you can click on this card, and then if you have not completed the challenge, then you're going to have a download button. So I'm going to click on restart, which is going to download the starter files for me. And then once it downloads the starter files, then in your download folder, then you're going to have a zip file that is called interactive rating component main. So I'm just going to extract this here, and it is going to extract into this folder, which I'm going to open up with Visual Studio Code like so. And then I'm also going to open this up so I can open up the design files, so the desktop design. So as this opens up, you can see we have our design files inside here. We have our images, we have the gitignore, the index.html, the readmes, and the style guide. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to create an index.css file, which is going to house our CSS, and I'm also going to create an index.js file, which is going to house our JavaScript. And then I'm going to link them inside our index.html. So right inside here, right before the title, I'm going to link my index.css, and then on the bottom right before the closing body tag, I'm going to link my JavaScript. So linked source into script source equals into index.js, and then I'm going to grab these 2 lines, cut them out, and then I'm going to remove this. And when this opens up, you can see that we have this. We have our initial state here, and then we have our thank you state here. And I forgot to add our thank you state also has an image on top, so let me add it. So on top of this, I'm going to add an image that says /images/illustration thank you, and we're going to have this on the screen. So I'm going to place this to the right, and then I'm going to place this to the left, and then we can begin styling this out. So the first thing that I'm going to do is, and you know what, we actually need a font. So inside our style guide, we have a font called Overpass. We need the 400 and 700 font widths, and then we also need these colors. I'm just going to copy these colors and paste them on top of this inside comments, of course. And then what I'm going to do now is just open up this link, and we can grab the 400 and 700 font widths. Okay, this link is going to open up. Okay. So we need the 400, the regular 400, and we need the bold 700. Just use the import, copy this, and we're going to paste it inside our style sheet right on top. Now let me paste it below this because we're going to remove this at the end. And then now what we need to do is define our body to have a font family of overpass with a fallback of sans serif. And then it has a default font size of 15 pixels because that's what we have in our style guide inside here. So this is going to be our default rem value. And then I also want the buttons to have the font family of the body. So I'm going to set the font family of the buttons to inherit, which means inherit the font family of the body. So I'm going to save this and we should see something on the screen. And you can see that now our font changes and our button font also changes. So let's begin resetting a few things. And the first thing that I'm going to reset is the margin and padding. So I'm going to target my alt selector and I'm going to say reset the margin to 0, reset the padding to 0, and set the box sizing to border box. And then I also want to remove these bullets on the list items. So I'm going to say for the ULs, just say list style type, set it to none. And then once we have this, then I can save it and you can see that it resets. So let's add a background color on the body. So the body is going to have a background color of, let me see, it should be very dark blue. So just copy this inside here, save it, there we go. And then now we can begin to style our main container. And you know what, our main container and our thank you container are going to be styled the same way. So let's just style both of them. So where we were styling both our containers here, then I can just set the max width to be around, let's say 400 pixels. And that's just going to limit it, as you can see. So we can submit, and that's our thank you component, and we can rate again. So would you look at that? That is quite a nice looking component, a nice looking and an easy project. And I should mention that if you want access to this code, it's not going to be exactly the one that we have written inside here, but I do have a repository for it. It's called JS Interactive Rating Component, and you can check the link in the description if you want to take a look at it. And then now what I'm going to do is probably I should submit this because I started it again. So I'm just going to do that at my own time. And what you'll need to do in order to submit it is just deploy this project on Netlify or on Vercel or some other kind of hosting. And then you also need to get access to your GitHub repository, now no longer mine, but you need to create a repository for this. And then you can just follow the steps on Frontendmentor to submit it. So that is going to be the video. It's a very easy project. Just do a bit more practice. And someone on Twitter actually requested me to do this project. So please like the video and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And I will see you in the next video. Bye-bye. Hello everyone, and welcome back to another video. And today we're going to be building this cool looking application. We're going to be utilizing a search API to get this data, where you can see that the first article, the title for the first article is going to appear as our H1 on top, where you can read the full story. And then it shows you the category that you're currently viewing. So if I search for something like science here, you can see that the category changes, and then the title also changes, and then the articles also change. So the API that we're going to be using is called Hacker News, and it's built on top of Algolia's search API. And if you have never heard of Algolia, it's a search API for growing startups. And a good example for this is actually the Tailwind CSS website, where their search, let me call it the search algorithm uses the Algolia search, as you can see right here. It is quite fast. So for example, I can search for something like padding, and you can see it is quite fast, right? And for this project, we're going to be utilizing the date FNS, which is a package on NPM for formatting dates. So we're going to be formatting these dates here so that we can display them here. And then we're going to be getting the title, the author of the article, and then we're just going to click to add a read more button, which is going to take us into the actual website where you can read for yourself. Okay. Now I should mention that you can use this repository, but please do note that this repository is 8 months old, okay? Which means if you check in the package.json, then it's going to be using React version 17 and React DOM version 17, and then it's going to be using React scripts version 4. Now these have all been updated into version 18.18 and version 5 for React scripts. So this repository actually is still working. It's still workable if you want to use it. I just thought that is something important to mention, and this is actually what I'm using to showcase this application. So we're also going to be building this search bar on top, where you can search for whatever you want. You can even search for sports, and it's going to show you articles related to sports, as you can see. So I'm going to close all of this up. So I'm going to close this and this and this and this, as well as this. And then let's take a look. We're going to be using this API right here. So we're going to be using this, okay, where we're going to be passing in our queries, and then we can fetch data or fetch the articles related to that query. So if I open this up on a new tab, then you're going to see that we're going to get a request that is similar to this. So we get a JSON object, we get the hits right here, which is an array of objects. Created at is the date that we're going to be displaying on the bottom of the article. And then this is the URL that goes to the actual website. And then this is the title for the article. And then this is the author. So pretty much that's all we're going to be doing, or really rather that's going to be the information that we need from this API. Okay, and I should mention that I already have my server running on localhost 3000, but most likely you don't have one up and running yet. So what I recommend is you can open up your terminal and you can navigate into a folder of your choosing. You can create a new folder, and then what you do is you can just say npx create react app, and then give it a name that you would want. If I can just spell this right, you can just give it a name that you would want. Okay, and then this is going to canvas a new React application for you. But please do not, once again, if you do this method, if you use this method, then you're going to be using React version 18.1 and 18.1 here, depending on when you're seeing this video actually. And then you're going to be using React scripts version 5.0.1. Okay, remember this is different in the repository, but if you're using the repository, it doesn't really break anything. It doesn't really break anything. So even if you're using the repository, then this is going to work. The application is how it looks on bigger screens. So on bigger screens, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside the input. Actually not, I'm going to add a media query. What am I doing? So I'm going to say add media for a min width of, let's say, 1024 pixels. So that's about large screens. I want to target the input, and I want this width to be 100%, which is going to place it to the end. I'm going to take it to the end like so. And then what I want to do is I want to go inside this section. So I want to access the section here for the dot section, and I'm going to say I want this to have a max width of 992 pixels. I'm going to limit it like that, and then I'm going to set the margin to auto, which is going to center it. There we go. Okay, so that's looking nice, or rather that's looking almost nice. So what I want to do here is I want to target the form. If I can just type, okay, I did not scale this up, so we're going to do that. Okay, and then finally the last one we're going to have is the loading animation. So is loading, so const is loading and set is loading, and this is going to be a boolean, so we're going to equal to use state, and by default it's going to be true because the loading state is always going to be showing if we don't have our data. Okay, so once we have that, then let me just remember to scale up this huge h1. So this is where I scale it, right? So what I'm going to do is right around here, I'm going to say that for the title h1, I want the font size to be 4 rem. Let's see this. Doesn't reload. Is this 4 rem? I can't even tell. Oh wait, it was already 4 rem, so I should make it 6 rem. Okay, there we go. A bigger title. Okay, so let's go back into our app.js, and then let's grab our API, which is this link right here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my use effect hook. So I'm going to say use effect. Okay, and then place in my callback function like so, and then we're going to have a dependency array here, but I'm not going to add it just yet. So I'm going to say const fetch articles equals to an asynchronous function like so, and then I'm going to say const. Now what we need to do is we want this is quite a large title. Was it 6 rem? Let me change it to 5 rem. That's really big, too big. Okay, now what we need to do is we need to format our date, and then we need to deal with our input, our form. So let's go ahead and deal with our date. So remember at the top we imported format from date and FNS, right? Now we are going to do, what we're going to do is right inside here we're going to say format like so, and then we're going to add our curly brackets and say format new date like so, and then pass in created underscore art, and then we want it to format in the form of days first, then month, so 1 or not 1 but so 4 of them, and then the year, so y. So format in the form of date to do it. Okay, so the package is called reactjs, and we want to implement one of these. So let me just check the one that we're going to use. So we're going to say, first of all, let's install it. So let me place this full screen, and then I'm going to say npm install reactjs, and then we need to import these two, so toast container and Okay, so let's import these two on top. This has finished installing, so let's import these two. Okay, and then what we need to do is it says notify So what we're going to do is right here we're going to say toast, and then we're just going to say input is empty. Okay, there we go. Input is empty, and then we need to have our toast container. So toast container, we can just place it where is it? Wherever. I hope so. I hope it's wherever, but let me place it right below the form. So I'm going to say toast container like so, and then it has a bit of more styling, or rather props, that we can pass to it. Let me just check the demo. Where is it? Okay, yeah, right here. So let's say actually not, I can just copy this. And paste it inside here. Really top-notch programming, right? Okay, so let's test this out. Let's see search. Nothing happens. Come on, really. Let's check the console, and it says a component is there. No. Let's reload this. Each child in a list should have a unique key prop. That is there, but the toast, okay, there we go. So our toast is actually over. It just needed a reload. Okay, so you can see that when you hover over it, then it pauses. But you know, I think this is a much better UI. And you know what, instead of being on the top right, I want it to be on the bottom. How do you do that? This is top right. I want it to be on the bottom right. So it's just easier changing this to bottom right. Okay, let's see this. Reload this. Okay, we need to reload this and do this again. Okay, so input is empty. Yeah, I think that is going to be fine, really. Perhaps on bigger screens, then it would be beneficial to have it on the top right, but yeah, this works as well. It's visible. Okay, so yeah, one final thing that you can do is you can just change the title by going into your public folder and then index.html and just changing this title here to Hacker News like so, and then you can just save it and it updates the title and so on and so forth, and you have a really cool looking application. So yeah, that is going to be the end of the video, and if you liked what you saw, leave a like on the video and subscribe to the channel, and I will see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video, and today we're going to be building this FAQ accordion card. As you can see right here, it's a very cool looking application with some nice functionality which I really like, where when you click on a question here, then the font is going to become bold, And then when you click on it, you can see that this down facing arrow is going to face up like so. And it's just some simple functionality that we're going to implement in React. And of course, we're going to add some bit of styling just to make it cool looking like this with this background gradient as well as this image. So this is the challenge from Frontendmentor. So you can head over into frontendmentor.io/challenges and you can click on this card right here. You have to scroll a bit down. It's in the middle of the web page currently. So you can click on this and then you can download the starter files. And if you have completed the challenge, then you can just click on restart to download the starter files again. And you can see that it's going to say get started right here, and then it's going to say download starter. Okay, so I'm not going to do that because I already have this downloaded somewhere right here. So it's going to download a zip file for you, and then once you extract it, then it's going to extract into this. So I'm going to open this up in Visual Studio Code. So I'm just going to right click on it and say open with code. Okay, and then once it opens up, then you're going to see that we have the design files here. We have the images folder. We have our getting our index.html and all the other files inside here. But what we technically need here is the desktop design because that's what we want to look at. And then we're also going to need the style guide as well as the images folder. So before we do get started, I want to canvas a new React application. So I'm going to open up VS Code in a new file, or rather a new instance of VS Code. And then I'm going to cd into my desktop into a folder that I created called FM challenges. And then inside here, I'm going to create a new React application. So I'm going to say npx create React app. And I'm going to call this FAQ. So 400 and 700. Let's check this. Okay, so let's go ahead and select the 400 font weight right here, as well as the 700 font weight. And then let's just use the import. So copy this. And then inside our actual file, on top of this now, we're going to paste this in. And then we're going to go into the body and say the body is going to use a font size of a font family of this. I don't know how to pronounce that. Okay, so let's see what else do we need. Okay, I don't think there's anything else that we do need because I think I have a pretty good picture of how this looks in the desktop design. So let's go ahead and let's close this. And then I'm going to open up my terminal. And in my terminal, I'm going to run npm run start, which is going to start our development server on localhost 3000. So as this spins up, what I want to do is I want to go ahead. You know what? I've just remembered what we need. So let me open up my downloaded folder once more. Okay, so we do need to get these questions from here. These are the questions and the answers. We do need to get them from here. And what I'm going to do is inside my workspace, I'm going to create a new folder, a new file, sorry, inside my source folder. And this new file is going to be called questions.js. And then inside questions.js, I'm just going to say export const questions. And this is going to be an array of objects. And it's going to have the structure of ID, question, and then answer. Question and answer, like so. So these are going to be 5 questions. So I'm just going to copy this 5 more times by holding down Shift and Alt and then the down arrow. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, sorry, those are 6. No. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, yeah. And then what I need to do is now just get these questions from. Okay, so our dev server has started on localhost 3000. So let me close this. Let me close this as well. Let me close this. Let me close this. Yep. And then the first thing that we do need to do is I want to change the title for this. Okay, now I can close this. I hope so. I don't think we need anything else, but let me just copy this title. Copy this and then we can close this. And then I'm going to go inside my public folder inside my index.html. And then I'm going to change this title to this. Okay. And then now we can close this because as you can see, the title updates. And then the first that I want to do is let's just structure out how we want our app to look. So we don't want to start with an H1 technically. Instead, I'm going to start with an article. And this article is going to be an image. Okay. And we're going to be getting these images from our images folder. So let me just say import mobile. So the mobile version of the image from ./images/. It has a very long name. So it's called illustration woman online mobile. First of all, let me just place this full screen. It's called illustration woman online mobile .svg. Oops. And then I'm just going to copy this downwards, and then I'm going to change this into desktop because the desktop version also exists. Okay, and then once we have that, then inside here I want to render my picture tag. Okay, and my picture tag takes in a source element as well. Source, I can't spell. Okay, so for a min width of 760 pixels, and I'm going to explain this in a moment. The source set for this, I want this to show the desktop image first of all, and then below this we're going to have our image tag, and this is going to be showing the mobile image. So what this means basically is that when the device width is greater than 760 pixels, then I want the desktop image to show. Otherwise, I want the mobile bigger screens. Notice how the image also becomes bigger. That's because of this toggling that is happening right here. So it's very nice. And then what I want to do next is, let me just place this properly. What I want to do next is I want to get the questions array of objects that we've just created, right? Okay, so for this one, I want to access it in my app.js. So what I'm going to do is, on top of this, I'm going to import useState from React. And then I'm also going to import the questions. So import questions from /questions, like so. Okay, and then I'm going to create my state value, which is going to be holding the questions data. So I'm going to say const quests. And I don't need to set the function because we're not going to be using the function. So this is going to be equal to useState. And by default, I'm going to pass in the questions, which you have just imported on top. Fantastic. And then now what I want to do is I want to display this on the left and the questions on the right. So remember how we structured this in the beginning. So this class of container has one article and the second article. So the first article shows the image, this one right here. And the second article shows our FAQ. So let's go ahead and style this out. Let's go into right here actually, and we can just say display flex, right? And we can say align item center, align item center, and justify content to the center, so that this happens, right? Now this doesn't really look all that good. So instead of setting this here, what I'm going to do is, what am I doing? Instead of setting this here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to check for a larger width. Okay, so I'm going to add another media query. So for a min width of, let's say, 1024 pixels, 1024 pixels. For a bigger width, then I want to access the container, and I want to set this width into, let's say, 1024. So let's say 992 pixels. Okay, so that we're going to have this, and then now we can go on top of this and just say display flex. Okay, that's much better. And align item center and justify content to the center. Okay, and then now I want this to just go back to the left a bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to access the first article just like I did on top, right? So I'm going to say container and then place my greater than sign, and then I'm going to say article first child, right? And then what I want to happen here is I want this to have a flex of 1. So flex grow of 1, like so. And then I want to access the second child, so just copy this downwards. Let's just say nth child 2, and then just set this to flex 1 as well. And that happens. Now you can see that now it's like in the middle, right? So this has a flex grow of 1, and this also has a flex grow of 1. And then now what I want to do is inside this first one, I want to have a margin right of 1.25 rem, so 20 pixels. Actually, it's not 20 pixels because I have what on the body? I have 14 pixels, so it's not really 20 pixels. But just add this, increase this margin. Actually, I can say something like 3 rem, just to increase this margin just a bit. But remember that our functionality is still working, as you can see. Very, very nice. Okay, so yeah, I think that's the end of the project actually, because we have added all the functionality that we need, right? We've added all the functionality that we need, and this is working pretty nice, if I do say so myself. Okay, so I've committed this project to GitHub. The repository is called FAQ Accordion card, and you can go ahead and check the link in the description as well, just in case you miss it, and then you can check for the code in case you're having any problems. Okay, so that is the end of the project, and it was a fun project for me. And if you enjoyed it as I did, then please leave a like on the video and subscribe to the channel if you're not already, and I will see you in the next video. Bye-bye. Hello everyone and welcome back to another video, and today we're going to be doing the single price grid component challenge. I might have already done this before on my channel, so if I have, then enjoy the video, and if I have not, then enjoy the video. So you can go ahead and click on this card, and you can just click on if you haven't done it before, then it's going to say download starter. So I'm just going to say restart because I've completed it, and then get started, and then I'm just going to download the starter files. Okay, and then once this downloads, I'm going to open this up, and it should say something like what is them, single price grid component, like so. So I'm going to extract this right here, and then it's going to extract into this folder, and then I'm going to open this folder in VS Code, and we can begin working like so. Okay, fantastic. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to create an index.css file. Okay, and then I'm going to link it inside here. So actually, you know what, I'm going to remove this. I don't really need that. And then I'm going to link this into index.css. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and let's see. I'm going to remove this footer running on port 5555. Okay, so it's going to use this different port, this other port rather than port 5555. And then we have that. Okay, so let's set this to the right and this to the left, and let's begin our styling. But we do need to get a font first of all, and we do need to get this color. So let me just copy these colors first because they're on top. The body has a font size of 16 pixels. Okay, so let me go inside my index.css. Let me just place my root inside here, and then on top of this, let me place my asterisk and reset the margin to 0, the padding to 0, and set the box sizing to border box. Okay, and then for the body, I'm going to set the body into a font family called Carla with a fallback of sans serif with a font size of 16 pixels. Okay, this is neutral, so let me just change this variable. So dash cyan, this is dash bright yellow. Hello everyone, so in this video we're going to be building an image upload application using the Cloudinary API. So you're going to be able to select images from your local environment and then upload them into your Cloudinary account. And just to give you a demo of how this is going to work, I'm going to click on this, which is going to open up this window, the file explorer, and then I'm going to select an image here, and then I'm going to click on upload, and once it uploads, then it should show right there. Okay, and then I'm going to go into my Cloudinary console, and then when I reload this, then it should show the image as the first item here. And there we go. So it works correctly. So we're going to be using the Cloudinary API, and obviously you're going to need to create an account with Cloudinary if you don't have one yet, and then we can begin. Okay, so we're going to use this repository. It's called Cloudinary Image Upload. I'm going to leave a link for it in the description, so always make sure to read the description. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this link right here, and then I'm going to open up Visual Studio Code, and I'm going to open up my terminal using Control and J, like so. And then I'm going to cd into my desktop, and then I'm just going to say git clone and then paste the link in. If you don't have git installed, which I recommend you do have git installed, then what you can do is you can just go right on this button, and then you can download the zip file and extract it. It's going to work the same way. Okay, so I'm going to let this run, and then once it finishes running, then I'm going to open up Visual Studio Code into this folder by saying cd Cloudinary image upload, and then I'm just going to say code dot, which is going to open up another instance of Visual Studio Code into this folder, and then I can now close this down. Okay, once that opens like so, so close this and this. Okay, and then the first thing that I'm going to need to do is run npm install, and what npm install does is it's going to check our package.json file, and then it's going to install all the dependencies in that file, and it's going to create a node modules folder, which we really need in order to run commands such as npm start right here. Okay, so for example, if I try to run npm run start, it's going to throw an error because React scripts is not recognized. So the 1000, which it should open up automatically for you, then you should see Cloudinary image upload only. right? So the first thing that we do need to do is, because we already have our CSS right here, right? We already have our CSS. So what I want to do is I just want to place this to the right, and then I want to build out our application, how it's going to look. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to create a div with a class of wrapper, right? Like so. And then I want to create an h1 with a class of heading, and this is going to say Cloudinary image upload, like so. And just to show you that this is working, I'm going to save this, and when we go back to our application, then this goes to the center, and it is spelled just a bit differently. And then below this, we're going to have an article with a class of article, which is this right here, okay? And then the article with the class of article is going to have an input with a type of file. So the input with the type of file is what enables us to select images from our file explorer. So the name for this is just going to be file, the ID is going to be file, and then the class name for this is going to be input. Okay, so we have just a bit of styling reset. Okay, so this right here, this class. And then below this, we're going to have a button with a class of button, so that we can have the green button. And then the text is going to say upload image, like so. And then below this button, is it outside the input? Let's go right where? Let's go outside this article. And outside this article, we're going to have a div with a class of image-container. Let's go ahead. So if you go into cloudinary.com and you go into the documentation, and inside references, you can just go into upload API right here. So you're going to find that the endpoint for this is going to be HTTPS, this, and then the demo is the name of your cloud name, and then image/upload, right? Now, if you scroll down just a bit, right to around, let me see if I can find it, right here, okay? So because we're going to be using the unsigned upload syntax, okay? We're going to be using this syntax. So we need to append the file and the upload preset in the API endpoint, which is this right here. Okay, not this one. It is this one. This is the API endpoint. So at the end of this, we need to append the file and the upload preset. Okay, that's why we have this one here, and that's why you also have this. Now, because you already know that the file is going to be coming from what we select from our file explorer, let me show you where we can get our upload preset. If you go into your account, and you can just go into settings right here, loading. Okay, so once you go into settings, then you can go into upload right here, so upload, and then you can scroll down to here. Okay, so most likely if you're creating a new account, you are not going to have this. Okay, but for now, I'm just going to use this. Now, if you don't have this, what you can do is you can say add upload preset. So you can click on this, and then this is going to be your preset name. I think you can change this, can you? Yeah, you can change this. And what you're going to do is you're going to change the signing mode into unsigned, like so. And then once you have that, then you don't really need to change anything else. If you want, you can go through this to see how it's going to work. But you're going to change that into unsigned, and then you can just click on save. And then once it saves, then it's going to and paste it inside here. Now we need to change this cloud name into our actual cloud name. So let's go ahead and check where we're going to find this. If you go back into your console and go into the dashboard, so your cloud name is going to be whatever you have inside here. I've just set mine to Sankara. Very simple, right? So you can just copy that. Now make sure that you use your actual cloud name inside here, okay? Please do make sure that you do that. Okay, so I'm just going to paste that inside here, and then the action, we have seen that the action is going to be the upload because we are uploading. Okay, and as you can see in this example request right here, so the action is upload. And then what we're going to do is at the end of this, we're going to be appending the form data that we created right here. Okay, so we are going to be appending the file at the end of this, and then we're also going to be appending the upload preset, so that this is going to actually work. If you don't have these two, then this request is not going to work. Okay, so once you have that, then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say console log the response, like so. And then in the catch block, I'm just going to say console.error, and just console error, the error that we have in case this fails. Okay, so outside of this function block, which ends right here, then I'm just going to say post image. Actually, is it outside of this or outside the entire block? Oh, we're going to find out in a moment. Okay, so we have the function right here, and I think this should be working correctly. So let's go ahead and save this and let's try it out. So let's go into our application, and then we can open up our console, F12 like so. So we have no errors. Okay. Now let me just go back into our media library inside here so that we check that everything is going to be working correctly. So let's say choose file. Let's upload this one. Let's say upload image, and we should see something. Okay, so it's working. Look at that. So we have our data here. We have our config, but we don't really need all this. We have the data. So the access mode is set to public. The asset ID is set to this. It was created at this time, and we have, where is it? The original file name, which is screenshot 4. So this is correct. We have the public ID, which is going to be important to us, and then we have the secure URL. Okay, so let me just show you. If you try to go into the secure URL inside here, okay, so just copy this, open it on a new tab, and paste it inside here without the quotes. Then we're going to have our image that we uploaded. Look at that. Okay, so that means that this is uploaded successfully, and if we go into our console and just reload this, then we should see it, hopefully. And there we go. So our image has uploaded successfully, right? Now the next thing that we're going to do is we need to display the image. We need to display the image on the bottom once we upload it, right? Okay, so what we're going to do is something very interesting. Right inside here, I'm going to remove this comment, and then I'm going to render my image component. Okay, now for now it's not going to show anything because obviously it has nothing, but this image component takes in two props, and the first prop that is going to take in is the cloud name. So cloud name, and obviously my cloud name is very short, very easy to remember. So set this cloud name into your actual cloud name, and then I'm going to pass in the public ID. Okay, so the public ID is coming from right inside here. Okay, this is very important to us because if you look at the secure URL, then the public ID is what is appended to the end of the public URL, which accesses the asset or that matches this ID. Okay, so what I'm going to do is inside here, because the upload ID is going to be changing for every image, right? We can try again and upload another image just to show you. If I upload the screenshot 5 and I go into the data for screenshot 5 right inside here, the public ID changes, right? However, this first part of the secure URL does not change. So we need to be dynamically changing the public ID at the end of the secure URL in order to display the image. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this link, and actually I think I already copied it, right? Okay, yeah. So inside here we're going to set our equal sign and then our curly brackets, and then we're going to place template literals, which are backticks, because we want to add variables inside here. And then I'm just going to paste in this link like so, remove these double quotes, and then at the end of this I'm going to remove this as well. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is we want to access $sign like so first of all, and then we want to access public underscore ID. Now, however, we don't know where this is coming from, right? So instead of saying public underscore ID, what we need to do is once we have the response inside here, we need to add a state value that is going to be holding this response, and then we can access that state value inside here. Okay, so I'm going to create another state value below this where I'm going to say const image data. Oops, const image data, and set image. See whether it's going to display something on the screen, and it displays this image because this is undefined. Okay, now let's go ahead and try and upload screenshot 6. Let's see if this is going to work. Probably don't get an error. Okay, so there we go. So our upload thingy is working. Okay, now I just want to mention something. Okay, this is going to be very interesting. Now this is working correctly, right? We can see that it is working correctly. Okay, and if you upload another image, then the public ID should change and it should render something else, right? It should render the image that you upload. So let's try that and look at that. Okay, so this is working as it should, and even if you go into your console, then it's going to be working correctly. And you might think that, okay, you know what, I don't have any errors inside here, so that would mean that everything is working correctly, and but the thing is, there's a very sneaky let me call it a bug. There's a very sneaky bug in this application. I can't remember how I did it, but I was running npm install and it was showing nothing on the screen. Even though my application is working, it shows nothing on the screen. Okay, so I can't really replicate that, and I don't remember how I did it actually, but I'm going to show you how I fixed it. So what I did was, using this very same state value, we're going to go back right inside our image, right inside here, and we're going to cut this out. Remember to cut it out, okay? And we're going to say only when image data is true, that's when we want to upload, we want to display our image, okay? Now what this does is, because this is the truth, and what it does is it's only going to show this component when this is true, and by default this is false because it is an empty string. Remember, an empty string in JavaScript is false. Okay, so I'm going to save this, and then let's try and reload this, and this error should disappear. So you can see we no longer have that error, right? We no longer have that error, and then you can choose file, and then you can upload a file inside here, and then upload image, and then it should show. There we go. Okay, now something else that you should probably note: if you have an image that has a greater height than your viewport heights, what is going to happen is, and let me see if I can change the CSS a bit. Let me change this. Let's set the height for this to be 80 viewport heights. Let me see if that is going to bring the error. Okay, so look at this. Let me set it to 100 viewport heights so that you can see it clearly. Okay, so the error that we're going to have inside here is, if you have an image with a greater height, then it pushes this upwards and outside of the screen as well as this. So you're not going to be able to be uploading the image. So what you can do is you can remove this from here. Come on. And then inside the wrapper, now instead of setting this to each screen, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say margin on the Y of 20, which is going to place margin on the top and bottom, so that there's always going to be margin no matter what happens. So that this and the input and the upload button are not pushed upwards and outside of the screen. Okay, so the next thing that I'm going to do is, because we're already done with this project right now, I just want to remove this console log. And then I want to upload this to my GitHub, so into this repository. And then of course I'm going to change this once again. I'm going to change all of this, and everything should work correctly. Okay, so that is going to be it. It's a very simple project, really, a very simple project. And as you can see, all the images that we uploaded are right inside here. And if you want to delete them, then you can delete them just by selecting them like this, and then you can just say delete. Okay, so that is going to be it, and I'm going to close this down, and yeah, so thank you guys for watching, and I hope you learned something new, and see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hello everyone, so today we're going to be building an interesting project, which is the URL shortening API and landing page. So we're going to be building a URL shortener, and then we're going to also build up the landing page for it. So you can head over into frontendmentor.io/challenges. I've just sorted it a bit here, but the link still remains the same. And then you can get this project. You can click on this card, and then you can download the starter files. I've already done that, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the extracted files in Visual Studio Code, and then we can begin. And right before we begin, actually, I want to mention that we're going to be using this repository. I've called it URL shortening API. I've committed this to GitHub, but I haven't deployed it to Netlify, and I haven't submitted the project. So what I'm going to do is I canvassed a new React application, which is this right here. And at the end of this project, whatever code that we're going to write inside here, I'm going to commit it into this repository. Now, I know it doesn't allow unrelated histories, but I'm going to define that just for this project, so that the code that you write inside here is going to be on par with the one that you're going to get from this cloned repository, if you ever clone this repository, or if you ever want to look at the finished code. Okay, so that being said, I just want to open up my extracted folder in VS Code, and then we can begin a bit of copy pasting and then begin writing out our code. Okay, so when you download the files from this project, what you're going to get is this folder right here, this zip file, sorry. And then once you extract it, then you're going to get this folder, which I'm going to open up in Visual Studio Code. And then let me just get this open here, as well as this here. Place this to the right and this to the left. Now what I want to do is I want to copy this design folder and the images. Oh, sorry, let me copy these ones first because they're easier. So just copy and paste them inside here. And I forgot to mention that this is a new React application, so you're going to have to run npx create react app and then give the application a name that you would want. Okay, so you'd need to run this command, which is going to canvas your new React application for you. Sorry, I skipped that part, but it's okay. And then once we copy this inside here, I want to delete this readme. We don't need it. And then I'm going to rename this readme copy into just readme. There we go. And then I'm going to go inside this git ignore. I'm going to copy all of this. So just copy this. And then inside here, just make the screen a bit bigger. Our Tailwind website. So Tailwind CSS installation. Why doesn't it go to that website really? Tailwind. It wasn't giving me the drop down option. So where's the docs? Installation, the framework guides, and then we're going to create React app. Okay, and then we need to install Tailwind. So copy this. So copy this there, let this run. And then we're going to copy this. And then once that installs, then I'm just going to paste in this next link, which is going to create our Tailwind config file and post CSS config file. So I'm going to let this run once again. And then as that runs, then I'm just going to copy this, which kind of like, what does it do? It removes all the unused CSS from your files so that, you don't have extremely large files. Okay, so there we go. So it creates a Tailwind config file and a post CSS config file right here. So we're going to go into our Tailwind config, and then we're going to change this into this that we've just copied. And then once we do that, then we just need to copy this into our index.css. So into the source folder index.css, right at the top, let's have this. And then we can close this down, and then we can remove this. And then what font were we using? Let me just confirm this. We were using a font called Poppins with a weight of 500 and 700. So let me get this font. So just click the link to open it. Oops. What's happening? No, my internet is working. Oh, okay. So Poppins 500 and 700, I already have them inside here selected. So I'm just going to copy this right there, and then at the top of my CSS file, I'm just going to paste this in. And then let me just add some global styles. I'm going to start by changing this font into Poppins, like so. And then I want to say that for all my images, I want the width to be 100%. Sorry, max width, not the width. Max width. And then for the ULs and the LIs, I want the list style type to be none. And then let me check. We need some default colors inside here. So let me just create my root variable inside here, and then we can grab these colors from here. And you know what? I don't think we really need to do this because we are using Tailwind CSS, right? So because we're using Tailwind CSS, I really don't think we need all this because Tailwind has all of these colors by default. So let me just close that down, and then we can remove this just to remove a bit of overhead on my part. So li times 3, and these are going to be buttons. What is happening, really? Okay, so the buttons, I'm choosing buttons because the links don't really go anywhere, right? So rather than having empty hrefs, I'm just going to have buttons. And then let me just remember what this said. This is features. Okay, there we go. Now I can zoom in. So features, pricing, and resources. So this is features, this is pricing, and resources, like so. And then let's import this logo. So this is my dev server spinning up. Okay, I can close this, and I can close this, and I think I can close this as well. And you know what, I actually can close this also. There's no need for that. So let's import the logo at the top. So import logo from, this should be /images /logo.svg. And then right outside this div, I want to create a UL with two list items. These two list items are going to be buttons as well, and I'm using emmet, that's why I can do this shorthand properties and it generates the code for me. This one is going to be login, and then this one is going to say sign up. Okay, and if you look at the sign up button, it is styled differently from the login button. So I'm going to give this button here a class name of btn-cta, like so, which is our call to action button, really. Okay, so once we have this, then our header should be looking pretty nice. So let's go ahead into our app.js and then let's import our header. So instead of this rendering this, which we should see on the screen actually in a moment. Okay, so it renders hello world right here, right? So instead of this just rendering hello world, I want to remove this class name from here, return a fragment, and then I'm going to be returning a header, like so. And I should import in from components header, and there we go. And we should see if it reloads. Come on. And we should see this. So we have our logo right here, we have our buttons, and as well as our call to action button right here. So what I want to do is I want to go inside the header, and sorry, not inside the header, but inside my index.css, and I want to create a custom class called max width, which is just going to be limiting everything. And inside here I want to apply some tailwind classes, so I'm going to say @apply, and then I'm going to say padding on the x of 5. So on the left and right, padding x of 5, which is, as you can see right here, is 20 pixels or 1.25 rem. And I should probably mention this extension as well. It's called Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. Where is it? Right here. So it just improves, like, it gives you the options that are available for Tailwind CSS for that particular class name. Okay, so if you, for example, if you forget a class name, right? So if you forget, or if you want like a specific color but you don't know what it's called, you can say bg dash, and then it just lists out the colors that are available in Tailwind for that, and then you can doesn't, because I've forgotten something right here. I should say that large should be mx auto, which should now center it. So there we go. Now we have that. Okay, fantastic. Probably I should increase this to 7xl. 6xl is fine. You don't really need it to be pixel perfect. Okay, so once you go into the header, then we can begin styling this out. So I can just say, and you know what, I don't want to style the header right now because it's a bit of a headache. The next thing that I want to do is I want to create my footer. Okay, so I'm going from the top to the bottom, and I'm doing that purposefully because they are easy components to create. So inside the footer, I'm going to just say RFC once again, and then inside here I'm going to create a footer class with a class of bg-slate-800 should be fine. And then inside here I'm going to create a div once again, which is going to be our wrapper for the footer. So let me just call it wrapper, really, and not wrapper but max width. I just created that class, I mean, really. And then inside this div, then we're going to have articles. So the first articles is going to have our logo, and then the second article is going to have an h3 that says something. Let me just get the photo, the design image, sorry. So let me just go to the footer. So it says features, and there we go. Okay, so features, and then inside here we have a UL with 3 list items, which are going to be buttons once again, because you know they are not links going anywhere. So close this. Let me bring this here. So link shortening, branded links, and analytics. Link shortening, branded links, branded links, and analytics. And then what I want to do is just copy this article downwards. So copy it 1, 2, which is 3 times. So this is now going to say resources and company. So resources, and this is going to say company, and company has a 4th one, I think. Is it? Yeah. So this says blog developers and support. So blog, and we should see this on the screen. Can't resolve that. Oh, of course it can't resolve it. Why can't it resolve it? Because these images are called, they are called icon. They're called icon. So icon dash. There we go. And there we go. Fantastic. Now this isn't really the correct color for that. It's not really the correct color. We're just going to use BG Slater. I don't really mind the colors being a bit off. I don't really mind that. If you do mind it, then you can just go ahead and use the colors that you know that are preferable to you. Okay, so once we have this, then we need our logo, our footer logo. But remember that the logo that we have here is white in color. So I just want to duplicate this logo. So just copy this and paste it inside here. And then I want to change this into footer logo. Footer dash logo. And then in footer logo, I want to change this color to white. So that instead of it being like almost a navy blue, then it's going to be white on the footer, which is going to be consistent with the design, as you can see right here. Okay, so for the footer, I'm going to import logo. Let me just say import logo once again from /images /footer logo .svg, and then inside here we're going to render an image, and the source is going to be logo, and we should see, there we go, fantastic. Okay, so once we have this, then let's style out our footer. So the footer is going to be a grid, and you know, let me go inside this div. So this is going to be a grid with grid columns 1 with gap of 5, which is going to separate each article right there. Okay, and then these h3s are going to have a class name of text-white and text-xl. Is XL too big? Too big. Text-large. Let me say font-bold. There we go. And then let's say tracking-white, just to improve the letter spacing just a bit, barely noticeable. There we go. And then what I'm going to do is just copy this and paste it inside here and inside here. So paste it. There we go. And we have that. So features, resources, and company, changes the text. And then I want to style all of these buttons the same way. So I'm going to place multiple cursors by holding down the Alt key and clicking here and here and here and here and here, and then here and here and here and here. So these are going to be class name of text slate-200, and then let's say text-small. There we go. And then I'm just going to say margin top 1, just to separate them out just a bit, barely noticeable, but it does wonders. And then finally, on this final UL, I want to give this a class name of flex, and then items-center, which is just going to do that. Okay, and I want to go inside this second list item, sorry, give this a class name of margin left 2, or let me say margin left 4, and then inside the third list item, let's say class name margin right 5, which is going to margin X. This should say margin X. There we go, and it does that. Fantastic. And then let's go to the top of the footer. Let's say padding Y of 10 and large screens padding Y of 20. Padding Y, not minus padding Y. There we go. Increase the padding. Okay, fantastic. And then we can continue to style this out. We're going to say that for medium screens, then I want the grid columns to be 3. Look at that. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's looking fine. And then for large screens, then I want the grid columns to be 5. We should take this here. There we go. So there we go. We have our footer working. Fantastic. Okay, so let's go ahead and create our next simple component, which is going to be boost your links today. This is fairly simple, so let's just do that. So let's go into our components. Let's go into boost, and the boost has 2 images. So let me say RFC first of all, and then I'm going to import the first image, which is BG Boost Desktop and BG Boost Mobile. So it has 2 images. So I'm going to say BG Mobile from /images /BG Boost -mobile.svg, and then I'm just going to copy this down, change this to BG Desktop, and then change this to BG Boost Desktop, like so. And then what I want to do is, once again, I'm going to return a section. This section is going to be you know what, this is probably going to require us to have a certain background. So let me give this a custom class name of boost, and then inside here we're going to have an h2 that says boost to have on the screen, and it's going to be this. Fantastic. So let's go ahead into the boost, our index.css, sorry, and then let me style the dot boost. So dot boost, I want this to have a background color of Let me check what it was in our style guide. It should be very dark blue. We can just do a bit of trial and error. There's no worries. Is this one? No, not this one. Very dark, or is it grayish violet? It's probably grayish violet. Is it this one? No, it's not this one. It should be this one. Copy this. Or is it? No, it's dark violet. Yeah, it's dark violet. This one right here. Copy this and paste it inside here. There we go. And there we go. So that's our background color. And then what I'm going to do is we want this text to be aligned here, and we want this button to be aligned here as well. So what I'm going to do is inside this boost, I want to give this boost a fixed height of 275 pixels. And I've chosen this because I did some trial and error in the previous project. And then this boost, we have an image inside, right? Which is basically this, right? So for the image, I want to give this a height of 275 pixels as well. And you know what? I should probably convert this to RAM because RAM has better support. So let me just go into convert RAM to pixels. Sorry, convert pixels to RAM. I mean, it's the same thing really. So 275 pixels is 17.18 RAM. So just grab this and paste it inside here, say RAM. And there we go. Okay. And then what we need to happen is we need this image to go to the end. So I'm just going to say at apply with dash full. Full has to else. There we go. So it goes all the way to the end. And even if you're on a bigger screen, it always maintains that that fixed height as well as the fixed width. Okay. I've just zoomed out so you can see how it looks on larger screens, and then you can zoom in as well to see how it looks on smaller screens. You see it doesn't overflow on the top or on the bottom. Very, very nice. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab our text inside here. So let's go back into our component, which is called boost. And then what I want to do is let me grab this, place it inside a div with a class of flex and items dash center and justify dash center. And then let me go ahead and say flex dash call. We should place this in column form, sorry, and it should be right around here. And then why is it here? I don't understand why it's here. Let me go inside this div. Let me go inside here. So the boost.div, the boost, and then the div inside the boost. Let me give it a height of 17.188 RAM. Why isn't it here? Is it because of, oh, you know what? I know why. So what I have to do is I need to position this div as absolute inside here. That's easy enough to do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give this a class of relative to be the parent component, and then this I'm just going to call this boost dash inner, like so. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to target the boost and the dot boost dash inner, and then I'm going to say position as absolute, which will take it right there. And then I'm going to say position to the top by 0. We should bring it here. There we go. So instead of to the 0, I'm going to place it 50% from the top and 50% from the left, which is going to bring it around here. There we go. And then now notice that this is technically not the absolute center, right? Because it seems just a bit to the right. That's because the center is right here for the vertical, and then it's the center for the horizontal is right here. Okay, so we want to take it from this bottom right rectangle and place it to the center. So I'm going to do that by saying transform and translate on transform and translate by minus 50% on the x-axis and minus 50% on the y-axis, and it's going to bring it right there. Fantastic. And then let's tell out this text. Let's tell out this text. So let's go ahead into our boost, and let's go ahead and give this a class of text-4xl and text-white. Let me say 3xl, and then for medium screens, then text-4xl. And then let's go inside this. Oh, we haven't styled this button. I want this to be font bold, so font dash bold, bold. Come on. There we go. And then let's tell out this button before I forget. So right around below this, so the btn-cta, I want to say background color. You know what, let me just tell it in taken. So at apply bg-cyan-500, padding on the y-axis of 2, padding on the x-axis of 4, and I'm going to say rounded. No, let me not give it a rounded border, and I'm going to explain why. And then I want the text to change to white, and then on hover I want the opacity to be 75, and then let's just say transition dash all with a duration of 150, and then let's give it a cursor pointer. Let's see this. So we're going to have this. Look at this. Fantastic, fantastic. Now the reason why I don't want to give this a rounded border is because only one button, this button, I want this button to have the same class, but technically you can see that it doesn't have as rounded a border as these two other buttons, or as these three other buttons really. So just to avoid my CSS clashing, that's why I don't want to do that in my CSS file. Okay, so instead what I'm going to do is going to into this button right here and just say rounded dash full, which is going to give this a rounded border. There we go. And then same thing on the header. So I'm going to go back into my header. Where's my header? My header. And then right here, just say rounded dash full. And then I'm going to show what we're going to do for our other button. Okay. So once you have that, then that is going to be it for boost component, and you can just open up F12, open up your inspector tool just to see how it's going to look on smaller screens. And you can see that on smaller screens, then I want this text to be aligned to the center as well. So let me go ahead into the boost, and then let me just say text center here on the H2, so that's text dash center, like so. There we go. So it's always going to be centered no matter the screen size. Okay, fantastic. Now let's go ahead and build our next component, and our next component is going to be the advanced statistics. Very easy to build, so let's go ahead and do that. So inside the advanced.js, let me close the boost, let me close the showcase, no, close the footer. Okay, so inside advanced.js, let me just say RFC once again, and then we need to import 3 images at the top, and the 3 images we need to import are these 3 icons right here. So let me just go ahead and remember their names right here. So the first one should be icon brand, icon detailed records, and icon fully customizable. So let me just say, let me say import brand from /images / icon dash brand recognition .svg, and then import records from /images / icon dash detailed records.svg, and then import let me just call it fully from /images / images / icon. This should say icon, not icons. So icon dash fully customizable. So, and we should see this. Fantastic. So as is the custom, we're going to style this out. Let's go ahead right inside here. Let's say padding on the y of 20, padding on the y of 10, and then for large screens, padding on the y of 20 to increase it like so. And then what I need to do actually is grab all of this, place it inside a div with a class of max width, which is going to do this, bring it to the center. There we go, so that it's always aligned. You know, you always want to keep a semblance of order in your websites, you know. And then let me grab this h3, so the first one, the second one, and the third one. Give this a class name of text-slate-800, and then let's just say text-xl and margin bottom of 3. How does that look? It looks like this, and font-bold. And you know what, instead of text-xl, let me say text-large. XL is a bit too big, and then let me reduce the margin to 2. And there we go, fantastic. And then grab this paragraph, so the first one, the second one, and the third one. Give this a class name of text-slate- let me say 200. No, 200 won't be visible. Let me say 400. 400. Okay, fantastic. And then let me just say text dash small because it's a bit too big. Yeah, that's going to be fine. And then what I want to do is now grab these articles for the first one, the second one, and the third one. Give this a class name of bg white and padding all around of 5, and then give them a rounded border. So we're going to have this. Look at that, looking fantastic. Okay, now let's go ahead and inside this h2, give this a class name of text dash for XL for medium screen text dash 5XL. You know what, I don't need to do that. I can just say font dash bold and text dash slate dash 800 once again. Margin bottom of 3 pushed away from this paragraph a bit. There we go. And then you can just say text dash center. And then I can go inside this paragraph, give this a class name of text dash slate dash 400 once again, and say text dash center. And we're going to have this. Fantastic. And then what I want to do is right around here, I want to break this line. So I can just go inside here and introduce a line break like so. And we're going to have this. Fantastic. And then below this paragraph, actually, no, let me just do, let me go below the paragraph. Let's say margin bottom of 10, pushed away from these 3. There we go. And then for large screens, let's say margin bottom of 20 because the space is a bit too thin on large screens. And then let's go inside this container, and then we can display these 3 articles as a grid. So that's why I wrap these articles inside this div. So give this a class name of grid and grid columns dash 1 with a gap of 5 to begin with on small screens. There we go. And then for medium screens, grid dash calls dash 2, and then for large screens, grid dash calls dash 3. And we're going to have this. Would you look at that, looking amazing? The line height of 1.6 is a bit too thin, so let me change that inside here to 1.8. There we go. I don't know whether that changed anything, but it seems to have done something useful. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, you know what? It's because I've reduced the text. That's why it's not changing as much as I would want, but that's okay. So the next thing that I want to do is go back inside these H3s, and the H3s are right here. So text line, let me just select this text 1, 2, 3. And then instead of having margin on the bottom of 2 alone, I want to add margin at the top of 5 to push away from this image like so. And actually, you know what? Yeah, okay, yeah, that's fine. And then let's go inside these images. So the first one, the second one, and where's this one? The third one inside here. Give this a class name of padding around of 5 and bg dash slate dash 800, which is going to do this. Would you look at that? And then I'm going to say rounded dash full, which is going to have that effect, looking fantastic. Okay, so padding on the 5 looks a bit too big. Padding of 5, sorry, looks a bit too big. So let me reduce this to padding of 3. I think that should be fine. And then I want to have a minus margin on the top of 5, which should push it upwards. Let's say of 7. No, let's say of 10, of 14. 14 should be fine. Of 12. A lot of trial and error, just so it's just like, you know, almost in the middle. And then what I want to do is I want this one to push downwards and then this one to push downwards. Okay, that's looking okay. So what I'm going to do is inside this, I'm going to give this div a class of card like so. And then I can target it in my CSS right around here. So I'm going to say the card, for the card class, I want the article, which is the first child. Oh, sorry, I want the article, which is the second child, so nth child 2, and I want to say transform and translate on the y-axis by 2 rem. We should push this downwards. There we go. And then I want to do the same for this, so just copy this and paste it inside here. Change this to nth child 3, change this to 3 rem, and it should do that. Not 3 rem really, but 4 rem, because it should be double this, so that it's continuous, you know, space or whatever. And you know what, actually this should be inside a media query, because I only want this effect to be available on desktop. So I'm going to add at media for a min width of, let's say, 1024 pixels, which is large screens. Then I want to paste this in. Okay, and what can we do? What you can do as well inside here is, instead of, because we only have 3 items, right, and we know this is the last item, so what you can do is, instead of having this as nth child 3, you can just say last child like so, and it's going to work the same way. As you can see, nothing changes. Now what I want to do is look at this design, right? It has a line going behind this, right? That's simple enough to do. What we're going to do is inside our advanced, right inside here, though it's going to mess up with the styling a bit, and you're going to see how. I want to introduce a div with the class of line, and then I'm going to style it out. So as you can see, it already interferes with the design, because now this is the last child correctly, but then like the second child becomes the first child, which is how we were styling it in our CSS. I don't know whether that makes sense really. So let's go ahead and style our line, and I just want to style it inside here. So for the line class, let me just say at apply bg cyan dash 500 with a height of 1 with a width of full. Let me see how this looks. There we go. So it has this, and then what I want to do is I want this to be positioned as absolute, which is going to do that. Looking fantastic. And then what I want to do is, because I don't want it to overflow, then I'm going to go back into the parent, which is this right here, and then I'm going to give this a class of relative, and it should now be contained. There we go. So it's now contained within this div that has our 3 cards. And then I want to move it downwards, right? So let's go ahead inside here, and then I just want to say that move it to the top by 50%, and it should be right on there. Okay, and then we're going to go inside here, inside the articles. So inside these articles, right around here. So for the second one only, I only need the second one, right? Which is the detailed records. So for the detailed records class, article, sorry, I want to give this a class of relative, which is going to do this, and it's going to go behind it. There we go. Fantastic. And you know, just to avoid bugs, let me just do that for the other articles as well, to avoid bugs, you know, just so that everything is styled the same way. And we're going to have this. And then now the reason why the cards are still messed up is because we have introduced a 4th element here, yet we are styling 3 elements. So remember how this was the first element, right? Now we need to target the instead of targeting the second element here, we need to target the 3rd one, and then it should revert. Okay, fantastic. Now it reverts, and then this is still the last child, so this is not affected in any way. And then now what we need to do is increase the padding on the bottom, because this is a bad design really. So let's go ahead, and we're going to say that for large screens, then I want to target the, which class is this? You know, I can just do it inside here. So for large screens, padding on the top of 20, and then for large screens, let's say padding on the bottom of 40. Make it twice as much. There we go. So twice as much here is still like 20 of this. Does it make sense? It's just a bit of playing around with CSS in your head. Okay. Now the next thing that we do need to do is we need to create our showcase, and then we finally can get on with this. So let's go ahead and create our showcase. So RFC. So for the showcase, we're going to import our showcase image, and our showcase image is called illustration working. So I'm going to say import showcase from /images / illustration working .svg, and then inside here we're going to return a section, and then inside this section we're going to have a div with a class of max width to limit everything. And then inside this div, we're going to have an article with an h1 that says something more than just shorter links, or more than just shorter links. And then below this, we're going to have a paragraph that I can just get from here. So just copy this and paste it inside here. Okay. Then below this, we're going to have a button that class of btn-cta, as well as rounded-full, and it's going to say get started. Okay, of course we don't see anything because we need to render this out in our upload.js, so showcase. So, and we should see this. Fantastic. And then let's tell this out. So let's go ahead and into this h1, give this a class name of text-5xl. Yeah, 5xl should be fine. Then for that screens, text-6xl. Let's imagine bottom of 5, and then go inside this paragraph, give this a class name of text-base. Actually, you know, it's already 16 pixels to begin with. So let's say that for large screen, then the text should be large. Okay, and then let's change this text color to /400. Okay, so that happens, and then change this to font bold. And then inside this button, sorry, not inside the button, but inside this paragraph, let's say margin bottom of 10 pushed away from this button. There we go. Okay, did I change the text color for this? No, I did not. So let's say text /800. Change this. There we go. Okay, fantastic. And then for the showcase, once again, I just want to go inside this section, give this a class name of padding y of 10, and for large screens padding y of 20, so you can just have a bit of more leeway. And then let's go ahead and introduce our second article, and the second article is going to be our image, which is called showcase, like so. And for the alt, in case the image fails to load, let me just call this shortly, because that's the name of this website, and it introduces this image. Fantastic. Okay, so what I want to do is inside this article, I'm going to give this a class name of text-center for small screens, so it's going to push this to the center. And then for large screens, let me say for medium screens, then I just want to say text-left, which is going to take it back to the left. And then I want this to be displayed as a grid, so I'm going to go inside this div, give this a class of grid, and grid columns -1 with a gap of 5. And then for medium screens, I'm just going to say grid columns -2. And then for medium screens, I want the gap to increase to 10. And it's going to do this, okay? And then because on medium screens, I just want this to push down a bit so that it's the image and the text are going to be centered. So I'm going to say for MD place items center. There we go. Fantastic, fantastic. Okay, that's looking nice. That's actually looking pretty nice. I just probably want to increase the line height for this heading, because this is looking a bit too squeezed. So I'm going to say leading dash normal. Leading normal is about 1.5. Is that correct? Leading normal. Okay, let's say leading loose. What? Is that on the class? Leading loose. What? Leading dash, let me see, leading dash 4. Where is leading? Okay, leading tight. Okay, this is not working and it's annoying me. Let me try and place it before this. Let me see if this is going to work. It doesn't work. We have other ways to deal with this. Let me show that it's not cleverer than I. So here, let's say H1, let's say line height, set this to 1.3. Come on, really? What is happening? They are defying me. Wait, what? Like, why aren't this? Why is there? I have no idea why the line height isn't working. Important. So it seems like there's something that is preventing the line height from working here. Did I add a class that I've forgotten? Did I add a class somewhere for the headings that I've forgotten? Let me see. Let me change this back to 1.3 or 1.2. Yeah, 1.2 is going to work just fine. I don't like adding this important here, the important flag, because it's the most specific of all CSS selectors, so I don't like having it in my CSS. But this is going to work for now, so that's okay. And then finally, let's deal with our header. So we're going to start with the mobile first of all, and we're just going to do a very simple toggle, because I don't want to deal with this so much. And by the way, I should mention this. So React is now in version 18. So instead of saying React DOM.render, they're saying use create root instead. You can read more about this, but this is going to work. Our application is going to work the same way. So, it's not that big of a deal, It's not that big of a deal, really. So let's go ahead and tell our header. So let's go into the header. Where's our header? Header.js. Okay, so first thing I want to do is add a padding on the y of 5. Remember, it has a class of max width, so it already has a padding on the x-axis of 5. So I'm just adding a padding on the y of 5 to push it away from the top right there. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is, what I want to do is I want to introduce a state value here. So I'm going to say import use state from React. And then I'm going to say const is open and set is open. This is going to be equal to use state, and by default it's going to be false, like so. And then I want to grab this navbar and I want to place a conditional and say only when is open is true, that's when the navbar should display. Okay, so we're going to have that, and we're going to, this is going to reset everything just a bit, but that's okay. And you know what, instead of having this up to here, I might have done something wrong. I might have done something, because what I want to do is I want this to go all the way to here. But remember, these are two different elements. Okay, these are two different elements. So instead of having this here, then I should probably push this upwards and this downwards. Okay, and of course we're going to have an error because we can only return one item. So let's return a div. Really? Like so. So that should disappear as well. And then we're going to deal with that. Don't worry about it. We're going to deal with it. So let's see. So we have the div here. We have the other div here. So what I want to do is I want to add a button here. And then this button is just going to say menu. Okay. And it should appear right there. And then I can go inside this div, give this a class name of flex and items-center and justify dash between. We should take this menu button here. There we go. And then instead of this being lowercase, let me make it uppercase, because I like the menu being uppercase. And then let's just say text dash small. Make it just a bit smaller but capitalized like so. Let's say tracking dash wide, and I can just say text dash extra small. No, that's too small. Too small. Okay, fantastic. So when you click on this button, you want our menu to open, and when you click on it again, we want it to close. So on the button, we're going to add an on-click event, and we're going to place in our inline function, and I'm going to say set is open to the opposite of is open. So if it is true, set it to false, and if it is false, then set it to true. That's what this means, and you can test it out right there, and you can see that it is working amazingly. Okay, so the next thing that we do need to do really is just to style this out a bit, right? So we're going to go inside the navbar, inside this div really, give this a class name of absolute. I like positioning them as absolute. You can do whatever you want really. So left of 5, left dash 5, and right, come on, right dash, oh my god, right dash 5, let's say rounded, and let's say bg dash slate dash 900, and then let's say text dash slate dash 200, and we should see this. Look at that. And then let's take it to the top by 10. How does top dash 10 look? Let's say top dash 20, so that we can see this text. We can see this text and this text as well. And then let's place everything to the center. So let me see if text center is going to work. There we go. And then let's say padding y of 10, pushed away from this. Fantastic. And then let me go inside this second list item, give this a class name of margin y of 5, which is pushed away from these two, like so. And then let me go inside the login. So the login inside here, actually let me go inside this list item, give this a class name of margin on the y of 5, and then for MD screens, I want the margin to reset back to 0. Okay, so that's going to be for this. And then right again here, so for my 0. Okay, so what this to mean is that I want the margin to reset when we're on screens that are greater than 768 pixels. As you can see, the margin resets, and then if I reduce it, then it's going to increase the margin right on there. Okay, so this is working as it should. Okay, so our menu is working as it should. Okay, so that's looking okay. And what I can do inside here is, instead of just this showing menu, is I can say that if is open is true, then I want this to say close, and then if it is false, then I want it to say menu. That when I click on it, it's going to say close, and then when I click on it, it's going to say menu, and so on and so forth. Okay, so we need just to style this out for our large screens, right? So what I'm going to do is inside here, I'm just going to say that for medium screens, then I want this to be positioned as relative, and then I want that for MD screens it's going to be top by 0. For MD I want it to be left by 0. For MD I want it to be right by 0. And then for MD I want the BG to be transparent, so remove the slate background color. And then for MD I want the text to be slate-700. And then for MD I want the text to be left. So basically we're just resetting all these text that we have inside here. It's nothing really fancy. So for MD I want the padding Y to be 0 once again. So let's see how this looks. And we have this. Okay, fantastic. And then what I want to do is I'm going to go inside this button, and I'm going to say that for MD screens I want it to be hidden, which would be make it disappear. There we go. And then let's tell this out. So we can go inside this navbar, inside this UL, give this a class name of flex and items dash. Let me see items dashed and justify dash start. Doesn't take it this side, it doesn't. Okay. And then let's go inside this UL, give this a class name of flex and items dash center, and then margin left of 5, push it away from this just a bit, and then go inside this div, and then we're going to say that for MD we are still adding more classes. See how it's just piling up, but it's not really that big of a deal. And then for MD flex, and then for MD items dash center, we should now center it. There we go. And then I just want to increase the margin on the right of this login. So for the login button, which is this right here, I want that for MD screens margin right 5, which is separated there. And then let's go inside these ones now, and inside here I'm going to say that for MD screens margin on the X should be 5, which should now separate it. There we go. Would you look at that? Now I do realize that in the design this one is placed to the left and then this one is placed to the right. So if you really want to just to get it correctly, and you can introduce a few hacks, what you can do is you can go inside this navbar and say that for MD screens then you want this to be hidden, which will make it disappear, right? And then what you can do is just copy this navbar here, and then you're going to place it inside here, and then you're going to say for MD you want this to be blocked, but you want it to be hidden by default. So on small screens this is going to be hidden, and then for medium screens this is going to be blocked, and it's going to place it right around, place it here, which is not really what I wanted, because now what I need to do is grab both of these, maybe place them inside an article like so, and then which is going to do this. Would you look at that? And then I'm going to grab this one, give this a class name of flex and items dash center, and it's going to place it right there. And then you can go inside this navbar, and for MD you can say margin on the left to be 5, right? Okay. And then something else that you can do is, oh yeah, actually I think that's going to be it. Probably just change this text to be grayed out. So inside this button, so 1 2 3, and probably this one as well, 4. So give this a class name of text dash slate dash 400. Okay, doesn't change the text, because I'm changing the text for this one, which is not what I want. It's not what I want. I don't want it to be here. Oops. Don't want it to be here. I want it to be on the login button. So class name of text dash slate dash 400, and then I can go inside now these ones, which we are now displaying here, on this to be text dash slate dash 400. Change the text. There we go. So that's looking okay. Okay, fantastic. So now we're going to go ahead and create our link shortener using our API, and I saved that to be the last thing because that's going to be probably what's going to take us a bit more time. So let's go ahead and we can close this, and I think we can close this and the desktop designer as well, really, because there's nothing much that we need to do except just remember this, which is okay. Then we can close this and we can go into our shortener. We can just say RFC like so, and then inside here we're going to create a section with a class of max width, and then inside here we're going to have an image. Okay, this image is going to say shortener, which we're going to import shortener like so. So then let's import this image. So I'm going to say import shortener from /images / what's it called? It should be bg shorten mobile. Oh, so bg shorten mobile .svg. Take the classes of this one. I don't want it to apply the same class names, the same style, sorry. Okay, so below this picture tag, we're going to have a form with no action. Okay, this form is going to have a div. This div is going to have an input with a type of URL, and I'm going to say placeholder equals to shorten link here, and then let's say required. Do we need the required? I don't think we need the required. So shorten a link here, and then we're going to have a button with a type of submit that says shorten it exclamation point, and then this is going to have a class name of btn-cta like so, and then rounded-large. Okay, so save this, and then let's go ahead and render it out right after our and then go and set this shortener once again, and I'm just going to say border radius of, let's say, 10 pixels. Okay, so the border radius of 10 pixels applies, but the reason why you don't really see it is because the image overflows outside. So what I'm going to do is inside this image, I'm just going to say rounded-full, which -large, which is 8 pixels. So it's going to be rounded right there. So I'm going to reduce this to 8 pixels as well. Okay, just so we can have a semblance of uniformity. And then let's go ahead and grab this form. Okay, give this a class name of form, and then inside here I'm just going to say .shortener.form, and this to be positioned as absolute, okay, to the left by 50%. So we are basically doing the same thing that we did here. Okay, to the left by 50%, to the top by 50%, and then transform and translate by -50% on the x-axis and -50% on the y-axis. And then if I save this, then it's going to break a bit because now the form comes here because it's not positioned. It's positioned absolute within the body, but not within the parent element. So let's go ahead into the shortener inside here, and then let's just add a class of relative here, and it should now bring the form here. There we go. And then this, once we have that, then I can just say width-full. And you know what? I can just, yeah, I can say width-full. Width-full should be fine. Should it? Width-full. Let's say mx-auto. Bring it back to the center. Doesn't do anything. Okay. So let's go ahead into this input. I'm going to give this a class name of width-full. What does this do here? It does that. Okay, fantastic. Let's say padding on the y of 2, padding x of 4. Let's say rounded. Okay. Let's see how this looks. Okay, let's say margin bottom of 2, and then for MD margin bottom of 0. So margin bottom of 2 because on small screens it's going to be stacked one on top of the other, and I want it to have a small margin at the top, and you can just check it out by the way. If I reduce this to right, see what I mean, right? And what this should be rounded-large, just to keep in par with the button as well. There we go. And then what you can say is on this button, give this a class name of width-full. What does that do? Does that. Okay, fantastic. Fantastic. And then what you can say here is on this div, I'm going to give this a class name of flex, and let's see, flex-call. Okay. And then for MD screens, I'm going to say flex-row. We should place it like so. And then let's say for MD screens here, the width should go back to auto. There we go. Let me give this a fixed width. So instead of auto, let me say width-20. Oops, let me say width-40. There we go, just so that the button text can be readable. And then let me increase the margin on the left. So for MD, let me say margin left of 5, pushed away from this. There we go. And then I want this input to be bigger, but I don't want it to overflow so much. So let me say that for MD screens, then the width should be 2/3. But it's going to be 2/3 of this. Yeah, I knew it. That's because of That's because of something that I've done somewhere. Let me remember. Let me not remember. Let me see whether I can find it. I think it's because of this. That's why. I think it's because of this. But that's okay. That's okay. So what I can do is I can give this a width of 90%. Though I don't like adding fixed widths. I don't like adding fixed widths. They are annoying sometimes. Let me see how this looks on mobile. Yeah, this looks okay on mobile. It looks okay on mobile. And on large screens, it looks okay as well. Okay. So instead of this being 90, let me make it 80. Yeah, just bring it a bit, reduce it just a bit. Okay. Now let's begin with creating our link shortener. And you know what, this height is a bit big. It's a bit too big, but that's okay. So what we want to do is we want to create a function that is going to call an API to shorten the link that we're going to enter inside here, okay? And just so that I'm safe and I don't leak anything, I want to open this up on a guest tab. Okay, so I've opened this up on a guest tab and I've just realized that our call to action buttons are not appearing on large screens. And that's because if you take a look at our header, then we're only setting this to display when is open is true, and there's no way to toggle is open here. So what you can do is you can just go ahead and copy this UL right here, which is our login and sign up button. And then below this, you can create a div with a class of hidden by default. And then for empty screens, you can set it to block. And then you can paste this inside here. And then that should display this. Okay. And then on small screens, it's just going to go back to how we styled it. Okay. So let's go ahead and let's create our link shortener. So I'm going to take a look at the API. Let me just remember it's called the shortcode API. Okay, so this is the link to the API right here. And then the link that we're going to use is we're going to go into, where is it? Let's go into the developer API page. And then this is the API base, right? So let me see if I can get something by running this. So we find that no method specified and so on and so forth. So what we're going to do is we want to specify a parameter of URL. And let me just get where this is. So, okay, like for this one example, right? So the API works for both GET requests and post requests. So let me just get this link and then I can just copy it. And then back inside here, now inside our shortener component, I'm just going to paste it right here. And then I'm going to remove all of this, okay? Because this part is our, what's it called? Our URL that we're going to be entering into our input. So for now, this is just going to be empty, and then we can begin setting everything up. So I'm going to import use state from React. So use state from React. Let's check this out in our application. So let me just open this up, and if I try to share link, then nothing happens. So that means that our function is working correctly. And if I try to click on this, then no page refresh is triggered. So our function is working correctly. So the first thing that I want to do is I just want to check whether text is available. So if we have written anything inside here, so that meaning it's not empty, right? So if there's no text, then I just want to say alert input is empty. You probably want to have a better alert than this, but this is going to work for me. And I'm just going to save this, and no, look at this. If I try to submit it, then it says input is empty. Okay. And then we're going to have an else statement here. So we're going to say else. So if input is not empty, which means we have typed a link inside here, probably you want to do something like check validation for whether it's a link. So check for whether it's a link, a valid link, really a valid link, which means you'd have to run a bit of regex, and I really don't like regex, so I'm not going to do this. I'm just explaining that you probably want to do this. So else, then what we want to do is we want to go ahead and get the text that we type in and then append it to this, and then we're going to run the function that is going to call this API, send a GET request to this API, which is going to return a shortened link for us. So what I mean is we're going to create a function here. So I'm going to call this function const, let's say fetch or let me say get shortened link, or let me just say shortened link. By the way, let me just paste it inside here so that you can see it. If I want to go into something like twitter.com, I don't know whether this will work, by the way, but you can see it right. So twitter.com, then we are going to have the short link here, the full short link, the second, the third, and so on and so forth. So this is the API request that we're going to get back, right? The response, sorry, that we're going to get back, not the request. So basically what we're doing is we're going to check for the text that we enter, and then we're going to append it to the end of this link. And then once we run it by submitting the form or clicking the submit button, then we're going to get back this such an API request, and then we're just going to check for what we want, right? So that's basically what is happening inside here. And then once that is run, then we're going to get back some data. So const data equals to await res.json. So just convert it into JSON format like so. And then what you can do is just console log the data that we get back. Okay, and then right outside this, remember to run the function, so shorten link like so, and then we can save this. So let's check the console, and we can say, let's say twitter.com, and we should see we get okay true, we'll get the result inside here. Okay, so once you run this function, then we're going to need another state value which is going to be holding our data, right? So you can go ahead and create another state value here, and I'm going to call it links and set links. This is equal to use state. By default is going to be an empty array, and then I can just go ahead and say set links into the data that we get back, and not just the data, but I want to get it, I want to set it into data.result, because the result is the object that contains all of these items that we need. So I can just say data.result like so, and then if you try and console log data.result, then you should probably get the same thing as here, except this okay won't be there. So let's just try and run it again, and you can see now we no longer get the okay, we just get this. Okay, that's looking fantastic. Now let me place this back to the top, and then what I want to do is whenever we submit our form, then I want to clear this input. So we can just do that by saying set text into an empty string. Okay, so if I try to submit this, then it's going to clear this input. So that's looking okay. Okay, so we can go ahead and we can begin getting this data that we get back, and then we can just display it on the bottom, right? So let's go ahead and write after the form. So I think after the form, let me see, where does this appear? Let me have a div inside here with an h2 that says Lauren2. Where does this appear? Okay, here. Okay, that's okay. So what I'm going to do is right after the form, then I'm going to say inside this div that I've just created, then I want to return a UL. Okay, how is this going to work? So this UL is going to have about you know, let me do this. So inside this div, let's return an article. This article is going to have an h6 that says what does it say? What was this? It says link. It says links.result. It says links.result dot, what was this original link dot original underscore link, and then we should see oops, oh sorry, it's not links.result because we've already set this to data.result, so we don't need this to be here. So just say links.original link. Okay, that was the problem. So twitter.com, of course this is not a valid link. That's not a valid link, or is it? It does show it as a valid link. Okay, that's interesting. That's quite interesting. And then once we have this on the left, then we want to have the shortened link here, and then a copy button. Okay, so I'm going to have another article here, and then we're going to have a UL with 2 list items, and then this first one probably I'm just going to have it as a button. So button, sorry, not a value, but a button element. Come on. And then this button element is going to say links dot what is it, dot full short link, dot full underscore short underscore link. And then this second one is going to be a button as well that says copy. Copy, and then it's going to have a class name. Come on. It's going to have a class name of btn-cta, and then rounded dash full. And we should see this. Okay, we should see this on the screen. That's looking okay. That's looking okay. And then what I want to do is, okay, you know what? I don't like this rounded button here. So let me say rounded dash large. Yeah, so that's much better. And then let me reduce the text. So text dash small. Okay. And then now on small screens, how I want this to look is I want them to stack one on top of the other. So what I'm going to do is inside this div, I'm going to give this a class name of flex and item center and justify dash center. And you know what? I'm going to remove item center. Okay, so that's going to have that. And then I'm going to say flex dash column like so. And then, okay, then it means I have to have items dash center. And then what I want to do is this div is going to have a bg of white. Okay, and something is wrong. This is overflowing into this. Let me say text center and then figure out what is happening here. Why is this overflowing? I don't understand why it's overflowing. We're going to figure that out in a moment. Let me just handle this first. And then now what I want to do is this shortened link should be cyan in color. So let me go inside here, give this a class name of text-cyan-500 like so. So this is the shortened link. And then let me go inside this one, give this a class name of margin bottom of 3, pushed away from this just a bit. And then I can say that for empty screens, margin bottom of 0, which is going to reset it like so. And then for medium screens and above, I want this to go to the left and then this to go to the right. So let's go back inside here, and then let's say for empty screens, the flex should be row like so. And then for empty screens, I'm just going to say justify between, take it to the end like so. And then let's access this article. And where is it? Let's access this article, this second one. Oh, sorry, yeah, the UL. So give this UL a class name of flex and items dash center. And of course, this should be for empty screens before I forget and mess everything up. Okay, there we go. And then let's go into this first list item, give this a class name of margin right of 5 to push it away from this. And of course, this is for empty screens as well. Please don't forget to do that. And then let's increase the padding of this white div. So let's go back inside this div. Let's just say padding all around of 3. There we go. That's looking fantastic. Okay. That's looking okay, though I still don't understand why this is overflowing into. Oh, wait a minute. Is it because the form is positioned absolute? Interesting. Let me just try and let me just try and increase the padding on the top of these two. Okay. So let's go inside our advanced.js right inside here. And then inside advanced.js. Okay, so inside advanced.js, I just want to change up these values. So I'm going to say padding top of 20 and padding bottom of 10. And this, I'm going to increase this to 32. That's still too small. So let's say 32 here. And then probably now we can just remove this. Yeah. Let's see how this looks. I think I'm just going to leave it at that. And then now I'm going to increase the margin on this white div just so that it pushes away from the form just a bit. So back inside the shortener right around here, I'm going to say margin top of 3. Push away just a bit. Let's say rounded dash large. Probably add a box shadow so that it's going to be visible just a bit. There we go. And then now what we need to do is we need to add the toggle for this copy button and the functionality for it. So let me just try something. Twitter.com. So it's going to appear here, and we need to add this copy, right? So what we're going to do is let's handle the function for the copy button. So on this button, we're just going to say on click, we're going to create a function called handle copy, like so, and then we can go ahead and create it. So right below this, let's say const handle copy equals to, let's now inline function, and then we're going to say what was it, navigator dot clipboard dot write text, and with the we want to write the, not the text, but we want to write the links dot full underscore short link. That should be it. So let me save this and let's test it out. So I'm going to click on this copy button. Okay, so I've clicked on it, and then I'm going to go into a new page, and then I'm just going to paste this in, and you see we can see that it copies the link that we have inside here, right? And it takes us to Twitter. Okay, so that's looking okay. So that means the copy button is working, but we need a kind of alert to show that we have clicked the copy button. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new state value inside here called button text. So button text and set button text. This is equal to use state. By default, I just want it to say copy, like so. So what I'm going to do is inside here, and I'm just going to say display the button text. Okay, so by default it's just going to say copy, so that's looking okay. And then what I'm going to do is when we run this function, so which means I'm going to have to place this inside my curly brackets because we are increasing the size of this, then I'm going to say set button text into copied, like so. So when you click on this, okay, you can try it. So it's empty right now, but it should still work. So let's say copy, and there we go, copied. Okay, and you can see it's undefined because we have not copied anything really. Okay, and then what we're going to do now is I'm going to go back into this button, and then I'm going to add a focus event. So when you focus on it, then I want the bg to be slate bg dash slate dash, let's say 800. Let's see that. There we go. So when you click on it, and it's going to change the text color to this so that it alerts you that you have copied it. Okay, so let's reload that, and we're going to have this by default. Now the next thing that we do need to do is we want to handle our local storage so that when we reload this, then the link doesn't disappear. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to go inside right below this really, and then we're going to have our use effect, which I should import from React. Okay, so let's go ahead and import use effect. Okay, there we go, it imports it for me by default. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say local storage dot set item, and I want to set the item called items. Sorry, not items, but links. What am I doing? Is it links? Okay, links. Set the item dot links, and then I'm just saying json dot stringify, and I just want to stringify links, like so. And then I want this use effect to run every time that the links change. Okay, this should be correct. If it's not correct, then we're going to know in a few minutes. And then I want to create another function called get local storage. Okay, or you can call it get stored links, for example. You know, just make it more descriptive. And then let's see whether anything breaks. Okay, nothing breaks. Let's see twitter.com, and then let's reload. Okay, so something does break. Okay, so let's go ahead and check our local storage right inside here. So local storage, and so we get links inside here. So what is breaking really? Okay, so you know what, there's a couple of things that I've done wrong. So this should say quote links, and then this should be the links state value, like so. And then this should say return, remove this from here, and then just grab this, and then we're going to return json dot parse, and then pass this in. Like I said, sometimes I forget how to do local storage. Okay, And okay, now we have the key and we have the value inside here. So I can say twitter.com and we should see this, and if we try to reload it, then it should persist. There we go. So now local storage is working correctly. Okay, so now what I want to do is let's see, we can copy this and we can paste it in, and we can go to Twitter and so on and so forth. What is it that I wanted to do? I've forgotten. Our link shortener is working. Okay, so before I do forget, I want to check something out because I did realize another error that we had. If I go into the smaller the mobile screens, right, then I try to open our menu, then this happens. Okay, I am not sure why that happens, but it happens. So let me try and figure it out. Let's go into our header, and then we have this is our nav bar. So our nav should be this one, right? Okay, this is our nav. So my is 5. And you know what, because we are rendering this here for mobile screens, and then it's above here for large screens. So what you can do is, we don't really need this. We don't need this. Okay, and of course, let me try and remove this to see whether this is also toggling this. Okay, so my5, so that means my5, that would mean that this should be flex column, so that it goes downwards. There we go. Items center, items center, and justify center. Take it to the center. There we go. And then do the same for this. So let's go inside here, flex column, item center, justify center. And we're going to have that, and then margin left 5, we can remove this. Okay, fantastic. So that is going to be that. And then because we are now we've added this for the mobile screens and then this for large screens. Okay, probably this is a crude way to do it, and you can find a better way really, but then again, I was building this out for the shortening API and not really for the design. Okay, and then let's try and increase it so that we make sure that everything is still working as it should. Okay, so there we go. Okay, so that is going to be the URL shortening, the shortly URL shortening API challenge. And yeah, you can go ahead and submit it if you want or not. I don't really feel like submitting it right now because it's almost midnight really, and I'm really tired. If you've reached this far without me boring you, then please leave a like on the video and subscribe to the channel if you're not already, and leave a comment down below in case of any challenges, and I'll try to get to them as soon as I can. And I will see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hello everyone, and welcome back to another video. And today we're going to be learning React Router DOM version 6 by building out this simple products application. So if you click on more details, it's going to take you to a bigger image of this with a bigger title and a description. And then when you click on back, obviously it's going to take you back to the home page. And notice how it snaps back to the top, right? It snaps back to the top. So we're also going to implement that using scroll restoration in React Router DOM. And then when you click on add to cart, then it pops up your cart to the side, and of course it's nothing fancy, it just displays all the products inside here. And I've not created the function for this, I've left that up to you who is going to be watching this video. So you click on close, it's going to close this out. Okay, so before we begin, I just want to mention that we're going to be using this repository. It's called products page YT, so YouTube, and VS Code in this folder. And then as VS Code is opening up, then what I want to do is I want to install all the dependencies which are available in my package.json. And my package.json is this. So I have React Router DOM inside here, and then I have Tailwind CSS and Auto Prefixer and Post CSS as dev dependencies. And you can install these from the Tailwind CSS installation guides from the framework guides. Okay, I just did it so that it becomes easier and we don't have to keep on jumping through pages. So let me go ahead and say npm install, and then we can take a look at the folder structure as this install. So now I can make it smaller, and let's go ahead and in the source folder we have an app.js. So I did a bit of cleanup, and the app.js just renders a section that has products app as the title, and then we have a db.json file, which is basically our API. So the API is called products. It has the ID, the name, description, the small, and the small, this refers to the smaller image, and then large is obviously the larger image, and so on and so forth. And it is a total of 5 products that we have in our db.json. In our index.css, I have imported tailwind here, and then I have also imported a font called inter right here, and that is set to the font family of the body by default, with the WebKit font smoothing set to anti-aliased. And then in index.js, we have nothing displayed on the screen right hand side here, right? So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm just going to say import use state from React, and then I'm also going to import data from our db.json, so /db.json, like so. And then I'm going to say export default function fetch products, like so. And then in the return, then I'm going to just return a section for now, and the section is going to have an h1 that says all products. Okay, and there's a reason for this. I just want to set up React Router DOM first before we do all this. So I'm going to go inside my app.js, and then inside app.js, I'm going to import fetch products at the top. So import fetch products, like so. And then inside this section, now we want to set up React Router DOM. So instead of rendering a section, then I want to render my fetch products, and we should still see this on the screen, right? We should see all products on the screen. Sorry, as you can see, it has changed. Now, if you want this to go to a different path, for example, we can say /products, right? Products, like so, then nothing renders here, okay? And that is very interesting. I'm going to explain why. But if you go into /products, then we should have all products, okay? So whatever you have inside here is going to be the URL that is shown inside here. So be very careful about that as well. Now, what I was saying about this being interesting is that notice that when we're on the /, then this renders. But when we're not on the /, then it doesn't render. That's because version 6 has introduced automatic, like, what should I call it, like link detection, where the problem with version 5 was that if you had multiple links, right? So for example, if this was to go into products, and then this was to go into /cart, if you had something like this, then what would happen is that all of these elements, or all of these components, sorry, would render at the same time on the same page once you're on the /. Okay, but because we are now on version 6, they have introduced automatic error handling, where the component that is rendered on the screen is going to be dependent on the path that matches exactly. Okay, so this is very, very important, and it is very, very nice, very nice. As you can see, I'm on the /s path, and nothing renders because there's no link that matches inside here. Okay, so I'm going to remove this, and then I'm going to create another route here. The path for this is going to be a wildcard, so *, and then the element for this is going to be our error page, like so. So let's go ahead and create error.js. Oops. Let's go ahead and create the error.js. So inside, let me just go inside the components. Let's go error.js, like so. Let me say rfc, and then inside here we're going to render a section. The section is going to have a class of flex and flex-column, and we're going to say items-center. I'm using emmet, that's why I can do this. And then we're going to say justify-center and text-center, and then it's going to have an h1 that says and link is not defined, of course, because we need to import it at the top. So import link from React Router DOM, and we should see this. Would you look at this? Okay, looking fantastic. And why is it this? Oh, it's not flex column, it's flex col. Sorry, that's the class. There we go. And then I want this to come all the way to the center, so we can add a fixed height of this of each screen, which is 100 viewport heights, and we should have this. Okay. The reason why I have the button as a white background is because this background is going to be a dark background. So let's go ahead and do that. So in the index.css, I just want to say at apply, which is a Tailwind utility. So I'm going to say at apply bg-slate-900, and we should see this, okay? And then I've just realized that this is kind of an error. You won't be able to see this when you hover over it. So this should not be bg-slate. Where's the error page? This should be bg, oops, can't see. This should be bg-grade-100. Yeah, a very slight hover effect, but it works. And then let's change this up now. So let me add a space here. Let me add a this line thing. So error 44, and you know what, I don't want it here actually. I want it here, like so. And then on the H1, let's say text-4xl and text-white. And then on the span, let's say class name of text-base and text-slate-200. Okay, so we're going to have that. That's looking okay. Let me say inside here, let me say font-bold, font-bold, and you know what, this is too big. Let me say XL, like so. And then inside here, let's say font light, so font light. And there we go. So this is going to be our error page, not too shabby. So let's go back to the home page, and then we can begin working on the fetch products now. So inside here, we're going to set up our state values. So now I'm going to say const items is equal to use state, and we want to pass in the data. And the reason I'm only saying items is because we're not going to be using the set items function, so there's no need to add it in. Okay, and then inside here now, instead of saying all products, I'm going to say items dot products dot map. Okay, I have to say dot products because items technically, let me show you, items technically is this, okay, which is an object, and you can't map over an object. So we need to go into the products, which is now an array of objects, and then we can map over it. Okay, so that's why I have items.products.map. And then I want to destructure immediately by getting the ID, what was it? ID name description small large. So ID name description small and large. Like so. Then let's see what I have on the screen. And say link is not defined. I always forget that, so sorry for that. So always import it at the top. And we should see this. Look at that. So we have all our items. Now we can just begin styling it out. So the first thing that I'm going to do is go inside this section, and I want to add padding on the left and right. So actually everywhere. So padding on the left and right, top and bottom of 5. And then I want to say that for medium screens, let me say for large screens, actually, you know what, let me say padding X of 5 and padding Y of 10, and then for large screens, padding Y of 20. And then for extra large screens, I want to have a limit to the max width. So max width, I'm going to say 6XL. And then for XL screens, I just want to say MX Auto, which is going to center everything, like so, as you can see, very nice. And then let's begin styling this out. So for the H1 inside here, sorry, for the H2, I'm going to give this a class name of font-bold and text-4XL, margin bottom 5, and text-white. That's how this looks. So we have that looking fantastic. And then inside this paragraph, let's give this a class name of text-slate-200. Let me see how 300 looks. Okay, 300, I think 300 is much better. And then inside this UL, let's give this a class name of flex and items center and justify center. Oh, sorry, justify between, so that they go end to end, like so. And then let's tag this button, the first link, sorry. So this is going to have a class name of border-2 and border-white, padding-2, padding on the Y of 2, padding on the X of 4. And then let's say text-white. Okay, so that we're going to have this, and then let's tell this other button. So this button is going to have a class name of bg white, text-slate-800. Yeah, let's do 800, padding on the Y of 2, padding on the X of 4. And is there anything else? Let's see. And we have this add to cart looking fantastic. Okay, so the next thing that I want to do is I want to add a padding on the bottom of this paragraph so that it pushes away from this button. So inside here, I'm just going to say margin bottom, sorry, not padding bottom, margin bottom of 10. like so. And then yeah, that's looking almost done. But before it's done, we just want to display the image on the left and the text on the right. So let's go back inside this article and give this a class name of grid, and grid dash calls dash 1 with a gap of 5, first of all, for mobile screens. Okay, actually, did I do that correctly? Gap of 5 added this gap on top, right? Okay, so let's say that for MD screens, then the grid columns should be 2. So grid calls 2. Let's see what happens. And we're going to have that. And then I just want this to move to the center. So I'm going to say for MD screens, let's say plus items center. Is that the class? I keep on forgetting sometimes. Okay, there we go. So place item center moves it to the center. And then I want to say that for large screens, then the gap should increase to 10. Increase this gap. And then I say for XL screens, then the gap should be 20. Make it even bigger. There we go. Okay. And then now I want to go inside this parent element, which is our section, right? And then I want this section to be a grid as well, so that we can add the gaps between these cuts. So let's go inside this, and we can say grid, and grid calls dash 1. Obviously, they're going to be 1 with a gap of 5. And this is going to happen. Look at that. And then we can say for large screens, then the gap should be 10. Make it just a bit bigger. There we go. And probably we can say that for XL screens, the gap should be 20. Don't mind doing that, so that this is kind of symmetrical. So it's 20 here and 20 here. So it's a bit symmetrical, looking fantastic. Okay. Now the next thing that I want to do is I don't want all of this text to show up here, right? I only want a bit of it to show up. That would be the validation for clicking this more details link. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. You can go inside here. Okay, so now instead of just rendering the description, I'm going to render template literals first, and then my $sign and my curly brackets. Okay, so this is just basically adding variables inside strings. So I'm going to say inside here, I want to say description dot substring substring, and substring basically takes a number of items beginning from 0 to whatever number that you're going to choose. And in this case, I'm going to choose 200, and then dot dot dot. So outside of this, is it 3 dots? Why can't I say this? Let me zoom out of it. Dot dot dot. There we go. So what this basically means is that it's going to take the number of characters from the first character, which is 0, to the 200th character, and then it's going to display them, and then the rest of the string past 200 characters. So let's go ahead, and that would mean that we need to create a component called single product. Okay, so single product.js, and then let's just do RFC. For now, we can just have single product like that. There's no problem. Okay, so let's create this route for our single products page. So the route for this, the path is going to go into / name, which is the name of the product, and the element that we want to render is going to be the single product, like so. And remember to close it out and import it at the top. So this for the full column name is basically going to be the slug that we have in our URL bar on the browser. Okay, so if you wanted this to go into, for example, let me see what have. So you can choose the ID or the name or the description or the small or the large, but I don't recommend doing that because these are just too what's the word, ambiguous, conspicuous. No, that's not the word. So let's go ahead and go into our single products page. Okay, so let's begin building this out. The first thing that we do need to do is we need to import use state and use effect from React. We're going to be needing those two hooks, sorry, not links. And then I'm going to set up my state values, right? So I'm going to call this single product and set single product. This is going to be equal to use state, and by default is going to be an empty array. Okay, looking fantastic. And then I should probably import my data. So import data from db.json, db.json, like so. And we need to get this name that we have inside. Remember, this is the / name, right? We need to get this name from the URL, right? So let's go ahead and we're going to import a hook from React Rotterdam called use params. Okay, so we need to actually import the link and then use params, and these are coming from React Rotterdam, like so. So this hook comes from React Rotterdam. It is not in React. Okay, remember that sometimes I get mixed up in the imports. Okay, and then what we can do is now we can destructure the name, which is coming from the use params, like so. And use params is going to access this right inside here, and then it's going to get the name that we have set it inside here. Okay, so that's quite interesting. Okay, and what you can do actually if you want to test whether this is working is you can just render the name inside here, and then probably let me change this text to text dash 4xl, let's say text white. And once I save this, then you should see Air Jordans right inside here, and you can go to another page and you can see it's going to change as well. So that basically means that this is working correctly. So what we do need to do though is, because we are getting this data locally, then you need to create a function that is going to check for the product that we have clicked on, and we can do that inside the use effect. So we're going to set up our use effect like so. Okay, we're going to have a callback dependency array. Sorry, we're going to have a dependency array, which is going to be the name basically inside here, which basically means that whatever function that we're going to write inside here should run every single time that the name changes. And by the name changing, that basically means that we are going into a different link with a different product. So we therefore want this function inside here to run. So let's go ahead and create this function. So I'm going to create the function called find product, because we are finding a single product, right? Like so, make it an arrow function because they're cool. And then we're going to say const new product. Okay, product is not defined. Wait, was product 1145 line 11. Products defined. Oops, this should say products defined for every product, like so. And then this, oops, not without the filter. So this is the correct one. Okay, sorry about that. And we should see Bose headphones here. So let me open up our DevTools. Let's see what we have in the console. So we have an object that says description, ID2, large, and name and small. Okay, so let me try something. Okay, so inside here, let me have the image saying single product dot large. What happens then? Okay, so we have single product dot large. Okay, and then below this, let me try reloading. Sometimes it breaks. Okay, so everything seems to be running correctly. And then below this, so I no longer want the h1 to be above, I want it to be below the image. And then below this, we're going to have the single paragraph that says single product dot description. And then below this, we're going to have a UL with two list items. Okay, the first one is going to be a link that goes back to the home page. So link to / that says back, come on. And then this is going to be rendering a left arrow, so ampersand LARR, like so. And you know what, I want this to be the second one. And then the first one is going to say add to cart, and I just want to copy these links because this is going to be a button. Actually make it a button, and then let's say fetch products, and let me copy these class names, copy this and paste it inside here. Okay, so give this a class name of flex smooth. And then let's go inside this UL. Let's imagine top of 5. Let's imagine top of 10. Let's add some more space, right? And then let's go inside this section. Let's say padding on the Y of 10, and for large screens, padding on the Y of 20. So we can have a bit of padding on the top and padding on the bottom. And then let's tell this H1. So the H1 here is going to say give this a class name of text dash 4xl for small screens. Let's say imagine bottom of 5. Actually, now let's say margin Y of 5, and then for large screens, then margin bottom of 10. Let's say text dash white and font dashboard. And then let's say that for medium screens, the text should be 5xl. For large screens, the text should be 6xl. Make it big for nothing because it looks cooler. And then let's grab this paragraph and then let's change its color. So class name text dash slate dash 300. And there we go. Would you look at that? So we have our single products page working for correctly. Let's go back. Let's go into another one. Okay, into another one. Oops, that's the same one. This one, correct. And this one. Look at that, looking fantastic. Okay, so the next thing that we do need to do is notice how I want that when you click on the back button, it snaps me back to the top. Probably you don't want to do that, but I think it would be nice to know how you do that, right? So let's go ahead and we're going to create another component called scroll to top.js. Inside here, we're going to say import use, do you need use state? Let's say use effect from React. And then let's say export default function scroll to top. Okay, and then inside here we're going to have our use effect, and the use effect is going to say window dot scroll to 0, 0, which basically means take it back to this point of the document. So 0, 0. So left of 0 and top of 0. Now this is going to have a dependency array called path name, and path name comes from a React hook called a React router DOM hook called use location. So let's import use location. Let's test it out. Okay, just reload it to be on the safe side. So I'm going to go inside here, and then when I click on back, then it takes me back to the top. Okay, fantastic. Now, if you don't want to do this, then of course you can just disable this. It doesn't really matter. It all depends on the on how you want your app to behave. Okay. Okay. So once you have that, then we want to create our add to cart. We want to add the functionality for our add to cart button, right? So in order to do that, then we're going to create a component called cart.js. Okay. And then let's just say RFC like so, and then this is going to be an empty fragment that says inside here we're going to have an aside tag like so, and then inside this aside tag let's have an issue that says your cart, and then below this we're just going to render our products like we did in the fetch products. Okay, we're going to do basically this same destructuring, not everything. We're only going to get the ID, the name, and the small image. Okay, so we need to import this and we need this as well. So inside cat.js, let's say import use state from here, use state, and then this is going to say we're also going to import data from db.json, and then we should go to the bottom and we should see it, but something is wrong because of this. Is it? Let me remove this, and we should see your cut right here. Okay, so it means items.map is wrong because this should be items.products.map. There we go, and then we should see items. There we go. So that is working correctly. So inside here, let me give this h2 a class name of text-slate-800 and font-bold and text- 2XL and uppercase and margin bottom of 5, and then inside this aside, let me give this aside a class name of padding around of 5. And I've just remembered that if we go into this more detailed section and we go into the mobile version, it doesn't have a padding on the left and right. So let's go ahead and add that before I forget. So inside this section, let's just say padding 5 around. There we go. Okay, fantastic. Items about, oh, this is the error that we just had that we just fixed. Okay, so where were we? We were here adding our cart. Okay, fantastic. Now what I want to do is, let me close this and close this and this and this as well. So for the cart, I want this cart to have a white background first of all, so we're going to have that, and then I want it positioned fixed to the top right. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's say fixed, which is obviously going to remove it away from the page, as you can see, right? And then let's say take it to the right by 0, and to the top, sorry, not to the left, by 0. And then let's say h full, which is height 100%. Is it h full or h screen? I forget. Okay, so as you can see, we have this, that's looking okay. And then probably if you have many items that overflow, then you want to also handle the overflow, but ours are not going to be overflowing, so there's no need to do that. And then once you have this, then what I want is this h2 to be inside a div, like so that I can add a button here that says close. Okay, and then once I have that button that says close, I can say give this a class name of flex and item center and justify between. So close should be here. There we go. And the reason why this is kind of to the bottom is because this has a margin bottom of 5. Where is it? Here, margin bottom of 5. So now they're on the same level, and then now we can add the margin bottom of 5 on this div. There we go. And then I want this button to be styled a bit differently. So class name is going to be border bottom dash 2 and then border dash transparent. Okay, and then when we hover over this, then I want the border to be dash slate dash 800. So look at that. That's looking nice, right? And then let's add a transition dash all with a duration of 150, just so that it kind of slides in, you know. It's the little animations that, you know, that are really nice. Okay, and then let's go ahead and grab these images. So this image is going to have a class name of width dash 20 and height dash 20 with a rounded dash full with a margin right of 2. Okay, so we have that. That's looking fantastic. Okay, and the next thing that I do want to do actually before I forget is I want this to always be on top no matter what happens. So inside here, I'm going to have a z index of 50, just to make sure that it's always going to be on top of everything else on the every other element on the web page. Okay, and then let's make this into a fixed height. So let me say that the first width for this is going to be 11/12 for mobile screens. For small screens, it's going to be width dash 9/12. And then for medium screens, the width is going to be 7/12. And then for large screens, the width, actually, can that remain actually by that? This is too big. So for large screens, the width is going to be 5/12. Okay, this involved a lot of me doing trial and error. That's why I have these figures in mind. And actually, I don't know whether they all work, but you know, they work for now, so that's looking okay. And then, you know what, let me reduce the width and the height of these images. So let me say width dash 12. Just making them a bit smaller. And then what I want to do is inside this article, I want to give this a class name of flex, that this goes to the side right here. Okay, and then items dash center, so that the text comes downwards like so. And then let's go inside. Let me grab all of this and place it inside a div like so that I can go inside this div and give this a class name of grid and grid columns dash 1 with a gap of 5 to push each of these items away from one another like so. And then once we have that, then I want to add a button. Where should I add this button? I want to add this button here, and this button is going to say remove item, but I've realized a problem. Okay, and that is basically the problem. You see this? I could add justify between here, but I don't want to do that because this text is then going to go into the center. I don't want to do that. Okay, so the solution for this is I'm going to grab all of this, place it inside the div, and then this can remain as it is basically, and this is what is going to happen, which is once again not what I want to happen, right? So flex item center, and then now we can add justify between here, and the button is going to go to the end. There we go. And then now these classes here, where is it? Now these classes here are going to go inside this div. So class name and this name inside here. So we're going to have this looking amazing. And then obviously these buttons are going to be red in color. So give this a class name of bgred-500. When you hover over it, I want bgred-600. Let's say transition dash all and duration dash 150. Let's say padding y of 1 and padding x of 2. Let's say text dash small and text dash white. Okay, so there we go. There we go. And probably you can add this into an icon instead of having this text. Okay, you know, let me say, instead of saying remove item, let's say delete. Yeah, I think that would be much better. And then below this, I want to have a button here that says clear cut. So below this, so outside of this, let's have a button here that says clear cut, like so. Let's give this button a class name of bg slate-900. Let's say padding y of 2, padding x of 10. Let's say margin top of 10. Let's say text dash white. Let's say, is that correct? Let's see how this looks. Okay, yeah. So instead of this being 900, let me make it 800, so that when I hover over it, then I can say bg 900. So when I hover, I can say bg slate-900, and then transition dash all once again, and duration dash 150. So let's see this. Look at this, looking fantastic. Now once again, I'm not going to create the function for this. I'm going to leave this up to you, and I'm not going to create the function for the delete items as well. I'm going to leave that up to you. Okay, fantastic. So we can have this, and then now we just need to handle our close, our display basically. So whether our cut is opened or closed. Now the thing that comes to mind actually when you just think about this is to just have to go into the fetch products, right? And then to have a state value here. So const, let's say cut, let's say is open. Should I call it is open or what? So is open and set is open. It's going to be use state, and by default it's going to be false because we don't want our cut to be open by default. And then now we can place a conditional here where we can say only when cut, only when is open is true, that's when you want to render our cut. Okay, and then this should disappear. There we go. And then now we want to place this conditional to be toggled every time that we click on this button. So that would mean that we just go inside this button, and we can say that on click we want to place in our inline function and say set is open to true. Okay, now when you click on this, then our cut opens, and then now we want that when you click on this, then our cut closes, obviously. So let's go and say set, we're going to pass in a prop called set is open, which is going to be equal to the set is open function. Okay, so this is the name of the prop, and you can call this whatever you want. Okay, it doesn't have to be the same as this, but the naming convention requires that it should be the, okay, not requires really, the naming convention is that it should be the same as the prop that you want to get, just so that when you look at this code maybe in 6 months or someone else takes a look at it, then it becomes easy for them to understand. So once we have this, then we can go into our cut, of course save it, and we can destructure it inside here. So destructure set is open, and then we can go into this close button, and you can see that when you click on this, so on click, we want to place in our inline function, and you can say set is open to false. Okay, so let's test this out. So close it out, opens and close it. Okay, now one problem though, okay, and this is the problem that I mentioned earlier. If we go into more details, right, we also want that when you click on this button, then the cut should also open up. Okay, now remember that this button is inside the single products page. Okay, which is okay, I've opened it. Come on, seriously. Okay, so we want that when you click on this button, then it also triggers the cut opening animation, right? Now how would we do that though? Okay, now a solution for that would be, instead of having this inside here, then you would have it inside app.js, so somewhere inside here, and then you would pass down the state values as props into the fetch products, which requires it, as well as the single products, which requires it. Okay, so what I mean is this. Let's just go ahead and do it. So I would go inside fetch products, I would grab this from here, cut it out, and then I would paste it inside here, right? So now this is accessible from the use state is not defined, sorry about that, I always forget to import it. So import use state, let's go inside above this, import use state, oops, from React. Okay, now look at this, let's just reload this. Okay, now I can go back inside here, and when I click add to cart, then it still opens, and when I click on close, it still opens, right? Now I can go into the more details, and I can do the very same thing. Okay, so I can just copy this from here, and then I want to pass them inside the single product. Okay, and then now I can go into single product, which I know requires this, And I can say that on click, I want to pass in my inline function, and I can say set is open to true to open the cat. And then of course I need to grab this, I need to destructure the props here, so set is open, like so. So once I save that, and we can reload this to be on the safe side, and then when I click on this, when I click on this, it doesn't fuck. Did I do that correctly? So set is open. Let's see, set is open. Set is open to true. Set is open to true. Oh, you know what? It's not wrong, because I've just realized why this is not working. It's because the cat is not being rendered on this page. Okay, so we need to go into set single product, and then let's go outside of this section, and then let's just render our cat once again. Sorry for that. So let's just render our cat, and then we can place it inside a conditional, actually, where we can say only when is open is true, then we want to render our cat, and then we need to get this prop as well from here. So is open, like so, and set is open. Okay, now look at that. So we can close it. What's happening? So why isn't this working actually? Let's take a look at this, and it says set is open is not a, oh, you know what? We need to add the props inside here. So set is open, prop is equal to set is open function. Is this correct? Why isn't this changing color? Let's try it out. Let's try it out once again. So let's close this, and you can say close. Okay, there we go. So we can open it and we can close it. Fantastic. Now probably what you would want to do is, probably change this into a toggle, right? So when you click on this, either way, then it's going to open or close the cat. And then once the cat is open, then you can say close cat, and then once it is closed, then you can say add to cat. You can add those little bits of functionality inside if you want, but I don't want to do that. Okay, now I've showed you one solution, which is to have these state values inside the parent element, right? And this works. Okay, this works. But when your application begins getting bigger and you have more and more state values, then it begins to become a bit cumbersome. So the next solution that I want to show you is by using the context API. So I'm going to close all of this down, and then inside the source folder, I'm going to create a new folder called context. And then inside here, I'm going to have context.js. So small c because it's context, okay? And then we can begin creating our context. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is I'm going to say import create context, and then we want to say import use state from React, okay? And then I want to create a cat context inside here. So cat context. I'm not really good at explaining context, okay? So context, and notice that everything now breaks, okay? So fetch products is open is not defined. So let's we're going to fix that, okay? We're going to fix that the is open that is not defined is this inside here, okay? And notice that in our context we already have it at the top, okay? So we're going to fix that. Okay, so what we need to do now is we want to create our function to open the cat, right? So const handle open cat. So const handle open cat. This is going to be an inline function like so, where we're just going to say set cat into true. It's set cat into true. It's that easy, right? And then const handle close cat. This is just going to say set cat into false. Okay, and then once we have this, then we want to create our context, a variable called context, where we want to destructure these three items. So 1, 2, and 3, which is our state value, which is this as well. Let's see whether this works. Single product is open is not defined, of course. Set cat is not defined in context.js. What did I do? Oh, I said set cat. Oops. Oh my goodness. It's not set cat. I apologize for that. It's set is open. Set is open. I do apologize for that. I said set cat because that's the name of the value that is the state value that I used while building up the other application. I do apologize for that. Sorry for that. So single product, yes, is open is not defined. So we can go into single product and we can just do the same thing. So we need to import use context from React. And then below this, we're going to say import card context, import card context from context. And then we want to get the is open here. And does single product have the button to open the cart? It does, right? Okay. So the function is called handle open cart. It's going to be use context, and we want to pass in cart context like so. And then is open is now defined. Now this function is no longer going to be this. It's going to be handle open cart. Fantastic. And okay, that reloads it. So we can click on this, and would you look at that, now our close button doesn't work technically. So let's fix that by going into our cart right inside here, and then we can remove this because we no longer need it. And then once again, we go through the process of saying use context from React and import cart context from context, and then we can say const and the structure, the handle close cart function is going to be use context, and we're going to pass in cart context like so. And then this is no longer this function, but it is handle close cart. Okay, so let it reset. If not, you can try it out, and it's working. Would you look at this? And all of this is coming from context, and we can go back into our page inside here, and we can add to cart and close it as well. So that is, I've shown you two solutions where we can add your state bodies inside app.js and pass them down as props using what is called prop drilling. Or you can add context to your application. I think adding context is a much better solution because, okay, you know what, you shouldn't really add context if your application is small enough. Okay, I just did it here because you know, it's better to have a big pool of knowledge than to get stuck on something. Okay, so yeah, I think that is going to be the rest of the application. But before I do that, I just want to deploy this to this page so that you can have the updated code that we actually use in this tutorial. Okay, so that there are not many differences in the code. So let's go ahead and do that. Let me say git add once this opens up. So git add, actually is this YT? Okay, so git add, sorry, let's go into the source. So cd source, and let's say git add context and git commit. Let's say context, git add app.js, let's say git commit, and say set up react router DOM. Let's say git add index.css, let's say git commit, let's say import tailwind plus fonts. Let's say git add index.js, index.js. Let's say git commit, and we're going to call this what did we do in index.js? We're going to say add context error page. So in order to fix that, let's say netlify. We're going to create a new file called netlify.html, and then we're going to add some rules inside here. So redirects, we're going to be redirecting for a warning in development, but it turns into an error when you try to deploy it. So let's fix that. Let's go into app.js and let's remove this from the top because we don't really use it. There we go. And then once again, you can just say git add all and git commit, and you can say, if I check on GitHub, then I should see 15 seconds ago removed unused import. So now you can go ahead and deploy this to Netlify, and it is going to work correctly. And I don't really want to do that because I already have another similar project on Netlify, and it doesn't really make sense to have duplicates. Okay, so yeah, so if you've reached this far in the video, then please do subscribe if you're not already, and I will see you in the next video. So bye bye. Hello everyone, and welcome back to another video. And today we're going to be doing the adverse generator application from Frontendmentor. And what I want to do is I want to do two videos. So the first one is going to be a vanilla HTML, CSS, and JavaScript where we're going to build this out. And then the other video is going to be the same application but now built in React. Okay, so what I've done actually is I have the vanilla version of this on GitHub already, and I'm going to have this link in the description as well. The repository is called Vanilla Advice Generator App, and you can go ahead and clone this and you'll find the application working correctly. You can just open up the index.html file however you wish. So you can go ahead and click on this card and then you can download the files right here, but I'm not going to download it because I already have the files on my desktop. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this up using VS Code and then we can begin. Okay, so once you extract the files from the zip file that you download, then you should have something like this in your text editor. My preference is Visual Studio Code, but you can work with any text editor that you wish. And you can go ahead and take a look at the index.html. This is what we have, and so on and so forth. And we have the git ignore, we have the images and the design. So actually what I'm going to do is right inside here, I want to create a style.css file, or let me call it styles.css. You know what, let me call it style.css because that's what I call it in the repository, just to be uniform. And then I'm going to cut these two from here, cut it out, paste them inside here. And then I'm going to go ahead and link my style.css file, style.css. Okay, we can remove this, and we can have this is actually fine, but we can change this to your website, a class of container, like so. And then inside here we're going to have an h1 that says advice number, so basically this, right? And then below this we're going to have a paragraph that says this, and of course we're going to remove the comments, so don't worry about it. And then we have the attribution at the bottom, so that's looking okay. And then below this paragraph, look at the design, we have this image, right? We have this image first of all, so let's go ahead and add that image, and that image is called the pattern divider mobile and the desktop. Okay, so just because I don't want to toggle this in CSS, I'm going to add it in HTML using the picture tag. Okay, so the picture has the source media, and for a minute of 768 pixels, don't worry, I'm going to explain this in a moment. We want the /images, and it's called pattern divider. And inside here right at the top, we are going to place this right there. Okay, fantastic. So let's save this and let's see whether the font changes, and as you can see, it changes as well. Now let me just explain what we were doing in our CSS, right? Let me remove this padding, let me remove this padding. Now look at this, and actually not, I've just realized that I haven't reset everything. So let's go ahead and reset the margin to 0. Look at this. Okay, set the padding to 0, look at that. And then let's set the box sizing to border box. Okay, the reason why this is important is because there are some elements that have a default margin and a default padding. So if you don't add them in, if you don't reset this, sorry, and you try to add the margin and padding on the elements, then you'll find that they are going to start overflowing and behaving in a manner that you don't expect. And then the box sizing border box just tells the document that we are going to be using the CSS box model. Okay, which just means that place the margin on the outside and then place the padding on the inside of the elements. Okay, so if I add the padding, so what I'm going to do is right inside here, I'm going to go inside my style.css. Okay, that's why I'm going to link this in the description. And then I'm going to grab this. Notice how we have the before and after. So right up to here, I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste it where they have it after the paragraph. So right here, and hopefully, okay. And I probably should remove this here, and I should add it here. Margin bottom 1 run. Hopefully this will work and it doesn't give me errors. And of course it gives me errors. And I actually know the reason why that's an error. Okay, so let me just comment this out and let me explain. Okay, so notice how this button is positioned absolute here, right? It's positioned absolute to the body technically. Now, if I add another property called top and set it to the top by 10 pixels, notice what happens. Now it goes all the way to the top instead of being contained within the container. Now, in order to fix that, then we need to go into the parent element of the button, which we know is the container. So let's go into the container right here, and then let's say position this as relative. And when I save this, now notice the button goes here instead of being on the top. Okay, so we don't want it to be on the top. Actually, we want it to be on the bottom, so we can remove this. And we're inside the HTML and CSS. Okay, you know what? I've realized that we are not, because we need to contain this. So let's add a media query right below this. We can say add media for a min width of 500 pixels. Then I want to access the dot container, and I want the container to have a max width of 480 pixels. Now 480, I've chosen it because technically the body has a padding of 20 pixels all around. Where is it? This 20 pixels all around. Okay, that's why I chose 480. So once we save that, then look at this. We have this looking fantastic. Okay, so I can place it to the right, and we're going to have that. Now let's go ahead and deal with our button here, because when we click on this, then we want the quote to change. Okay, so we can go ahead into our app.js, and let's go ahead back into our application, which is right here, and let's open up our console, and we should see this. Look at this. So we get back an object, and we have the slip and the advice. So that's looking okay. That's looking okay. And what we can do next is we can go ahead and grab this h1 and this paragraph, because we need to populate them, right? So let me give this let me give it an ID. I know I used classes in my repository, so let me give this an ID of title, and then let's give this paragraph an ID of text. Okay, so right after this console log, I want to grab the title, the h1, and the paragraph. So I'm going to say document dot get element by ID, and I want the title like so, and I'm going to say dot inner HTML equals to, and it's going to be equals to data dot slip dot ID. Let's see that. Look at that. So we have ID number 62, right? Because we are accessing the slip from here, and then we're getting the ID property, and we're displaying it here. And then what I can do is document dot get element by ID, and we want the ID of text, and you can say dot inner HTML equals to data slip dot advice, which is the next one. And would you look at that? So this is already working pretty much, right? But technically we don't want to have that. So what I want to do is I want this to be in quotes like this. Okay, I want it to be in quotes, and then we can get this and then display it on the screen, because if I save this, then it's just going to write this on the screen, and I don't want that to happen. And before I forget, let me remove this text because we don't need it anymore. Okay, and then adverse ID, we can remove this. Okay, and let me just remove all of this, because technically still we don't need any of that. Okay, now we can go ahead, and inside here, instead of just returning the variable, then I'm going to return template literals. Okay, backticks, and I'm going to say advice number, so hashtag, and then placing my $, like so, and then you can say data.slip.id. Okay, and we're going to have this. Okay, so advice number 5, and then we're going to do the same thing here. Okay, so I'm going to return my template literals and say we're going to have $data.slip. Okay, and we need to add quotes on the left and right, so that's why I have this right here, because this works, because technically we're accessing the variables, and we can do that because of ES6. We are using template literals. Okay, so would you look at that? That's looking fantastic. And then now we just need to handle our button click, right? So remember, the function is called fetch advice. So you can go back into our index.html, and on this button right here, we can say, when we click on this, so on click, we can say fetch advice, which is the name of our function. Okay, so look at that. When you click on this, another function and another function, and looking another quote, sorry, not function, another quote. Okay, now I just want to explain something that, notice if you try and click fast enough, then it technically doesn't change. That's because in the API documentation, which is right here, it says advice is cached for 2 seconds. So any repeat request within 2 seconds will return the same piece of advice. That's why this happens. Okay, it's not that your application is broken or anything, but it's because of the caching that is happening. Okay, so that's looking fantastic. And so what I want to do is, actually not, I've already deployed this on GitHub, so there's nothing more to do. and I already have it on Netlify as well. So everything is looking fantastic. So in the next video, and what I can do actually is I can submit this to Frontendmentor, right? So let's go ahead and let me just open Netlify because I've forgotten the link to that website. Okay, so this is a link to my website, right? The one that I deployed. So let me go ahead and go into Frontendmentor and let's say visit Challenge Hub. And then let's say submit solution because I already done it. Is that the correct one? Okay. So submit solution, and we have, let's say, mobile fast advice generator app in vanilla. Come on, vanilla HTML, CSS, JavaScript. There we go. So the repository URL, we have the live site URL. So let me get the repository URL from here, right here, and then we don't need to add this, and we can just say submit solution. Okay, and would you look at that? We're already done with that. Now in the next video, I want to build out this same application, but now in React, and it's going to be faster because I'm just going to copy the CSS that we have from this application that we've just built. I'm just going to copy out this CSS, and then everything should be fine. Hello everyone, in this video we're going to be doing the advice generator app, and this time we're going to be building it in reactjs. So you can go ahead and click on this card, and I want to click on restart so that it starts as a new challenge. Okay, you can click on get started, and you can say download starter, but since it already started this, then I'm not going to do this because I don't want to have duplicate files, right? So I'm going to open up the extracted file in my text editor, which is Visual Studio Code, and then we can begin. Okay, so once you download and extract the files, then you should have this in your workspace. So the design folder and the images folder and the default index.html, which is just this looking very crude, right? Now what I want to do is, and actually what I've already done is I've already canvassed a new React application, which is this right here, okay? And I've called it advice generator. So you can go ahead and say npx install, npx create React app advice generator. You can give this you can give your application whatever name that you want. I just prefer to call it like this, and then I'm going to open this up in VS Code by saying code dot right there. Okay, so this is my React application, and then what I want to do is just say npm run start, which should open up my React application on locals 3000. Now I want to place this to the left, and I want to place my extracted folder from Frontendmentor to the right because we want to do a bit of copying and pasting. So I was repository for the vanilla app that we created. Then I just want to grab the CSS, okay, because it's going to be faster. So let me just find out where that repository is. So this right here, so vanilla advice generator, and inside the style.css, I just want to copy everything, okay? Oops, not everything, but just this. Copy all this to the bottom. So copy this. And then inside my React application, I'm going to go inside the index.css, and then I'm just going to paste it inside here, and we should have this. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's do a bit of cleanup. So let me delete this file and this file and this and this and this, and then just say delete. And then inside the index.js, I want to remove this because we've deleted it, and remove the import as well. And then in app.js, so in app.js, I want to remove this from here, and then I want to remove all of this. And you know what, let me remove, I don't need to remove that. Actually, I can just give this a class name of container, which is going to grab this class from here. Okay, so we can save that, and we can see what we have on the screen if it's opened up. And there we go. Okay, so you can place this to the right, and you can have this to the left. And now I can close this out. There we go. So let's have this as a class of container, and then inside this div, what I want to do is I want to have an h1 that says learn2, and then below this I want to have a paragraph that says learn10, and then below this we're going to have a picture tag. So pick picture, come on, it's not working obviously because I'm recording. And then this picture tag is going to have a source. Come on, what's happening? It's going to have a source, but it's not opening up. So let me just go ahead, and we need to import the images that we're going to use, right? So let me go ahead and import these two images. So I'm going to say import, let me say it looks like a pause button. So import pause from dot slash or dot slash, is it dot slash? Yeah, it's dot slash images, dot slash images, because we're only this to the center. If I remove it, then it's going to go all the way to the end, which I do not want. Okay, so yeah, that is going to be our CSS. So now the next thing that we need to do is we need to create our function to fetch our data, and for that we need to import two hooks from React. So we're going to say import use state and use effect from React. Okay, and then we're going to set up our state values. So const, let me call this what do we need to do actually? Let me say const text and set text, right? And this is going to be equal to use state. By default is going to be an empty array, and then we are going to call our function. We're going to create our function called fetch advice. So const fetch advice is equal to an asynchronous function, and I'm going to say const res equals to await res.json. Okay, sorry, await fetch, and we're fetching the URL, which I do not have. So this is the URL, this one actually, from the API that we're using. So this is the URL to the API. Just go ahead and copy it, and we can paste it inside here, and we can go ahead and say const data equals to await res.json. And then once we do that, remember there's an empty array. We need to populate this array using this function, which will then populate our state value. So we're going to say set text into our data that you get back. Okay, and then the next thing that we need to do is we need to call this function inside a use effect. So I'm going to say use effect, set up my callback function, and then set up an empty dependency array so that the function only runs once. And I'm going to call fetch advice inside here. Okay, so let's go ahead and save this, and let's see what we have. We have a console log. Let me just console log the data, console.log the data, to see what we have on the screen, to see whether we're getting back anything, right? So let me open this up in our console, and we should have object. Okay, so look at that, we have the object. Now the next thing that we do need to do is, I've just realized that I want to change this title because I'm going to forget. So index.html, let me just change this to advice generator app. Okay, and it changes just like that. So what we need to do is we now need to access these properties inside here and then display them on the screen, right? So what we're going to do is inside the h1, okay, we're just going to say place in our curly brackets, and then we're going to say text, because now remember we have populated this state value when we said set text into the data, because remember this is our state value, and then this is the function that controls how we access this state value. Okay, so we want to say text dot sleep dot id, and sleep is coming from here. Okay, so this is the object that is called sleep, and then we want to access the property inside this object called advice and id. So the id is going to be this one, and let's see whether that works. Look at that, it works fantastic. And we just want to have advice hashtag, so advice number, there we go, and we have that. And then for the paragraph inside here, we just want to say paste now our brackets as well, and we just say text.sleep.advice. Okay, so there we go, and would you look at that. And then when you click on this button, then we want this to change. So let's go inside the button here, and we can say on click, we want to place in our inline function, and we're going to say sorry, not our inline function, sorry for that. We're just going to call this function, so the function called fetch advice. So fetch advice, like so. And let's try it out. So when we click on this, there we go, and we can click on it again and again. You'll notice that I'm pausing for a moment before I click on it. That's because the API caches the response for 2 seconds before you can make another get request. So let's click on this, and looking fantastic. Now probably you're going to ask why I have the fetch advice outside the use effect. The reason is because if I would have it inside the use effect, then this will not work. Okay, and it's actually going to throw an error. Look at that, fetch advice is not defined because it's inside a hook. So that's why I have placed it on the outside. Okay, simple reason, simple enough. And another thing is I wanted to mention that you might also notice that we have not used map, right? That's because map is an array method, and what we're getting back as the response is an object and not an array. And if you want to access objects, then you just use dot notation as we have used inside here. Okay, so once we do all that, then the next thing that we do want to do is I want to deploy this to GitHub. So let me just open GitHub, and then I want to deploy it to Netlify as well, and then submit my solution back to Frontendmentor. So I can close this, I can close this, and I can close this, and I can actually close this as well. Make sure that there are no warnings or errors. Looking amazing. And then let's create a new repository, and then I'm going to call it reactjs and advice generator app, like so, and then create repository. And then I'm going to copy this link, okay? And then back inside here, let me close all of this down. And then let's open my integrated terminal. Okay, so the first thing that I'm going to do is just say git remote add origin. You know what? Let me explain this first. When you create a new React application, it automatically creates a Git repository for you. It initializes a Git repository for you on your localhost. That's why I'm not doing git init, because I already have it initialized. Okay, now you can follow all of this, and it will still be the same thing. Okay, so let's reload this, and we should see this. Okay, would you look at that? All our files are updated, including our readme. So let's go ahead into Netlify, and I want to say import an existing project from GitHub, and it's called reactjs advice. So reactjs advice. Okay, so let's have this, and then it's going to they run the build script, and it's going to deploy it. So deploy site, and then let's rename this, change site name into reactjs advice generator app. Okay, fantastic. So once this finishes deploying, then we should be able to see this on this link, but it's not yet done deploying, and you can actually go into the deploys, and you can see it's still building. Okay, so we're just going to wait for a moment, and then we'll be able to see the changes. And as that goes ahead and does that, I just want to copy this link, and I want to go into Frontendmentor and submit solution. So the repository URL, I need the live site URL, which is this. The repository URL is this, and I'm just going to say mobile first advice generator app in reactjs. Okay, we don't need to add the tags and so on and so forth, but we do need this link to be up actually, so it's still building. Okay, so it is done building, and we can reload this, and we have our React application not showing. What's happening? Cannot read property. What is this error? What is this error? We did something wrong. What did I do wrong? I mean, it was working a moment ago. Did I do something wrong? Use effect. What? Are you serious? Let's try to run this again, because I can't really see where the error is. What is happening? Even our localhost isn't running. Cannot read property undefined of read ID. So ID is coming back undefined. Why is ID coming back as undefined? Let me comment all of this. Can we have our console? So what? So the console log is working. The console log is working. Is it because this is running before? Wait, it's because this is running before this can run. Probably, that's what I'm thinking. Okay, so what I've done to fix that error is I'm now setting text into data.slip. Okay, And then inside here we're saying text.id instead of text.sleep.id, and then text.advice instead of text.sleep.advice. So that's the only thing that I've changed, and so far it seems to be working correctly, and I'm not really sure why that error occurred in the first place, and I really can't tell why. So let's try and push this back to GitHub, and let's see if the deploy is going to work. So git add all and git commit, let's say update component. So let's say git push. And let's see, so WebSocket failed. Of course, that's because I've closed the server, but we can check this out. Let's say 16 seconds ago. So this should trigger a redeploy. Where is it? Building right here. So let's wait a moment, and then this should be fantastic. We can close this. So let's close this, and we can close this down as well. And let's close this. And is this done? There we go, published. So let's reload this, and it works hopefully. And there we go. Okay, so now it is working correctly. Why wait and debug? Okay, so we can click on this, and we can generate random quotes every 2 seconds. Okay, so that's looking fantastic, and that is going to be the end of it all. But let me remember to submit solution here, and there we go, looking amazing. Okay, so thank you guys for watching. Thank you for watching this far, and if you're not already, please subscribe to the channel, and I will see you in the next video. So bye bye. Okay, so once you download and extract the files, then you should have this in your workspace. So the design folder and the images folder and the default index.html, which is just this, looking very crude, right? Now what I want to do is, and actually what I've already done is I've already canvassed a new React application, which is this right here, okay? And I've called it advice generator. So you can go ahead and say npx install, npx create react app advice generator. You can give this you can give your application whatever name that you want. I just prefer to call it like this, and then I'm going to open this up in VS Code by saying code dot right there. Okay, so this is my React application, and then what I want to do is just say npm run start, which should open up my React application on locals 3000. Now I want to place this to the left, and I want to place my extracted folder from Frontendmentor to the right, because we want to do a bit of copying and pasting. So I want to copy the style guide, the readme template. We don't need to copy the index.html, and we need the images and the design. So just repository for the vanilla app that we created. Then I just want to grab the CSS, okay, because it's going to be faster. So let me just find out where that repository is. So this right here, so vanilla advice generator. And inside the style.css, I just want to copy everything, okay? Oops, not everything, but just this. Copy all this to the bottom, so copy this. And then inside my React application, I'm going to go inside the index.css, and then I'm just going to paste it inside here, and we should have this, okay? So let's go ahead and let's do a bit of cleanup. So let me delete this file, and this file, and this, and this, and this, and then just say delete. And then inside the index.js, I want to remove this because we've deleted it, and remove the import as well. And then in app.js, so in app.js, I want to remove this from here, and then I want to remove all of this. And you know what, let me remove, I don't need to remove that. Actually, I can just give this a class name of container, which is going to grab this class from here, okay? So we can save that, and we can see what we have on the screen if it's opened up, and there we go. Okay, so you can place this to the right, and you can have this to the left, and now I can close this out. There we go. So let's have this as a class of container, and then inside this div, what I want to do is I want to have an h1 that says lorem2, and then below this I want to have a paragraph that says lorem10, and then below this we're going to have a picture tag. So pick picture, come on, It's not working, obviously, because I'm recording. And then this picture tag is going to have a source. Come on, what's happening? It's going to have a source, but it's not opening up. So let me just go ahead, and we need to import the images that we're going to use, right? So let me go ahead and import these two images. So I'm going to say import, let me say it looks like a pause button. So import pause from dot slash or dot slash, is it dot slash? Yeah, it's dot slash images, dot slash this to the center. If I remove it, then it's going to go all the way to the end, which I do not want. Okay, so yeah, that is going to be our CSS. So now the next thing that we need to do is we need to create our function to fetch our data, and for that we need to import two hooks from React. So we're going to say import use state and use effect from React. Okay, and then we're going to set up our state values. So const, let me call this what do we need to do actually? Let me say const text and set text, right? And this is going to be equal to use state. By default is going to be an empty array, and then we are going to call our function. We're going to create our function called fetch advice. So const fetch advice is equal to an asynchronous function, and I'm going to say const res equals to await res.json. Okay, sorry, await fetch, and we're fetching the URL, which I do not have. So this is the URL, this one actually, from the API that we're using. So this is the URL to the API. Just go ahead and copy it, and we can paste it inside here, and we can go ahead and say const data equals to await res.json. And then once we do that, remember there's an empty array. We need to populate this array using this function, which will then populate our state value. So we're going to say set text into our data that we get back. Okay, and then the next thing that we need to do is we need to call this function inside a use effect. So I'm going to say use effect, set up my callback function, and then set up an empty dependency array so that the function only runs once. And I'm going to call fetch advice inside here. Okay, so let's go ahead and save this, and let's see what we have. Do we have a console log? Let me just console log the data, console.log the data, to see what we have on the screen, to see whether we're getting back anything, right? So let me open this up in our console, and we should have object. Okay, so look at that, we have the object. Now the next thing that we do need to do is, I've just realized that I want to change this title because I'm going to forget. So index.html, let me just change this to advice generator app. Okay, and it changes just like that. So what we need to do is we now need to access these properties inside here and then display them on the screen, right? So what we're going to do is inside the h1, okay, we're just going to say place in our curly brackets, and then we're going to say text, because now remember we have populated this state value when we said set text into the data, because remember this is our state value, and then this is the function that controls how we access this state value. Okay, so we want to say text dot sleep dot id, and sleep is coming from here. Okay, so this is the object that is called sleep, and then we want to access the property inside this object called advice and id. So the id is going to be this one, and let's see whether that works. Look at that, it works fantastic. And we just want to have advice hashtag, so advice number, there we go, and we have that. And then for the paragraph inside here, we just want to say paste now our brackets as well, and we just say text.sleep.advice. Okay, so there we go, and would you look at that. And then when you click on this button, then you want this to change. So let's go inside the button here, and we can say on click, we want to place in our inline function, and we're going to say sorry, not our inline function, sorry for that. We're just going to call this function, so the function called fetch advice. So fetch advice, like so. And let's try it out. So when you click on this, there we go, and we can click on it again and again. You'll notice that I'm pausing for a moment before I click on it. That's because the API caches the response for 2 seconds before you can make another get request. So let's click on this, and looking fantastic. Now probably you're going to ask why I have the fetch advice outside the use effect. The reason is because if I would have it inside the use effect, then this will not work, okay, and it's actually going to throw an error. Look at that, fetch advice is not defined because it's inside a hook. So that's why I have placed it on the outside. Okay, simple reason, simple enough. And another thing is I wanted to mention that you might also notice that we have not used map, right? That's because map is an array method. And what we're getting back as the response is an object and not an array. And if you want to access objects, then you just use dot notation as we have used inside here. Okay, so once we do all that, then the next thing that we do want to do is I want to deploy this to GitHub. So let me just open GitHub, and then I want to deploy it to Netlify as well, and then submit my solution back to Frontendmentor. So I can close this, and I can close this, and I can close this, and I can actually close this as well. Make sure that there are no warnings or errors. Looking amazing. And then let's create a new repository, and then I'm going to call it reactjs and advice generator app, like so, and then create repository. And then I'm going to copy this link, okay? And then back inside here, let me close all of this down. And then let's open my integrated terminal. Okay, so the first thing that I'm going to do is just say git remote add origin. You know what? Let me explain this first. When you create a new React application, it automatically creates a Git repository for you. It initializes a Git repository for you on your local host. That's why I'm not doing Git init, because I already have it initialized. Okay. Now you can follow all of this, and it will still be the main okay. So let's reload this, and we should see this. Okay. Would you look at that? All our files are updated, including our readme. So let's go ahead into Netlify, and I want to say import an existing project from GitHub, and it's called reactjs advice. So reactjs advice. Okay, so let's have this, and then it's going to run the build script, and it's going to deploy it. So deploy site, and then let's rename this, change site name into reactjs advice generator app. Okay, fantastic. So once this finishes deploying, then we should be able to see this on this link, but it's not yet done deploying, and you can actually go into the deploys, and you can see it's still building. Okay, so we're just going to wait for a moment, and then we'll be able to see the changes. And as that goes ahead and does that, I just want to copy this link, and I want to go into Frontendmentor and submit solution. So the repository URL, I need the live site URL, which is this. The repository URL is this, and I'm just going to say mobile first advice generator app in reactjs. Okay, we don't need to add the tags and so on and so forth, but we do need this link to be up actually, so it's still building. Okay, so it is done building, and we can reload this, and we have our React application not showing. What's happening? Cannot read property. What is this error? What is this error? We did something wrong. What did I do wrong? I mean, it was working a moment ago. Did I do something wrong? This effect. What? Are you serious? Let's try to run this again, because I can't really see where the error is. What is happening? Even our local host isn't running. Cannot read property undefined of read ID. So ID is coming back undefined. Why is ID coming back as undefined? Let me comment all of this. Can we have our console? So what? So the console log is working. The console log is working. Is it because this is running before? Wait, it's because this is running before this can run. Probably that's what I'm thinking. Okay, so what I've done to fix that error is I'm now setting text into data.slave. Okay, And then inside here we're saying text.id instead of text.sleep.id, and then text.advice instead of text.sleep.advice. So that's the only thing that I've changed, and so far it seems to be working correctly, and I'm not really sure why that error occurred in the first place, and I really can't tell why. So let's try and push this back to GitHub, and let's see if the deploy is going to work. So git add all and git commit, let's say update component. So let's say git push. And let's see, so WebSocket failed. Of course, that's because I've closed the server, but we can check this out. Let's say 16 seconds ago, so this should trigger a redeploy. Where is it? Building right here. So let's wait a moment, and then this should be fantastic. We can close this. So let's close this, and we can close this down as well, and let's close this. And is this done? There we go, published. So let's reload this, and it works hopefully. And there we go. Okay, so now it is working correctly. Why wait and debug? Okay, so we can click on this, and we can generate random quotes every 2 seconds. Okay, so that's looking fantastic, and that is going to be the end of it all. But let me remember to submit solution here, and there we go, looking amazing. Okay, so thank you guys for watching. Thank you for watching this far, and if you're not already, please subscribe to the channel, and I will see you in the next video. So bye bye. So you can go ahead and click on this card, and then you can download the files right here, but I'm not going to download it because I already have the files on my desktop. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this up using VS Code, and then we can begin. Okay, so once you extract the files from the zip file that you download, then you should have something like this in your text editor. My preference is Visual Studio Code, but you can work with any text editor that you wish. And you can go ahead and take a look at the index.html. This is what we have, and so on and so forth. And we have the git ignore, we have the images and the design. So actually what I'm going to do is right inside here, I want to create a style.css file, or let me call it styles.css. You know what, let me call it style.css because that's what I call it in the repository, just to be uniform. And then I'm going to cut these two from here, cut it out, paste them inside here, and then I'm going to go ahead and link my style.css file, style.css. Okay, we can remove this, and we can have this is actually fine, but we can take class of container like so. And then inside here we're going to have an h1 that says advice number, so basically this, right? And then below this we're going to have a paragraph that says this, and of course we're going to remove the comments, so don't worry about it. And then we have the attribution at the bottom, so that's looking okay. And then below this paragraph, look at the design, we have this image, right? We have this image first of all, so let's go ahead and add that image, and that image is called the pattern divider mobile and the desktop. Okay, so just because I don't want to toggle this in CSS, I'm going to add it in HTML using the picture tag. Okay, so the picture has the source media, and for a min width of 760 pixels. Don't worry, I'm going to explain this in a moment. We want the /images, and it's called pattern, and inside here right at the top we are going to place this right there. Okay, fantastic. So let's save this and let's see whether the font changes, and as you can see it changes as well. Now let me just explain what we were doing in our CSS, right? Let me remove this padding, let me remove this padding. Now look at this, and as you know, I've just realized that I haven't reset everything. So let's go ahead and reset the margin to 0. Look at this. Okay, set the padding to 0. Look at that. And then let's set the box sizing to border box. Okay, the reason why this is important is because there are some elements that have a default margin and a default padding. So if you don't add them in, if you don't reset this, sorry, and you try to add the margin and padding on the elements, then you'll find that they are going to start overflowing and behaving in a manner that you don't expect. And then the box sizing border box just tells the document that we are going to be using the CSS box model, okay, which just means that place the margin on the outside and then place the padding on the inside of the elements. Okay, so what I'm going to do is right inside here, I'm going to go inside my style.css. Okay, that's why I'm going to link this in the description, and then I'm going to grab this. Notice how we have the before and after. So right up to here, I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste it where they have it after the paragraph. So right here, and hopefully, okay. And I probably should remove this here, and I should add it here. Margin bottom 1 run. Hopefully this will work and it doesn't give me errors. And of course it gives me errors. And I actually know the reason why that's an error. Okay, so let me just comment this out and let me explain. Okay, so notice how this button is positioned absolute here, right? It's positioned absolute to the body technically. Now, if I add another property called top and set it to the top by 10 pixels, notice what happens. Now it goes all the way to the top instead of being contained within the container. Now, in order to fix that, then we need to go into the parent element of the button, which we know is the container. So let's go into the container right here, and then let's say position this as relative. And when I save this, now notice the button goes here instead of being on the top. Okay, so we don't want it to be on the top. Actually, we want it to be on the bottom, so we can remove this inside the HTML and CSS. Okay, you know what, I've realized that we are not, because we need to contain this. So let's add a media query right below this. We can say at media for a min width of 500 pixels. Then I want to access the dot container, and I want the container to have a max width of 480 pixels. Now 480, I've chosen it because technically the body has a padding of 20 pixels all around. Where is it? This 20 pixels all around. Okay, that's why I chose 480. So once we save that, then look at this. We have this looking fantastic. Okay, so I can place it to the right, and we're going to have that. Now let's go ahead and deal with our button here, because when we click on this, then we want the quote to change. Okay, so we can go ahead into our app.js and we can say we want to fetch our advice. And actually, what was the API? The API is called this one. So the advice slip API, and right here. Okay, so this is the response that we're going to be getting back. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this link, and then inside here I'm going to say let's create a function called fetch advice, right? And this is going to be an asynchronous function, because I like asynchronous functions, like so. Oops. Where I'm going to say const res equals to await fetch, and we're going to be fetching this URL. And then we're going to say const data equals to await res.json. Okay, and just to see what we have, I'm just going to say console.log the data, and then let's remember to call this function fetch advice. Okay, and let's go ahead back into our application, which is right here, and let's open up our console, and we should see this. Look at this. So we get back an object, and we have the slip and the advice. So that's looking okay. That's looking okay. And what we can do next is we can go ahead and grab this h1 and this paragraph, because we need to populate them, right? So let me give this let me give it an ID. I know I used classes in my repository, so let me give this an ID of title, and then let's give this paragraph an ID of text. Okay, so right after this console log, I want to grab the title, the h1, and the paragraph. So I'm going to say document dot get element by ID, and I want the title like so, and I'm going to say dot inner HTML equals to, and it's going to be equals to data dot slip dot ID. Let's see that. Look at that. So we have ID number 62, right? Because we are accessing the slip from here, and then we're getting the ID property, and we're displaying it here. And then what we can do is document dot get element by ID, and we want the ID of text. and you can say dot inner HTML equals to data sleep dot advice, which is the next one. And would you look at that? So this is already working pretty much, right? But technically we don't want to have that. So what I want to do is I want this to be in quotes like this. Okay, I want it to be in quotes, and then we can get this and then display it on the screen, because if I save this, then it's just going to write this on the screen, and I don't want that to happen. And before I forget, let me remove this text because we don't need it anymore. Okay, and then adverse ID, we can remove this. Okay, and let me just remove all of this because technically still we don't need any of that. Okay, now we can go ahead and inside here, instead of just returning the variable, then I'm going to return template literals, okay, backticks, and I'm going to say advice number, so hashtag, and then placing my $, like so, and then we can say data.sleep.id. Okay, and we're going to have this. Okay, so advice number 5, and then we're going to do the same thing here. Okay, so I'm going to return my template literals and say we're going to have $data.sleep.advice. Okay, and we need to add quotes on the left and right, so that's why I have this right here, because this works, because technically we're accessing the variables, and we can do that because of ES6 we are using template literals. Okay, so would you look at that? That's looking fantastic. And then now we just need to handle our button click, right? So remember the function is called fetch advice, so you can go back into our index.html, and on this button right here we can say, when we click on this, so on click, we can say fetch advice, which is the name of our function. Okay, so look at that. When you click on this, another function and another function, and looking another quote, sorry, not function, another quote. Okay, now I just want to explain something that, notice if you try and click fast enough, then it technically doesn't change. That's because in the API documentation, which is right here, it says advice is cached for 2 seconds, so any repeat request within 2 seconds will return the same piece of advice. That's why this happens. Okay, it's not that your application is broken or anything, but it's because of the caching that is happening. Okay, so that's looking fantastic. And so what I want to do is, actually not, I've already deployed this on GitHub, so there's nothing more to do, and I already have it on Netlify as well, so everything is looking fantastic. So in the next video, and what I can do actually is I can submit this to Frontendmentor, right? So let's go ahead and let me just open Netlify because I've forgotten the link to that website. Okay, so this is a link to my website, right? The one that I deployed. So let me go ahead and go into Frontendmentor, and let's say visit Challenge Hub. And then let's say submit solution, because I already done it. Is that the correct one? Okay. So submit solution, and we have, let's say, mobile fast advice generator app in vanilla. Come on. Vanilla, HTML, CSS, JavaScript. There we go. So the repository URL, we have the live site URL. So let me get the repository URL from here, right here. And then we don't need to add this, and we can just say submit solution. Okay, and would you look at that? We're already done with that. Now in the next video, I want to build out this same application, but now in React, and it's going to be faster because I'm just going to copy the CSS that we have from this application that we've just built. I'm just going to copy out this CSS, and then everything should be fine. Okay, so thank you for watching the video, and if you're not subscribed, then please subscribe to the channel, and I will see you in the next video. Bye bye. So for anyone who's still around, this stream has been running the entire day, so I want to officially end the stream after 11 hours. So I'm planning on doing more live streams. Currently, the only content that I have for the live streams is the previous videos that I've already done. But in future, I do plan to do live coding challenges or design challenges or other things that